Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio proudly presents R.A.Salvatore's The Demon War Saga. Book 4, Mortalis, Part 3. Narrated by Richard Rowan, with performances by Elizabeth Jernigan, David Coyne, Joe Brack, Mort Shelby, Christopher Graybill, Michael John Casey, Andy Clements, Stephen Carpenter, Terrence Aselford, Michael Glenn, Eric Messner, Nanette Savard, Corey James, Ken Jackson, Tim Getman, Colleen Delaney, Lily Beacon, Jonathan Watkins, James Konachek, Johann Detweiler, Chris Rowan, and Laura Quinn Anderson. It was spring in Hans-the-Bear, but hardly did it seem like a time of life renewing. Francis leaned heavily on the stone wall of St. Mirabel, needing the support. Beyond his shadow, beyond the window, which was no more than a rectangular opening in the stone, he saw them. Dozens of them, scores of them, hundreds of them. Ghostly figures walking slowly through the morning mist that blanketed the field west of the Abbey, huddled under blankets and rags against the chill that still bit hard in the springtime night. So beaten and battered were they, so emaciated that they seemed like skeletons. This collection of pitiful souls outside the Abbey seemed like a gathering of the walking dead. And the Brothers of St. Mirabel could do nothing for them. Oh, the monks threw some coins, clothing, blankets, and food, mostly as payment for work performed by the plague-ridden sufferers. On Master Bowrai's suggestion, Master Makuso had hired the gathered plague victims to plant this year's huge tussie-mussy, a massive flower bed that would continue on and on as far as the victims could plant, that might span the mile of ground fronting St. Mirabel's western wall. Francis watched some of them, those with the strength remaining, laboring along the base of the wall, digging in the ground with rotting fingers. The monk bumped his head against the unyielding stone, not hard, but repeatedly, as if trying to thump the frustrations out of his skull.
What miserable wretches we mortals be.
The words were the opening line to an old verse written by a poet deemed a heretic in the 5th century.
Calvin of Brienner. Strong words, brother.
Francis noted the one-armed Master Bowrai, flanked by Father Abbot Agrangair.
Fitting words, for who in this time is not considering his own mortality?
Calm, brother. He who believes in God does not fear death. Calvin of Brienner's words were wrought of fear, not contemplation. He knew that he was a sinner who faced excommunication by the church for the lies he spread, and thus grew his fear of death and his bitterness towards all things of Bellicon. It is well documented.
Master Francis shook his head, then closed his eyes.
What miserable wretches we mortals be, to build our homes in sheltered lee, to build our hopes in sheltered womb, weaving fancies of the tomb. What wretched souls we mortals be, to bask in false epiphany, to see a light so clear, so true, to save us from the fate we rue. Deny the truth before our sight, that worms invade eternal night, that maggots feed within the skin of faithful pure, devoid of sin. Oh, what hopeful children mortals be! Castles in air, grand barges at sea, bed of clouds and angels' song, heavenly feasting eternity long. What mockery made of endless night, that prayer transcends truth and hope denies sight, that all that we know and all that we see is washed away by what we pray must be. So tell me not of eternal soul that flees my coil through worm-bit hole, for when I die, what is left of me? A whisper lost to eternity. I know the tale, brother, And I know too that Mortalis was considered a work of great introspection when Calvin presented it to the brothers of St. Hans in the time of the plague.
The time of contemplation.
It was only when Calvin went out among the people, reciting his dark works, that the church took exception.
Because some things should not be spoken openly.
Brother, you must admit that we are the caretakers of the souls of Corona.
While the bodies rot.
You speak so easily of...
We do what we can. Calvin of Brionnaire was condemned not for his words, but for rousing the common folk against the church, for preying upon their fears of mortality. That is the challenge before us, to hold the faith of the populace.
A smile grew upon Master Francis's face as he considered those words and the irony behind them.
There is a woman out there among them, one-eyed and horribly scarred on her face and neck, with the rings of plague scars all over her arms. They say she tends the sick tirelessly. I have heard that many of the victims have called out for her beatification on their deathbeds.
I have heard of the woman, and expect that she will be investigated when the time for such tasks arrives.
Even your canonization of Brother Avelin has been put off.
Francis didn't even bother to spout the retort that came immediately to his lips, that he would hardly consider himself a supporter of Avelin Despres, let alone a sponsor for the Wayward Brothers' canonization.
It has also been whispered that this peasant woman is no friend of the Abelican Church. According to her, we have deserted her and all the other victims of the Rosy Plague. And there is the other rumor that says it was an Abelican brother who wounded her face outside St. Gwendolen. A brother with a hand that resembles a cat's paw. Would you wager a guess about his identity?
Francis's sarcasm was not lost on the other two, neither of whom were overfond of Marcalo Dionero. Dionero and his brothers repentant, by all reports, were laying waste to southern Hans the Bear, inciting riots, even murdering some unfortunates who did not fit their particular description of a proper Abelican. Even more disconcerting to all the leaders at St. Mirabel was that when Father Abbot Agrangaire had sent a messenger by ship to Entel to warn Abbot Olin about the brothers repentant, and to offer Olin the full backing of the church if he chose to confront them openly, Agrangaire had received a reply that seemed to condone Brother Truth more than condemn him. The other abbey in Entel, the much smaller St. Rontelmoor, had been faithful to the spirit of Agrangaire's warning, but Olin of Bondebrus had seemed ambivalent at best.
We cannot end their suffering, and all that we might accomplish in trying would be to destroy the last bastions of security against the Rosy Plague. In this time, God alone will choose who is to live and who is to die. Our duty, brother, is to ensure that those who die do not do so without hope, to ensure that those unfortunate victims understand the truth of what awaits them beyond this life, for in that hope they can come to accept their mortality.
So tell me not of eternal soul that flees my coil through worm-bit hole.
Master Francis, I warn you in all sincerity and in all generosity, as your father abbot and as your friend, to guard well your words. Master Baurai speaks realistically of our role against the Rosy Plague. We are the caretakers of souls more than of bodies.
And the caretakers of hope, perhaps?
Yes?
And when do we stop asking the question of what the populace might believe, and begin asking the question of what we honestly believe?
The two brothers looked at Francis curiously.
I know when, and so do you. It will happen to each of us in turn as we contract the plague, perhaps, or come to sense, whatever the cause, that our personal end is near. Only then will we, each of us, honestly confront that greatest of mysteries. Only then will we hear the words of Calvin of Brionnaire, or like words.
You seem to be confronting them right now.
Because I look out at them, and I wonder at my place in all this. I wonder at the mortality of hiding behind our walls and flower beds. We, the possessors of sacred stones, of hematite, the sole stone of healing. There lies an incongruity, brother, of which I cannot make sense.
Pony, Roger, and Dainsy arrived in Caertanella amid a melange of late spring scents, with mountain laurel and other flowers blooming bright and thick. A cruel irony, Pony thought, for in Palmaris, in all the cities of Hans the Bear to the south, the plague grew thicker by the day, the vibrancy of life dulling under the dark pall, the springtime scents overcome by the smell of rot. All three had been invited by Abbot Brauman to stay within St. Precious, and Pony most of all had understood the generosity of that gesture. St. Precious was a veritable fortress now, and not even the new Baron of Palmaris, an arrogant duke named Tetrafel, had been allowed entrance when he had gone to speak with Abbot Brauman. But Brauman did not forget his friends. Pony believed that Roger and Dainsy would accept the offer. Certainly Dainsy had shown great excitement when Brauman had called it out to them through the newly constructed portcullis backing St. Precious's main gate, and in fact Pony had hoped that her friends would accept, that they at least would become insulated somewhat against the darkness. For her, it was never a question. Something within her recoiled against the thought. She could not run and hide in the Abbey, while so many suffered and died. And yet, there was nothing she could do to help them. She had come to painfully realize over the few months she had spent in Palmaris. First Colleen, and then a succession of others had died in her arms. And so many times Pony knew that she had barely escaped her encounters with the plague with her health intact. After one devastating defeat after another, she wanted only to go back home, to Dundalis. She felt a combination of pleasant surprise and trepidation when Roger and Dainsy had opted to go north, though only as far as Caertanella, rather than retreating into the Abbey. They found that the plague had not come strong into Caertanella, though one man had contracted it and had died out in the forest somewhere. For he'd understood his responsibility to the community when the rosy spots appeared, and had walked away into the wilderness to die alone. Colleen's house was still deserted, and so Roger and Dainsy, with the blessing of Janine of the Lake and the other town leaders, claimed it as their own. Soon after they had settled into the place, Pony became restless for the road home.
You are certain you will not come to Dundalis with me?
Dainsy has friends here, and so do I. This was my home, and I feel the need to be home, as do you.
But promise that you will return and visit me in Bradwarden.
We'll both go north, perhaps before the end of the season, and in the fall. Surely if not before.
That very night, under the cover of darkness, she rode out of Caertanella on Greystone, with Symphony trotting along beside them. She made Dundalis in 5 days on Greystone, for Symphony had run off into the forest to rejoin his herd. His departure reminded Pony of how extraordinary the stallion's arrival beside her on the road south had been. What had brought him to her? How could a horse so perfectly understand the needs of a human being? Perhaps it had something to do with the turquoise gemstone Avalon had put into the horse's breast as a gift to both Elbrine and Symphony, she mused. Or perhaps there had been something special and extraordinary about Symphony even before that. Whatever the case, Pony knew well that had it not been for the stallion, she and Colleen and likely Greystone as well would have died on the road between Caertanella and Palmaris in the snowstorm. Word had reached Dundalis of the Rosy Plague. Pony found herself assaulted by anxious questions from every corner.
Yes, the plague is thick in Palmaris.
The townspeople all backed away from her at that answer, and Pony merely shrugged and rode to Fellowship Way and Belster O'Cumley. Pony found that things had not changed much in Dundalis. She found Belster busily wiping the bar, and how his smile widened when he saw her. He rushed around the edge of the bar and wrapped her in a great hug.
Oh, but it's good to see you, girl. You must tell me about your adventures.
His smile disappeared, of course, when Pony told him of Colleen. But he managed another smile at the thought of Roger and Dainsy together, for Belster loved both of them dearly.
I thought you dead, girl, when the season turned and you did not return. I feared the weather, or the plague.
Fear the plague, for it grows thicker with each passing day, and none of us, even up here in the Timberlands, are safe from it. And once it has you, I could do nothing for Colleen, but hold her while she died.
Pony went out to the grove that night to be with Elbrine, to wonder if he would be there for her when death called to her. After her encounters with the Rosy Plague, Pony was feeling quite vulnerable, and she honestly doubted that she'd find her way through this plague alive. Those grim thoughts held her fast through most of the quiet night, until a familiar song drifted on the evening breeze, the harmony of Bradwarden. So familiar with the forest about Dundalis, so at home out here on a warm night, Pony found her way toward the centaur easily enough.
Bradwarden!
Pony reached into her pouch and sifted through the gemstones Brauman had given her, finding a multifaceted, perfectly cut diamond.
Bradwarden! Nox noctis in dies.
Pony brought up a tremendous light, filling all the area.
Oh! Well, there's a good one for me eyes now, ain't it?
Pony focused on the voice, and finally managed to sort out the silhouette of the centaur's human torso, lurking in the shadows. Pony smiled and decreased the light, and started to move toward Bradwarden, but so did the centaur move, one step away for everyone Pony took toward him, and she sensed immediately that there was something terribly wrong here.
What is it?
20 strides away, that's the rule. Centaur strides and not your little baby human steps.
The plague?
Thick in the south, I'm hearing.
Palmaris is in turmoil. So is Ursel, by all reports.
Dark days indeed. Can't be running to Ada to blow up this enemy.
Pony subtly increased the diamond's light again, trying to get a better view, concerned suddenly that her friend might not be well.
The plague's not found me.
I do not know that it can affect a centaur.
Oh, but it can. Nearly wiped away me folk time before last. And so we found a rule. 20 strides, not a step closer.
From anyone who has the plague?
To anyone at all, except the horse, of course. Horses can't catch the damned thing, and can't give it to others.
But if someone is not afflicted?
How are you to know? You can't know, can you? You might have it, or you might not. You'll not know for sure, until you sicken. Or you don't.
So you're saying that you will not come within 20 centaur strides of anyone at all? Of me?
It's the way it's got to be.
Have you joined the Abelican Church, then? They lock their doors and hide in their abbeys while the world outside dies.
And if one of their own gets it, they send him out, not to doubt.
They do. Cowards all.
No, you call them cowards. But I'm thinking them wise indeed. What are they to do then? Come out and die? Wallow in the misery until the misery grows in them?
They could try something. Anything. What right have they to hide themselves away?
Not a right, but a responsibility, I'm guessing. You don't know, my friend. You can't know. For your type of folks don't keep so long a memory. Not long enough anyway. Do you know the tidings the plague will bring? Do you know the rioting, and the fighting, and the dying?
Pony straightened and stared at him, but had no answer.
Your friends open their abbeys and half of them will die from the plague, and doing no good in the process, and the other half will likely die in the fighting, for the folk will blame them monks afore long, don't you doubt. Happened before, and will happen again. They'll blame them, and they'll burn down their abbeys, and they'll stake them up. God's not with them now, they know, and so they'll blame them who think they speak to God.
That set Pony back on her heels a bit, for she realized that she hadn't really considered all the implications here. She hated Brahman's choice, the church's choice, but was there a logical, even necessary reason behind their seeming cowardice? Suddenly, Pony felt very much alone in a very large and dangerous world, a place that had grown beyond her ability to manipulate, even to understand. She looked at her distant friend plaintively.
Play for me.
Aye, that I can do.
To Pony, the quiet, melancholy tune seemed to cry for all the world. Brahman heard the rumble of thunder and thought it curious, for the sky beyond his little window seemed bright and sunny.
Fighting in the streets! Brothers and peasants! Call out the god! Call out the god!
Brahmin rushed by the frightened young brother, through the corridors of St. Precious, across the inner courtyard and to the front wall, where he found Talamis and Castinagus on the ramparts, gemstones in hand. Flanking the two were several other brothers, all holding crossbows. Brahmin Herd scrambled up the ladder to join his friends.
There!
Brother Talamis pointed down a long avenue to a group of about a score of robed brothers hustling toward St. Precious, waving gemstones, a host of peasants pursuing them and flanking them along other avenues.
From St. Mirabel?
Brother Castinagus knew that none of St. Precious's brethren were out of the abbey at that time.
Raise your crossbows!
No! We'll not kill the folk of Palmaris!
They will overrun the brothers!
No!
Brother Brahmin noted that Talamis held a graphite gemstone, and he took it from the man and marked the approach.
Open the portcullis and have brothers ready to swing wide the gates!
Master Vicente joined them then, carrying an assortment of stones, graphite among them.
We have to defeat the flanks!
Brahmin pointed to the avenue that ended in the courtyard to the left of the abbey.
Kill none, but strike the ground before them to hold them back!
Run, brothers!
Both Brahmin and Vicente began falling into their gemstones then, exciting the magical energy. 3 lines of people came rushing toward the abbey, the central led by the running brothers, and ones on either side, curling in to seal off their escape into St. Precious. Those flanking lines turned the last corner and began the last run to spill into the courtyard before the gates. Abbot Brahmin loosed his lightning bolt to the right, followed by Vicente's lesser strike to the left. Brahmin's bolt struck a building, a farrier shop, rattling the windows and sending several horseshoes flying wildly. Vicente's bolt hit the cobblestones of the road and ricocheted up, catching the leading peasants squarely in the face and hurling them to the ground. Vicente could only pray that he hadn't harmed any too badly.
The doors! The doors!
The front gates of St. Precious swung wide, and Brother Talamis and a dozen other brothers rushed out to escort the line of running brothers into the abbey. They didn't get in easily, though. Talamis and the others had to kick and punch through a group of stubborn peasants. Finally, with several people down and wounded before the gates, and 2 brothers bleeding badly, St. Precious was secured. From the rampart, Abbot Brahmin could only watch and shake his head helplessly. He noted a group of city soldiers along the avenue to the right, making no move at all to secure the situation. He wasn't surprised. Brahmin went down to the inner courtyard then to greet his unexpected visitors. By the time he arrived, they had pulled back their hoods. Some were being tended for minor wounds, others were simply bent over, trying to catch their breath. Brahmin looked them over curiously, for though many were not young men, he didn't recognize any of them, except one.
Master Glendenhook?
Greetings, Abbot Brahmin.
Why are you out of St. Mirabel? Why are you here?
We are the Brothers Inquisitor. We've come to investigate claims of a miracle at Mount Ada performed by Evelyn Despris.
The building of the Chapel of Avalon was halted by order of Father Abbot Agringer.
It would be foolish to expose ourselves in such a manner as to dedicate a new chapel. But the canonization of Brother Evelyn must go forward. A full investigation.
Why now?
The people need a hero at this dark time, would you not agree, Abbot Brahmin? Perhaps Brother Evelyn will withstand the scrutiny of the process and become that hero.
It didn't make much sense to Brahmin. He knew that Glendenhook was tied closely to Master Bowray, certainly no friend to the memory of Evelyn Despris. At the College of Abbots, when Markwart had condemned Master Jojonah for following Evelyn, Bowray had been a huge supporter of Jojonah's execution.
Let Evelyn's name be put forward, and let all the world rejoice.
But when he looked at Glendenhook's smile, Abbot Brahmin couldn't help but question the man's sincerity. Something just didn't seem right.
Abbot Hengist desires audience, my liege.
The castle guardsman spoke to King Danube. Duke Callus sat at the king's side.
Oh, Abbot Hengist.
Callus had no love for Hengist, the interim abbot of St. Hans, whom he thought a complete fool. Callus didn't care much for any member of the Abelican Church, of course, but in the case of Abbot Hengist, several others of King Danube's court, Constance among them, had to agree with him.
He has come to complain about the broken windows again, no doubt.
Constance Pemblebury, who had her back to the others, sat modestly and fed Torrance, her second son, who was now 6 months old. Merwick moved excitedly about her chair, setting up little wooden blocks, then kicking them all over the room.
Or to talk about the weight of a soul and how it is lighter than the very air about us, and so it floats to heaven.
Your Majesty?
King Danube rolled his eyes.
No! Out with him! Out! Send him back to St. Hans and tell him to suffer the rocks and the taunts. Tell them all to suffer for the good of the world, and when they have finally appointed an abbot, a real abbot, let him come and beg audience with the king.
Better off is Jeowith.
In the grave and at peace from Duke Callus. Did you wish to speak with the idiot? No. Likely you did me a favor.
King Danube pulled himself from his chair and walked over to the window. Below him lay Ursel, quiet, awaiting winter. Every family had at least one victim now, so it was reported, and many houses lay dark and still, full of death, with no one to go in and retrieve the bodies. Such was King Danube's beloved capital that late autumn of God's year 829. It should have been among the happiest times of Danube's life. The demon and its minions had been shattered. The church, always a nagging rival to the throne, had been pushed into disarray, and his dear Constans had given him 2 sons whom he was beginning to think of as heirs to his throne, though of course he'd have to speak with his brother at length about that possibility. Yet, here he was, buttoned up within the prison that Castle Ursel had become, a fortress against the misery of the plague, though that most insidious of enemies had found its way even into these fortified halls, forcing the expulsion of 2 servants and a guard. So far, though, none of his closest friends had been afflicted, and for that King Danube mumbled a little prayer of thanks as he stood solemnly at the high window, looking out over his wounded kingdom. Not much of a blessing, perhaps, but in this dark day, any light at all seemed a good thing. The snow held off in the Northland until after the turn of winter, but when it did come to Dundalis, it did so in fury, with drifts covering the entire sides of houses and burying the fences of the corrals. Soon after, and still before the turn of God's year 830, the weather calmed enough for Pony to attempt venturing out. And truly she needed the time alone, at the Grove and Elbrian's cairn, her great retreat from the events of the world. She saddled Greystone and walked out of Dundalis, up the north slope and along the rim of the vale filled with caribou moss and pines, for the edges of the dale were wind-blown and nearly clear, while the dell itself was deep in snow. She found the trails within the forest easier going than she had anticipated, and she soon made it to the sheltered grove. The rolling hills and sharp ravines nearby were too deep and too slick, so Pony dismounted again and tethered the horse in a wind-blown clearing, walking in the last quarter mile. 2 sets of hoofprints, running the length of the last field and right into the grove, alerted her that she was not alone. At first, she thought it might be Bradwarden and Symphony, for who else would be out here on such a day? But then she saw a 3rd track, the boots of a rider, beside the line of hoofprints. Shadowing the forest line for cover, Pony did a complete circuit of the grove. She spied a lone rider in the distance, sitting quietly along the tree line, bundled under mounds of furs. Now she fell into her hematite, using its depths to release her spirit from her corporeal body. Pony went out to the rider first, and determined on her way that he had a companion who was within the grove, her grove, and the mere thought of that made her angry. The rider was a man of about Pony's age, rugged but handsome, with a dark, 2-week beard and sparkling, alert eyes. Something about him seemed familiar to Pony, but she couldn't place it. Not wanting to linger for fear of being discovered, she turned her spirit and swept into the grove, passing insubstantially among the trees. She found the other man standing before the twin cairns, grave markers that had been recently cleared of snow. He was a giant of a man, with long, somewhat thinning, flaxen hair, eyes the color of a clear northern sky, and a sword strapped diagonally across his back. And what a sword! The largest Pony had ever seen. A sword that could cleave through any blocking shield, through any blocking tree, and cut the opponent in half. The man glanced about, suddenly on the alert, and Pony realized that he had somehow sensed her presence. In the span of a single thought, she was back in her body, blinking her eyes, orienting herself to the physical world about her. She paused, waiting a few moments, and when no call came from the grove, and when the giant man didn't emerge, she picked a path that would keep her out of sight of the waiting rider and slipped across the field, one hand on Defender, the other in her gemstone pouch, rolling both graphite and lodestone between her fingers. She moved stealthily from shadow to shadow, as Elbrian had taught her. She was now within 10 paces of the man.
You should not be sneaking up on me so, good woman. It makes me edgy.
The man turned slowly, a wry smile showing on his bearded face. His hands remained at his side, making no movement toward that incredible sword.
A bit far out of town in such a season as this, are you not?
What do you know of it?
I know that Dundalis is the closest town, and a hard morning's march in the snow. And I know that Weedy Meadow is another 20 miles from that.
Pony cocked her head, staring at him curiously. How could he know so much, without her being aware of any such man in the area? And what of Bradwarden? The centaur knew, or claimed to know, of everything that moved in the forest. And yet, Pony had not heard from Bradwarden in many days, and even that had been no more than the piping song carried on a favorable evening breeze.
What are you doing here?
Paying my respects.
To whom?
To fellow rangers.
Pony's jaw dropped.
To Nightbird, and to Mather before him. Word reached me of his demise, and so I owed him this visit, though the road was long and difficult.
Who are you?
I was thinking of asking you the same thing.
Who are you to stand uninvited and unannounced before my husband's grave?
Giuseppe Winden, then. Pony to her friends. Companion of Nightbird to the end. I am Ander Canaver of Alpinador, elven-trained as was your husband. The full story of the tragedy in Palmaris came to me by the way of Brother Holand Delman of the Abelican Church, who now serves at St. Belfor in Vanguard.
Pony was shaking her head, hardly able to believe the man, but the mention of Brother Delman, her friend, put her at ease. Too much so, she realized a moment later, when she heard a voice behind her.
And I am Liam O'Blythe.
Pony spun to see the man who'd been on horseback near her, near enough to have jumped her before she could use her gemstones or draw her sword, and how foolish that made her feel. But this man bowed politely, respectfully, and made no move against her.
We did not know that you were again in this area, else we would have sought you out.
Though we plan on making as little contact with the folk of this region, or any other region outside Vanguard, as possible.
You would find that the folk of the Timberlands are not so quick to judge based on heritage.
Not that. We have heard news of the Rosy Plague.
True words.
And thus we do not wish to bring it with us back to Vanguard, or to Alpinador. But enough of my intrusions.
Pony realized that the ranger behind her had given the man a signal to be gone. He left with another bow, moving gracefully, with a warrior's balanced gait, and Pony turned back to regard the ranger. They talked easily, like old friends, for more than 2 hours. Pony did most of the talking, answering Ander Canaver's many questions about Elbrian. The ranger wanted every detail of every story, wanted to hear Pony imitate her lover's laugh, and describe his wry grin to the dimple. Ander Canaver listened to her with obvious amusement, smiling and laughing often. How quickly the afternoon passed, and Pony realized that she would have to be on her way if she hoped to make Dundalis before dark.
The signs are telling me that tomorrow will be another fine day. Will you come back to this place then, and speak with me again?
Pony looked at him, seeming unsure.
I will tell you more about the elves, and more about that which helped to form your Nightbird into the man you loved.
Then I will return.
That night, in her bed, in the small room above Fellowship Way, Pony was visited by dreams of Elbrian, more vivid than any she had known since his death. Unlike some of her previous dreams of her husband, reenactments of that final battle mostly, these were pleasant, warm memories that made Pony awaken with a smile. She was up early, working quickly through her chores at the tavern, then promising Belster she would return by dark, and rushing out. She found Ander Canaver and his friend at the grove again, and again the smaller man left them. Untrue to his promise, though, Ander Canaver bade Pony again to do the talking, to tell him even more of Nightbird. And she complied eagerly, pouring out her heart, telling about her separation from Elbryan and all those years apart, when he was with the elves, and she in Palmaris, and later in the king's army. She told of their journey to the Barbican to do battle with the demon Dactyl, and Canaver liked that part most of all, and of their work against the minions of the demon upon their return south. She told of the journey to St. Mirabel to rescue Bradwarden. And then she told the Alpinadoran ranger, in solemn tones, tears streaking down her cheeks, of the final battle against Markwort, when Elbryan gave his life to save her, and to rid the world of Bestis Bolzabar. When the sun began its swift descent, Pony realized that she had to go.
Tomorrow? That you can tell me again of the Tuelafar?
The ranger had spent the entire day asking question after question.
I will. I will tell you of the many tests a ranger in training must master. A marvelous race are the Tuelafar. Adaptable.
That is not a word I would use to describe them.
But they are. Why, they had to concoct an entirely different fighting style for me, to accommodate my size and strength.
Different than Benel de Sada?
What would you know of that?
Pony glanced to the side, to see the ranger's companion returning to the grove.
I know the sword dance. I know it well.
And Canaver looked at her, his face showing both surprise and concern.
What would you know of it then?
Elbryan taught it to me. The sword dance, all of it. We fought together in movements perfectly complementary.
That raised Canaver's bushy eyebrows.
Lady Dasselrond was not pleased. Not at all.
I say this not in jest, my friend, but I suspect that the lady considered quieting you in the most extreme manner possible.
I doubt you not at all. I suspect that Belamar Jaraviel intervened on my behalf, and that, because of him, the lady trusts that I will keep well the elven secret.
Oh, no small faith. Are you the new ranger of the Timberlands?
Pony's face remained serious.
Belamar explained that such a thing would not be possible, that I was too old to be considered for the training.
But they let you live and keep well their secret, and that is no small thing. Then that weapon, strapped at your hip, is for more than show. Liam fancies himself a bit of a swordsman. You think you might show me?
Pony considered the challenge for a moment. She thought that she should refuse, remembering her promise to Belamar Jaraviel to keep the sword dance private and secret. And yet, this was a ranger bidding her on, one who knew the dance, obviously.
What is it?
Right here? It is crowded with trees.
Does not the dance take the entire battlefield into consideration?
What battlefield?
Your battlefield. Yours and hers. Our new friend has told me some interesting things about her background, and I would like to test her, here and now.
Then the battlefield is your own.
My fighting style is too disparate from that which she claims for me to take any measure. Come then, Liam, draw your sword and dirk, and let the woman have her way with you.
The man looked at Pony curiously, to see her brushing the snow off her breeches, and then drawing a truly beautiful, slender sword.
Be gentle.
Never in all my life.
Pony turned sideways on guard, her left foot back, her right leg before her. She rocked over her knee, finding her balance.
And if I unintentionally hurt her, will you chop me down, Canaver? I will try not to cut you, and I expect the same. First blood, if it comes to that. First advantage, if not.
Pony didn't bother to answer, just rocked back and forth, feeling her balance, remembering her many training sessions with Elbryan, working the dance naked in the morning light, remembering the many fights she had won beside her lover, their movements too harmonious, too synchronous for any enemy to stand against them. She felt Benel de Sada flowing through her again, for the first time since that awful day. But instead of bringing back all the bad memories and fears and sense of loss, it felt to Pony as if she were with her lover again. It felt wonderful.
Are you ready?
Pony smiled and nodded. The man came on suddenly, a side slash with the sword, followed by a sudden short dagger thrust. The man smiled, obviously impressed. Pony came on suddenly, A thrust that became a sideways slap that sent his sword wide. Pony took another quick step forward, Defender's tip coming ahead briefly, then angling down, parrying his dagger strike before it could begin. The man was quick, and he brought his sword back in, recovering from his surprise, and went on the sudden forward attack. But the sword dance was flowing mightily through Pony, filling her with a joy she had feared she would never know again. He came on even farther, seeing that she was running out of room, with a clump of birch trees close behind. Pony backed right up to them, and as her opponent closed, she came forward with a measured thrust, ending it abruptly, her left hand catching hold of the birch behind her, all her momentum shifting suddenly so that she spun around the bending tree.
Well done!
Before the man even finished his salute, sword to forehead, he had to launch his weapon out in a desperate parry. Pony pressed her advantage. Now her momentum had seemingly played out, and she should have retreated into a defensive stance again, but she did not, instead coming forward even more aggressively. It appeared as if she had erred, and her opponent, obviously no novice to battle, took the initiative and the offensive, easily parrying one unbalanced thrust and reversing his footing, coming forward fast, sword leading, dagger following, and two commanding thrusts that hit... nothing. The battler stopped, stunned, for in his flurry he had blocked his own vision, and now he couldn't even locate his opponent. Then he felt the tip of a sword against the back of his neck, just under his head, and he froze in place.
I would call that an advantage.
The man dropped his sword and dagger and shrugged.
No blood, I pray?
It will heal.
Pony sheathed Defender and moved beside Canaver. He nodded approvingly.
Nightbird gave you a great gift.
Pony nodded her agreement, for right then, feeling that tingling power of the sword dance coursing through her, she gained an even greater appreciation of the gift.
Was that all he taught you?
Pony looked at him, not understanding. How could she begin to list all the things that she and Elbrian had taught each other, or had learned together?
Your hesitance alone answers my question. He did not teach you. And so I shall. Tomorrow.
Pony looked at him skeptically.
Trust me on this, woman. You will find more than you expect, I promise.
Canaver paused and held Pony's stare for a long time, while her expression went through skepticism and trepidation, and then into some measure of hopefulness.
Tomorrow.
Early.
Pony gathered her things, took up Greystone's reins, and walked away.
A remarkable woman.
Canaver looked to his companion, who was definitely not Liam O'Blythe.
Skilled and determined, and a feast for a man's eyes. I told you last night that she would beat you, and easily.
Brother Delman described her as beautiful, and I do not think that our friend Delman makes that observation of women often.
His words could not begin to tell the whole truth. Beauty enough to make any man swoon.
And are you not a man?
I am too old for her. But I am thinking that she is about your own age.
The man, so easily defeated in the sword fight, only shrugged and smiled.
Was that good enough for you?
Bradwarden trotted into the grove, though he stayed the proper distance from the humans, as Centaur law demanded in times of the plague.
She left with a smile, one I've not seen on that beautiful face of hers in a long time.
Well, rangers have a way of doing that to beautiful women.
Her pain's deep.
And tomorrow it might be deep again, for she will be meeting her lover again. It will hurt, no doubt, but it is a pain she is needing.
I wouldn't have asked you for help if I didn't think you'd be helping.
And glad we are that you did.
The tone of the companion's voice made Bradwarden and Canaver look at each other and wink knowingly. Once again, Pony found her dreams filled with pleasant memories of her lover, of sword dancing and making love, of long walks in the forest, or just sitting and talking on a bare hillock, hearing Bradwarden's song. Pony awoke in a fine mood, and once again rushed through her chores and out of Dundalis, riding Greystone as hard as the trails would permit, back to the sheltered grove. She found Canaver there waiting for her, but she could hear that Bradwarden was not far away.
When I hear the Centaur's song, it feels like Elbrian is still with me. He and I used to listen to that song when we were children, living in Dundalis.
He is still with you.
Yes, of course he is.
Canaver looked all about, as if expecting a ghost to materialize nearby. And then a curious expression appeared on his face.
Did he not teach you anything of the other gift? The more important gift of the Tuelafar?
Pony looked at him curiously.
Oracle.
Pony nodded. She should have known.
He once tried, that I might better contact the spirit of another friend lost to us. But I did not need it, for Evelyn was with me at the time. I could feel it.
But now you need it.
Again Pony fixed him with a skeptical and curious expression.
You do not believe that Nightbird, your Elbrian, is still with you. You are not even certain that he has found the next level of existence, or even if such a level truly exists. Oh, yes, Evelyn was with you, you say. But was it really his spirit, or was it just your own hopes and memories of him?
Pony stared at him hard, feeling uncomfortable suddenly, feeling as if his words were a bit too intimate.
That is your fear, I say. And because of it, you cannot get past your mourning.
You assume much.
I read well, and the message is clear upon your face whenever you speak of Elbrian. Come, let me show you the other gift of the Tuelafar, the one that will free you.
But Lady Dazzlerond
is not here now, is she? And if she allows you to live with the secret of Benel de Sada, then know that she has already passed judgment upon you, and that it is a favorable one. Come on, then. The weather will not hold another day, and I've a long road before me.
Skeptical still, Pony decided to follow the large man. He had already prepared the cave, a hollow at the base of a great elm, for he had used the place extensively to contact the spirits of both Elbrian and Evelyn. He explained the process to Pony carefully, then helped her into the hole. She found that Canaver had set a log at one end for her to sit on and had propped a mirror against the opposite wall, facing it. He barely let her orient herself to the surroundings before he dropped the blanket over the opening, darkening the cave so that Pony could hardly make out the shapes. But that was the way of Oracle. As Canaver had instructed, she took her seat upon the log and stared hard into the mirror, thinking of Elbrian, remembering their times together. And then her thoughts drifted deeper, deeper, until she was far into meditation, not unlike that which she used to enter the sword dance, not unlike that which she used to fall within the magic of a gemstone. And then she saw him, her love, a shadow moving about the mirror.
Elbrian! Elbrian! Can you hear me?
There was no audible response, nor did the dark shadow move, but Pony sensed a warmth suddenly, and knew that her lover was with her. But not close enough for her liking, and she shifted forward, even coming off the log seat. But her movement broke her level of concentration, and the image faded. Or maybe it had never really been there. Maybe it was a trick her heart had played upon her imagination. No, that wasn't it. He had been there in spirit, truly. Pony settled back on the log, thinking to fall again into the trance, but only then did she realize how much time had passed, and she had to be out of the grove long before dark. She went to the cave opening and pushed aside the blanket, blinking repeatedly at the relatively bright afternoon light.
Did you find him then?
The ranger was seated comfortably nearby, his black-haired companion beside him.
I think.
Do not think too much, lass. Feel. Your road is back to Dundalis, and fast, for a storm will come up tonight, I am sure.
And your own road?
Back to the east.
And the storm?
Not much of a storm for one from Alpinador. We'll find a difficult road, no doubt, but one that we can manage.
Pony stood and stared at the huge man for a long time, realizing then that though they had known each other for only a few days, she was going to miss him very much.
You said that you would teach me.
And so I have. You said that you think you saw your lost lover, and that is better success than one can ever expect for their first tries at Oracle. You'll get more tries, for I'll leave the mirror in place. It will become easier. you will begin to teach yourself. And then you will know, my friend. You will know that you are not alone, and that there is a place of peace awaiting us after this life. And when you know that, truly, and not just hope it, then you will be free.
Pony stared at him curiously, not really knowing what to make of him and his promise. The cynical part of her remained doubtful that even Oracle could take her to such enlightenment, but another part of her, a very private and a very big part, prayed that he was right.
Enter.
The covering should be over that window, Brother Francis.
Master Theo Bowrai came upon Francis staring out the window of his room at the western fields. Francis turned to the master, his face a mask of pain.
To keep out the cold, or the sounds of the misery?
Both. Will you not join us in the massive celebration for the new year?
For what will we pray? That the plague stays outside our walls?
I've not the heart nor the time for your unending sarcasm, brother. Father Abbot Agrangair asked me to come and tell you that we are soon to begin. Will you join us?
Francis turned and looked back out the window. In the field beyond, he saw the fires, meager fires, for they had little to burn. He saw the dark, huddled silhouettes of the miserable victims moving about the encampment, the many makeshift tents set up in the mud and snow.
No.
This is a required mass. I ask once more. Will you not join us?
No.
Then you will answer to Father Abbot Agrangair in the morning.
No.
Francis considered the night, the last of God's year 829. He knew that the turn of the year was mostly a symbolic thing, the imposition of a human calendar on God's universal clock. But he understood, too, the need for such symbols, the inspiration that a man might draw from them, the strength and resolve that a man might draw from them. Brother Francis Delacourt, the Abelican master, walked out of St. Mirabel that night, while the rest of the monastery attended the Mass in celebration of the New Year. He pulled a donkey behind him, the beast laden with mounds of blankets. Across the frozen and long-dead Tussie-Mussy bed he went, into the muddy field, into the cold wind blowing back off All Saints Bay. Many curious gazes settled upon him, and then a woman came out of the darkness to stand before him. Her face was half torn away, a mask of scars, and she tilted her head, regarding him with her one remaining eye.
Do ye too reek of the plague, then?
Brother Francis came forward a step and fell to his knees before the woman, taking her hand in his own and pressing it to his lips. He had found his church. Pony talked and chatted with him easily, bouncing her ideas off him and her fears. And though he never answered, Pony knew beyond doubt that he was truly with her again, that there was a sentient, conscious spirit of Elbrian out there, ready to help her sort out her feelings and her fears. This was no trick of magic, no trick of imagination, and no imparting of false hopes. This was Elbrian, her Elbrian within the mirror, looking at her, knowing her, and she him. Though the world about her continued to darken, Pony found her strength there, because there in that hollow beneath the elm, in that mirror, Gilseppany Winden had found her church.
How easy it is for a person to overwhelm herself merely by considering too big a picture. I have spent many, many months despairing over my inability to find a balance between community and self, fearing selfishness while becoming paralyzed by a world I know to be too far beyond my or anyone's control. What point was fighting the battle if the war could never be won? And in that confusion, compounded by the purest grief, I became lost, a wandering, aimless person, searching for nothing more than peace. That peace I found in Fellowship Way, with Belster beside me, and with Bradwarden's tunes, and the ultimate serenity of the starry sky to calm my nights. But those are frozen moments, I have come to know, little pieces of serenity in a storm of chaos. The world does not stop for the stars. The errors of mankind continue, and the dangers of nature are ever present. There is no end of turmoil. But far from a terrible thing, I have come to see that turmoil, change, is what adds meaning. My lament was that perfection of society was not attainable, and I still hold by my words. There is no paradise in this existence for creatures as complex as human beings. There is no perfect human world, bereft of strife and battle of one sort or another. I have not come to see a different truth than that. I have not found some magical remedy, some honest hope for paradise within the swirl of chaos. Or perhaps I have. In considering only the desired destination, I blinded myself to the road. And there lies the truth, there lies the hope, there lies the meaning. Since the end seemed unattainable, I believed the journey futile, and there was my error, and one I will forgive myself because of my fog of grief. No one can make the world perfect. Not you, Elbrian, not King Danube, not Father Abbot Agringer, nor Father Abbot Markwort. And I do believe that Markwort, in his misguided way, tried to do just that. No one person, nor any one group, be it church or crown. Perhaps the perfect king could bring about paradise across the land, but for only a few short blinks in the rolling span of time. Even the great heroes, Turanin Denonial, Avalon Desbris, and you, my own dear Nightbird, will fade in the fog of the ages. All your memories will be perverted and warped to suit the needs of current historians. Your messages and your ways will shine brightly, but briefly in the context of history, because we are fallible creatures, doomed to forget and doomed to err. Yet there is a point to it all. There is a meaning and a joy and a hope. For while the perfection is not attainable, the glory and the satisfaction lie along the road. And now I know, and perhaps this is the end of grief, that such a journey is worth taking. If all that I can accomplish is the betterment of a single day in the life of a single individual, then so be it. It is the attempt to do what is right, the attempt to move myself and those around me towards a better place that is worth the sacrifice, however great that sacrifice must be. Yes, I have lost my innocence. I have lost so many dear to me. Every day I see your Karen, Elbrian. You were a ranger. You walked the road towards paradise with your eyes wide open and your heart full of hope and joy. You gave everything, your very life, trying to make the world a better place. Futile? Not to the people you saved. Not to the mothers and fathers who still have their children because of you. Not to the people of Catanella, who would have died in the forest at the hands of the goblins and the Powries had it not been for Nightbird. And had Avalon not given his life in destroying the physical manifestation of Bestis Bolzabar, then all the world would be a darker place by far. Perhaps this is the end of my grief, for now when I look upon the grave of my dearest Elbrian, I know only calm. You are with me every step of my own road. That road is out of Dundalis, I know, out of the hiding place called Fellowship Way, to those places where I am needed most, whatever the personal price. Yes, I see the world clearly, with all its soiled corners, with all of its cairns for buried heroes. There is work yet to be done.
Nothing but sickness and death.
Belster O'Cumley waved his hands and his bar rag about dramatically. He wasn't playing to any grand audience, though, for he and Pony were the only two in Fellowship Way at this early hour.
What's in your head, then?
South is my place now.
Your place? Didn't you spend all your breath in pulling me up here?
And I did need to come up here. And we have carved a good life out of Dundalis.
Then why leave?
I am needed in the south.
That was about the 10th time that morning Pony had said that very phrase. Belster put on a contemplative expression and pose.
So, just so I'm sorting it out right. You're wanting to come north when all the world's bright in the south, and now you're wanting to go south when the darkness of the plague has swallowed the whole of it? Chasing darkness, are you, girl?
Pony started to reply, but stopped, realizing that she had little to say against that interpretation of her actions. From Belster's point of view, from the point of view of anyone who had not walked her recent spiritual path, it seemed that she was doing exactly that, chasing misery and darkness.
You're going to get yourself sick and dead is all.
I might do just that. And I might go down there and do no good at all for anyone. But I have to try. I have been given this gift with the gemstones. A gift that the Abelican brothers claim is a direct calling from God. Am I to deny that? Am I to huddle with the hoarded gemstones while the people around me suffer and die?
That's what them monks do.
And they are wrong.
The gemstones won't fix the rosy plague. You did try, with Colleen, and with others when you were in Palmaris. Have you forgotten that already?
I will never forget.
Then why are you pretending that you don't know better? You fought the plague, and it beat you. You fought it again and it beat you. And you're not the first to wage this battle. Them monks, they know the truth of it, and they admit the truth of it, and that's why they stay behind their walls.
No, they hide because they are afraid.
Because they're smart.
Afraid. They hide because they have found no answer and fear the consequences of trying. If Avalon had thought along those same lines, would he have ever gone to Mount Ada after the demon Dactyl? If Nightbird had thought along those same lines, would he have joined me in my fight against Markward?
Well, maybe no, but they're both
dead. Yes, they are both dead. But think of what might have happened if they had not tried, if they had not gone against their fears and won a battle that none believe they possibly could.
The door to Fellowship Way opened then for the first time that morning, and a young man named Harley Oleman rushed in.
It's here! It's here! The rosy plague's found us!
Pony looked at Belster.
John O'Drinks! John O'Drinks got the ring!
Well, girl, you wanted your fight. Seems like it's found you here.
Pony dropped her hand into her gem pouch and produced the deep gray hematite, the soul stone, holding it up before Belster.
A fight that I am more than ready to wage.
Pony headed for the door, motioning for Harley Oleman to follow her.
But shouldn't John be put right out?
Harley turned to Belster, for it was perfectly obvious that Pony wouldn't be seeing things quite that way. Pony knew John O'Drinks, though not well, but even if she didn't know him at all, it wouldn't have been hard for her to figure out which cottage belonged to him. A crowd had gathered outside the small shack. Pony came through their ranks, casting stern glances at each and every one.
Compassion is salvation! Woe to you if you get the plague and die, but all the more woe to you if that happens after you have shown such cruelty to your fellows.
After the woman they held up as a great hero put them in their place, Pony stunned them even more by striding right up to John O'Drinks' door. Pony found John O'Drinks in bed, feverish, and with those same hollow, pleading eyes that had faced her in Palmaris. She was surprised at how advanced the plague already seemed in the man, and wondered if he had been hiding it for a while, and feared the consequences to the rest of Dundalis if that was the case.
One battle at a time.
Pony clutched the soul stone tightly, bringing forth its magic to free her from her corporeal form, and then, spiritually, dived right into the man. An hour later, Pony sat on the floor beside John O'Drinks' bed, thoroughly exhausted, and sometimes slapping at her arms, as if the little plague creatures were all about her. For all of her determination and all of her strength, she had done little to push back the plague in the man, she knew, and had once again nearly been overwhelmed. The worst part was that she had believed she was making some progress at first, pushing through the green soup that was the plague. But then it had come at her, and viciously, and only her great power with the Soul Stone had kept the tiny demons at bay. A lesser gem user would have likely been overwhelmed by Jono's disease. And so she believed that she had survived another encounter. But for Pony, that was hardly a victory. She fell asleep right there, beside Jono Drinks' bed. Pony awoke many hours later, when the sun was low in the west. She felt somewhat refreshed and turned back to Jono, Soulstone in hand, thinking to do battle one more time. She found the man resting comfortably, though, and decided against the course. Let him sleep, and let her gather even more strength before the next fight. She must be better prepared for that fight, she realized. Should find some answers between now and then. Pony pulled open the gemstone pouch and considered the myriad stones in there, searching for a combination, searching for some answer that would not come. But then she thought of Elbrine and of Avalon, of those heroes who had gone before, and she thought she knew where she might get some answers. Pony came out of the house swiftly, wanting to get to Oracle before nightfall. The crowd was still there, nearly all the town now, waiting, like the specter of death itself.
Is he dead yet?
We are fighting.
Pony noted that every one of the crowd members fell back at her approach.
He should be put out of town.
Hear me well. If any of you, think to harm Jono Drinks, or think you can put him out of town, then I will hunt you down.
Easy, girl.
Belster came forward through the mob and reached out to take Pony's arm, but she pulled away from him forcefully.
I mean every word. Leave him be in his house. Surround the place with flowers if that will bring you some measure of comfort. But do not harm him in any way.
The manner in which she spoke the words, combined with that prominent gem pouch and that marvelous sword strapped on her hip, caused many a face to blanch. These people knew Giuseppe and knew her well enough to fear her should they provoke her wrath. Then, a moment later, powerful symphony thundered into town, galloping down the road. Pony looked at the horse with awe. It was as if he had read her mind yet again, and had come rushing to her aid. She had to wonder how great the connection between her and Symphony had become, how powerful the magic of the turquoise set in the horse's breast truly might be. But those were questions for another day. She grabbed Symphony by the mane and leapt up, rolling into position atop him. And off they went. Pony didn't even have to guide the horse, for he seemed to know her destination well. Before the sun went down, Pony was at the grove, at the little hollow at the base of the elm, settling in to talk with the spirits. She called to Elbrine, she called to Avalon, but what she found instead, whether in her mind or in that other dimension she believed existed behind the mirror, was an image of the world before the human kingdoms. A preternatural world of great beasts and exotic plants, of ragged clans of men living under pine boughs or in caves. A world before the Abelican Church, before civilization itself, before human civilization, for there were races far older than man. And there was something else, Pony realized, as she examined that strange sensation of times long past. The Rosy Plague. It was older than the kingdoms, older than the church, older than mankind. Perhaps the answer lay in the past, in those whose memories were longer than the records of mankind. Another image came to Pony then, but surely in her head, in her fairly recent memories, when she and Elbrine had camped on the side of a mountain in the west, staring down at an opaque veil of fog, with Anderbluck Innerness, the valley of the Tuello Far, hidden beyond it. Later that night, back in her room at Fellowship Way in Dundalis, Pony went into the Soulstone again with all her strength, not to attack Jono's plague this time, but to fly out across the miles, to the west, to the elves. In mere minutes, she came to mountain passes she had walked once before, with Elbrian. Had she been walking now, she realized, she never would have found the specific trails to the well-hidden Elven Valley. But in her spiritual form, she was able to soar up past the peaks, getting a wide view of Mountains Majestic. Still, it took Pony a long time to sort out that maze of mountains, to find, nestled in one wide veil, a familiar opaque blanket of magical fog. She went down to the mountain slope above that blanket and paused. She knew that the elves had set an enchantment upon the place to prevent unwanted visitors, and anyone who was Natuel Alfar was considered an unwanted visitor. But she had no idea if their magical wards extended into the realm of the spirit. She spent a long time studying that veil, and she did indeed sense danger there, even for her in this form. Perhaps she could flow through the mountain, she thought, down through cracks in the stone that would bring her into the Elven Valley underneath the poisoned carpet of fog. She studied the rock beneath her, picking her path. Then she stopped abruptly, shifting her attention, for there, rising out of the fog, was the most beautiful creature she had ever seen. An elven woman with golden eyes and golden hair, with features angular yet soft, and perfectly symmetrical. She was dressed in flowing robes of the palest green, trimmed with golden lace, and a crown of thorns adorned her forehead. Pony knew before a word was spoken that this was Lady Dasselrond standing before her. The elf held up her hand, and Pony saw the sparkle of a green gem within. And then she felt the waves of magic rolling over her spirit and body, as if the miles themselves were somehow contracting to bring her wholly to this place. Pony knew that she could resist that magic, could fight back, and her instincts almost led her to do just that. But she held back and trusted in the fair lady of Caer-Elfar. A strange sensation washed over Pony, and she felt as if she were corporeal again. Corporeal and standing on the slope just above the Elven Valley, hundreds of miles from Dundalis.
I would have been disappointed if you did not seek us out. And I have been disappointed in you before, Giuseppe Winden.
The words caught Pony off guard, and she looked at the elf curiously.
Your actions in Palmaris were not unknown to me. I am not fond of assassins.
Pony knew then that the elf had to be talking about her attempt on Markwart's life. A shot with the lodestone from a rooftop far away.
Better for all the world if I had succeeded.
But better for Giuseppe?
Better for Nightbird.
The elf paused, then nodded.
I expect much from one who has learned Binelda Zada.
I understand my responsibilities. The sword dance will not be shared with anyone.
So Belimar Jaraviel has told me, and so I believe.
But I did not come to you to speak of the sword dance. Our lands are thick with a disease, the rosy plague.
This is known to me.
You and your people have battled this disease before, or at least you have watched the humans battle against it.
Dasselrond nodded.
Then tell me now how to fight it. Show me the wisdom of the ages, that I might bring some hope to a world grown dark.
That wisdom is already known to the Abelican brothers and to your king.
To hide?
Indeed.
As you and your people will hide.
Indeed. This plague is the affair of humans, and we intend to keep it that way.
Pony's expression hardened into a sneer, but Dasselrond continued undeterred.
We are not numerous, nor do we procreate quickly. If the rosy plague found us in our home, it could destroy all that is left of the Tuelafar. I cannot take that chance, whatever the cost to the humans. This I will give you, and only this.
Dasselrond reached her other hand out from within her robes, showing a parchment to Pony. She let go of the parchment and gave a gentle puff, and it floated across the expanse on magical winds into Pony's waiting hands.
A poultice and a syrup. They will not cure the plague. Nothing that I know of in all the world will do that. But they will bring some relief too, and extend the life of those afflicted.
Pony glanced down at the parchment, recognizing some names of herbs and other plants.
Why were these mixtures not known before?
They were in the time of the last plague. The memory of man is not long, I fear.
Pony glanced down at the parchment again, not knowing if it would return with her to Dundalis, and wanting to remember well the recipes.
That is all I can do. You must now leave from this place. Perhaps we will survive this time, and if so, then perhaps we will meet again. Farewell, Giuseppe Winden.
Lady Dasselrond held up her hand, and that sparkling emerald gemstone. Pony held up her hand as well, trying to make the lady pause long enough for her to commit the recipes to memory. But then, suddenly, she felt the waves of emerald magic, and she was flying across the miles, soaring faster than the wind out of the mountains, away from Lady Dasselrond's secret domain, and back to her own room in Fellowship Way in Dundalis. Pony was there for just a moment, in body and in spirit, and then, overwhelmed by magical exhaustion, as if Dasselrond had somehow tapped into her own energies to bring about the more complete physical teleportation, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Bellamar Jaraviel was waiting for Lady Dasselrond just beneath the opaque veil of mist. He nodded his approval and his thanks, for in truth, he had little idea of how sternly Dasselrond would treat their uninvited guest. Dasselrond fixed him with a puzzled expression.
About her child?
Not at all. She has no child.
She walked past Jaraviel, back down to the world of the Tuel Alfar. Jaraviel stood on the mountain slope for a long, long while, wounded by the unyielding coldness of his lady. He had thought that he had found a chink in her armor, a weak link in the great coat woven of duty. But he knew now that he was wrong. He thought of the young ranger in training, Adrian, and wondered if the boy would ever know the truth of his mother, or that she was still very much alive.
Adrian.
The word was an elvish title that meant Lord of the Skies, or Eagle. Lady Dasselrond had allowed Jaraviel finally to name the boy, and had approved of his lofty choice wholeheartedly. Yet another signal to Jaraviel that Lady Dasselrond thought this young lad could aspire to the epitome of the profession, could become the perfect ranger. Only one other ranger in the history of the training had been given the title Adrian, the very first ranger ever trained in Anderblock Inninus. That ranger had gone on to live a long, though fairly uneventful life, and since that time, no one had ever presumed to give the name to another young trainee, but this one was different. Very different, and very special. Jaraviel just wished that Dasselrond would involve Giuseppe with the lad, for her sake, and more importantly, for the sake of the child. When Pony awoke, she found to her relief that it had not all been a dream, for in her hand she held the parchment given her by Lady Dasselrond. She didn't understand the magic that had worked the physical transportation of her corporeal body, and then of the parchment, but that was a question for another day, for a day when the rosy plague was beaten. She still had no solution, no cure, but at least she had a weapon now. She looked down at the parchment and nodded her relief to find that neither the poultice nor the syrup required any ingredients that could not be readily found. It also struck her that many of the ingredients were flowers, including many of those commonly found in the monks' tussie-mussy beds.
Perhaps there is something to those old tales of posies and the like.
Armed with her parchment, Pony rushed downstairs to find that it was morning again, and late morning at that.
I thought you'd sleep the whole of the day away.
The edge to Pelster's voice told Pony of his deeper fears, that this time the rosy plague had caught her.
Gather your friends.
Pony scampered over to the bar and placed the parchment before the startled innkeeper.
We need to collect all of these things and put them together quickly.
Where'd you get this?
From a friend. One who visited me in the night, and that we can trust.
Pelster looked down at the beautiful script on the page, and though he could barely read, the delicate lines of calligraphy certainly gave him some indication of who that nighttime visitor might have been.
Will it work?
It will help. Now be off and be quick, and find one who can scribe copies that we might send them to the south.
Later that same afternoon, Pony knelt beside the bed of John O'Drinks. She had lathered his emaciated, racked body with the poultice and had spooned several large doses of the syrup into him. And now she had her soulstone in hand, ready to go in and do battle with her newest allies beside her. Pony found the plague waiting for her, like some crouched demon, wounded by the elven medicines. But that wound only seemed to make the tiny plague demons even more vicious in their counterattack.
No!
Pony soon found herself slouched on the floor, overwhelmed and exhausted. John O'Drinks was resting more comfortably, it seemed, but Pony knew that she had done little to defeat the plague, that she and her elven-made allies might have bought the poor man a little comfort and a little time, but nothing more. Still, she went at the plague again the next day, and the next after that, fighting with all her strength, again trying various gemstone combinations. John O'Drinks was dead within the week, leaving Pony frustrated and feeling very small indeed. Abbot Brauman's eyes widened when his door swung open and Timian Tetrafel, Duke of the Wilderlands, Baron of Palmaris, stormed in, a very agitated brother Talamus right on his heels.
I tried to keep him out.
Keep me out indeed! I will raise your walls if ever I find the doors closed to me again!
The abbey is closed.
And the streets are full of dying people!
That is why the abbey is closed, as should be Chasewind Manor. None to enter and none to leave.
I am watching my city die about me, and I've had to expel several servants and soldiers from my own house these last 3 weeks. It will catch us in our holes, I say.
A situation more likely if we come out of those holes or allow others in.
Are you not hearing me? The rosy plague has entered my house!
You should not have come here. And you, Brother Talmus, should not have let him in.
He had an army with him. They said that.
That we would tear down your doors. And so we would have done just that. Thrown St. Precious open wide for the masses to come in.
Tetrafel walked over to the room's one window and tore the curtain aside.
Can you not see them down there, Abbot Brauman? Can you not hear their misery?
Every groan.
They are afraid. Those who are not afflicted fear that they soon will be, and those who are have nothing to lose.
Brauman nodded.
There are fights all around the city. Those few ships that do come in cannot find anyone to help unload their cargoes. The farmers who come in with crops find themselves assaulted almost as soon as they pass through the city gates. The mobs of miserable, helpless victims fighting for food they can no longer afford to buy.
Abbot Brauman listened carefully, understanding then the fears that had brought Tetrafel so forcefully and so unexpectedly to St. Precious. The plague continued to intensify in Palmaris, ravaging the city, and Tetrafel was afraid, and rightly so, that the city could explode into rioting and mayhem. Brauman had heard rumors that the city guardsmen were not overfond of their new ruler, and no doubt Tetrafel was having trouble controlling them. Thus, Duke Tetrafel, coming into St. Precious with such fire and self-righteousness, was in fact guided by simple desperation. The city had to be put in line or suffer even worse, and Tetrafel was afraid that he could not rely on the soldiers to carry out his orders.
All that you say is already known to me.
Well, what then do you intend to do about it?
I?
Are you not the Abbot of St. Precious?
Indeed, and as such I am not the magistrate in control of Palmaris streets. That is your jurisdiction, Duke Tetrafel, and so I suggest that you put your soldiers to work quickly. As for me and my brethren, we will continue our course, offering masses from the walls.
And hiding behind the walls?
We are the guardians of the spirit, not of the body. We have no power over the rosy plague, and the best that we can do is lend comfort from a safe distance to those afflicted, to ease their passage from this life.
The healers of the world. I think not.
I am sorry, Abbot. I would not have allowed him admittance, but I feared that his soldiers would take down the gates.
Find Vicente and Castinigus. Work with them to triple the watches at the front gates. If Duke Tetrafel returns, deny him admittance.
And his soldiers?
Keep them out, by whatever means necessary. By lightning stroke and fireball, by crossbow quarrel and hot oil, keep them out. St. Precious is not to be violated again at any cost.
Talamus stood as if struck for a long while, staring wide-eyed at Brauman. But this was not the time for squeamishness, Brauman knew. Not the time for weakening convictions. Their duty in a time of the rosy plague was simply to survive, to hold the secrets and teaching of their faith secure for the world, when the darkness at last lifted. Still, he saw them now, with a curtain torn away from his window, the miserable wretches huddled and shivering, though the day was warm. For kind-hearted Abbot Brauman heard, the sight nearly broke him. The young monk came out of St. Mirabel solemnly, the walk of the dead. He carried a large pack, stuffed with food and other supplies, but the parting gift of the Abelican brothers to this poor, frightened, plague-infested young man hardly seemed to suffice. As he had been ordered, he crossed the Tussie-Mussy bed, and as soon as he did, the other plague victims knew that he, too, had become one of them. They came to him and crowded about, as much to see what he had in his pack as to offer their sympathy. That craven desperation only made the poor young monk even more upset.
Back away! Get away from me, please! Get away!
And then one peasant woman with half her face torn away approached him, and her smile was too genuine and too comforting for the monk to mistrust her. She took his hand in her own, patted it and kissed it gently, then led him through the gathering. He saw a fellow brother then, though he hardly recognized Master Francis, with his beard and long dirty hair. Francis recognized him, however, and he patted the young brother on the shoulder.
I will come to you this very night.
Brother Francis showed the young brother a soul stone.
Perhaps together we can banish the plague from your body.
Thank you, brother.
Glad that his frightened brother was calmed somewhat by the pledge, Francis patted him again on the shoulder and nodded to Mary Calsenfed, who led the monk away. Francis had other matters to attend at that time, but when he glanced back toward the abbey, he saw a vision he could not resist. A one-armed monk dressed in a robe of flowers, standing just inside the alcove before St. Mirabel's great gates, on the safe side of the Tussie-Mussy bed. Francis went over to face him across the flower bed.
Begone, beggar!
A Father mighty have fallen, then!
A flicker of recognition crossed Master Baurei's face at the sound of that familiar voice. Baurai moved closer to the Tussie-Mussy bed and peered intently at the hunched figure across the way, wearing still the robes of an Abelican monk, though they too, like Francis, had weathered the winter and spring badly.
Ah, still alive?
That? Or I'm the spectre of death come to warn you of the consequences of your cowardice.
I would have thought that the plague had taken you by now. Any little rings about your body, Master Francis?
None. But if the plague does find me, then I know it will be God's will.
A fool's consequence, more likely.
I have saved one already. My life for the reward of another's life.
The life of an Abelican master for the life of a lowly peasant.
Perhaps I will save even more.
You are ahead of the odds already. 1 in 20, brother, and 1 in 7 will poison you.
I have treated scores!
And saved only one?
Too many are far too advanced in the plague when they arrive.
And what of Brother Gellus?
Master Baurai motioned in the direction where the newest addition to the plague camp had gone.
First signs. Can Francis the hero save him?
Francis shrugged calmly.
And what are the other 3 monks who have left St. Mirabel?
Francis had no answer. Indeed, 3 other plague-afflicted brothers had come out of the barricaded abbey, and all 3 had died within 2 weeks. Francis had tried to save them, had worked with them, joining their spirits within the magic of the hematite, but to no avail.
It would seem that you have survived longer than the old poems predict, but also have you failed to heal as many as the old poems predict. Perhaps you are not going at this task with all your heart, brother.
Francis just glared at him.
Father Abbot Agringer would allow you to return to us. Of course, you would have to spend a week within the gatehouse, secluded, that even and after several brothers had probed your spirit with soul stones. But if you remain plague-free, then you will be back in the fold, brother, back in your position of master, and none will judge your indiscretions.
Now Francis stared at the man incredulously, wondering why Baurai would even relay such an invitation. Surely Baurai would be happier if Francis dropped dead of the plague there and then. But when he thought more carefully about it all, Francis understood the master's seeming enthusiasm about his possible return, and suspected that Baurai might even have suggested the invitation to Father Abbot Agringer. Because if Francis gave up his mission and walked back into St. Mirabel, he would be bolstering the church canon concerning the plague, would be admitting that this enemy was far beyond the power of the monks and their gemstones, even to be faced. Hadn't the former Father Abbot Dalibert Markwart used those same tactics against his enemies? Against Joe Jonah and his followers? Hadn't Markwart, in fact, offered that same sweet honey, forgiveness, even redemption, back in the Abelican fold, to hold Francis to his side after Francis had inadvertently killed Grady Chillichunk on the road from Palmaris?
Do you see that woman?
Francis pointed across the field to a woman walking with a limp and a stooped back, and carrying 2 pails of water.
Her name is Mary Cowsenfed. She came from Philidian town, far to the south by way of St. Gwendolyn. She, too, is scarred with the rings of the rosy plague. But Abbess Delinia went to her and healed her.
And Abbess Delinia is now dead. And St. Gwendolyn is a mere shell being run by a handful of minor sisters.
But they tried. And because Abbess Delinia had the heart to try, Mary Cowsenfed is alive. Now, you will argue that her life is not worth that of a single Abelican, let alone an abbess. But look at her. Watch her every move. The woman, this peasant that you would so easily disclaim and allow to die, is beatified by her every action. 100 years hence, there may well be a new saint. Saint Mary, who would have died unnoticed had not Abbess Delinia tried. You cannot place value upon people because of their temporary station in life, brother. That is your error. The arrogance that allows you to justify your decision to hide behind thick stone walls.
Master Fio Baurai stared long and hard at Mary Cowsenfed as she made her slow, deliberate way across the field. Then he turned back to Francis, and for a moment, just a split second, Francis thought that he had gotten through to the stubborn man. But then Baurai waved his hand and whirled about, his flower-sewn robes flying wide. Francis just put his head down and walked back out to his people. As he had promised, he went to the newest addition to the plague camp, the exiled young brother Gellis, that very night. And together, they fiercely battled the rosy plague within the monk. For only the second time in the few months Francis had been outside, he believed that he was making strong progress against the disease. But then, one morning, Gellis awoke, his body racked by fever. Francis walked with the bearers as they carried his emaciated body to the pyre for burning. He noted that his fellow monks were watching that procession from St. Mirabel's wall, prominent among them Fio Baurai, with his flowered robe and his grim expression. For just a moment, he and Francis locked stares from across the distance, but it was not a harmonious joining of mind and spirit. It felt so good to have the wind on her face again. Not the limited breeze that whistled through Castle Ursul's windows, but the wide and strong wind blowing across the fields, bending trees and grass, carrying the scents of the summertime flowers.
Yeah!
Constance Pemblebury urged her horse on.
Where are you going? Wait!
Constance ignored the cries of protest from Danube and Callas behind her. She needed this moment, this brief, too brief escape from the grim realities of the rosy plague. King Danube had arranged it, had cleared a wide path to the gardens, lining them with vigilant Allheart knights so that he and his 2 friends could at last enjoy a morning outside the castle, out of sight and sound of any of the miserable plague victims. Danube had hoped that Merwick and Torrance would accompany them as well. He had even rigged a seat to put behind Constance's saddle for Torrance. But Constance, though more than ready to take this chance for herself, would in no way allow her children out of the relative safety of the castle. She felt her hair waving out behind her, felt as if she had escaped the very bonds of Corona itself. But then Constance had to slow, for as she was approaching the far end of the rectangular garden, Allheart knights were motioning her back. Constance brought her horse to a trot and heard the approach of the 2 horses behind her. It was easy enough for her to turn in her side saddle and glance back at the king and duke, and she did so with a wistful and mischievous smile.
Why haven't we done this 1,000 times?
The tumult came from the near end of the garden. All 3 looked to see a mob of peasants bursting through the Allheart ranks. The Allheart knights rushed around on their horses, trying to stem the tide, and under normal circumstances they would have easily controlled the ragtag peasants. But nothing was ordinary about this scene. The mob was too wild and uncontrolled, for these were people with absolutely nothing left to lose. People who would even at some basic level prefer the lance of an all-heart knight now, compared to the slow and agonizing death they were facing. And the knights themselves didn't attack with vigor, for they understood that these were plague victims, walking poison. To strike one was to wear the blood of one. And then, even a noble all-heart knight could find himself on the other side of this line.
Constance! Run him again, and swiftly!
Before the stunned Danube could begin to react, quick-thinking Callus grabbed the king's horse's bridle and pulled the beast in a turn with his own, then reached back and swatted Danube's horse a sharp crack on the rump. Off they flew, all three, running fast for the southern gate of Castle Ursel. Leaving the mob behind, and approaching, Danube saw to his dismay a line of archers prepping their deadly volley.
Barbed arrows alone!
The king referred to the practice headless arrows the archers often used in Castle Ursel's wide courtyard. Satisfied that the brigade would do as he commanded, Danube thundered away for the southern gate, urging his horse into a rough lope. An upset and dejected Danube sat on his throne later that day, his hands out before his face, fingers tapping.
Only a handful were seriously injured. Only one peasant was killed.
Your all-hearts performed with their usual brilliance, Duke Callus, though I fear we'll not know the full extent of the disaster until weeks have passed.
This was a clear reference to the fact that several of those all-heart knights might have become exposed to the rosy plague in the riot. And all of it, both men understood too clearly, was due to the fact that the king merely wanted a day out in the sunshine, a day out of the tomb that Castle Ursel had become.
We should be looking to the greater fortune of the day. Had we not reacted as swiftly as we did, it is possible that all three of us would have found ourselves in the midst of the plague-ridden.
They would not have unhorsed us.
Would they have had to? Or would the king of Haunts the Bear soon be facing the same executioner as they?
It was true enough, and no one had an answer against it. The plague victims had come close to the king himself. Far too close.
We will not be able to do such a thing again. We were foolish even to go out there at this time.
The plague has never been thicker about Ursel's streets.
And whether we take chances or not, there remains the possibility of its finding a way into our house. These are dangerous times. More dangerous to the throne of the kingdom, I would argue, than ever was the Dactyl or its evil minions.
King Danube nodded, but wasn't so certain of that. Of course, he had never shared the little secret of Father Abbot Markward's vengeful spirit, making several threatening visits to his private bedchambers. On the surface, though, and except for that one point, Constance's argument was well taken. The Dactyl's war, for all its terror and trouble, never got anywhere near Ursel, but remained in the northern reaches of the kingdom. The plague, on the other hand, loomed all about Castle Ursel's walls.
I am not certain that this latest plague is not another manifestation of the Dactyl's evil minions.
For all of our cautions, for all the soldiers lining the walls, and for all the thickness of those walls themselves, we cannot guarantee that the plague will not find us, any of us. And if it does, even if it is you, my king, then all the monks in all the world will likely prove useless against its workings.
Monks.
Duke Callus had long ago determined the Abelican monks to be useless against any sort of illness. Was it not a disease, after all, and one far less powerful than the rosy plague, that had killed young Queen Vivian? And that right before the eyes of Abbot Jeowith?
I thank you for the cheerful warning. But in all truth, Constance, this danger has been known to us since the beginning.
Then why have you taken no steps to solidify the kingdom in its event?
A puzzled King Danube stared at Constance.
Merwick and Torrance, the line of succession is already in place. Have you forgotten Prince Mortalis of Vanguard?
We do not even know if my brother is alive. We have had no word from Vanguard in many months.
Surely if he had fallen, then word would have been passed south.
Probably. But we cannot be certain. Nor can we be certain that my brother is not now lying feverish in a bed, heavy with plague. It is the truth, if an unpleasant one. What solution do you see, Constance?
Constance eyed the king directly, then turned her gaze, taking his with her, toward their two children, napping peacefully in the corner.
How fortunate.
How fortunate indeed. And our experience this day has reminded me of how fragile is our existence.
King Danube rose from his chair and walked deliberately toward Constance.
You are my witness in this, Duke Callus. Yes, my king. In the event of my death, the throne passes to my brother, Prince Mortalis of Vanguard. In the event that Prince Mortalis is unable to ascend the throne, then Merwick, son of Constance, son of King Danube Brock-Ursel, shall be crowned King of Hans the Bear, and a regent shall be appointed from the dukes of the land to oversee the kingdom until he is old enough and trained enough to assume the responsibilities of the throne. Beyond Merwick, the title and claim lie with young Torrance, again under the tutelage of a properly appointed regent. And I should like you, my friend Callus, to serve as that regent if you are able.
Constance beamed but said nothing, nor did Duke Callus, who wore a very different expression, somewhat of a cross between amusement and disgust.
Go and fetch the royal scribe, and the abbot of St. Hans, and any of the other noblemen who are about the castle. We will make this proclamation again in full witness, and with all the propriety demanded of such a solemn occasion.
Constance was gone in the blink of an eye.
I hope she made you as happy in the moment of conceiving the children as you made her now.
Danube turned a dangerous stare on Callus, warning him that he might again be crossing the very thin line that separated the words of a friend to a friend from the words of a duke to his king.
I am weary of the road, my friend.
Prince Mortalis spoke to Canaver as the two at last came into the more familiar reaches of Vanguard, nearing home.
I do not understand how you can live such a nomadic life.
It is the way of my people. We move to follow the caribou herds and the elk, to escape winter's bite in the far north and summer's plague of insects in the south.
Mortalis nodded and smiled, obviously unconvinced of the benefits of such a life.
This road was more lonely than most. Few contacts out of necessity. Trust me, my friend. You will enjoy another such journey someday, after the plague is past, when we can dine with the farmers along the road, or speak with the hardy woodsmen of the timberlands across a tavern table.
And perhaps we shall do just that. But for now, I am glad to be home.
Soon after, the pair came in sight of St. Belfor, walking their mounts along the trail, climbing to the lea that lay before the abbey. And then they saw them, the refugees, strewn across the lawn before St. Belfor, miserable, plague-ridden wretches, many near death. The rosy plague had beaten Prince Mortalis back to his homeland. Constance walked by Duke Callus later that night in a torchlit corridor in Castle Ursel.
Would that I was born with a womb, and all the charms to catch a nobleman's fancy. I blame you not at all.
And I do not appreciate your sarcasm. Can you deny the responsibility of my decision? Would you have Hans the Bear without a proper line of succession? Should King Danube die?
Oh, yeah. Pragmatism or personal gain.
Can they not be one and the same?
I am not angry with you, dear Constance. Jealous, perhaps, and filled with admiration. I believe that you became pregnant by King Danube deliberately, both times. You conceived Merwick on the barge south from Palmaris, when you knew that another woman had caught Danube's oft-wandering eye. And so you struck your love coup. And brilliantly, you have patiently awaited the time to gain the declaration that you hold so dear.
Constance stood, steel-jawed, staring at him, not blinking.
You used those tools and weapons available to you to insinuate yourself into the royal line.
Duke Callus gave a great bow and swept his arm out wide. He staggered a bit as he did, and only then did Constance catch on that the man might have indulged himself with a few potent drinks.
You can think whatever you wish of me, but I do love him.
You always have. And do not misunderstand me, for I'll say nothing to King Danube to change his mind or his course, nor do I consider that course ill for Hans the Bear.
You judge me, but I do love him with all of my heart.
And he?
He does not love me. He'll not even share my bed any longer, though he proclaims that we remain friends. And indeed, he treats me well.
He asked you to ride today.
Danube has always held me dear as a friend. But he does not love me, never that. He loves the memory of Vivian. He loves...
Oh, that woman. The hero.
Callus's obvious enmity surprised Constance. She was no friend of Giuseppe Wyndon's, of course, but it seemed from Duke Callus's tone that he cared for the woman even less than she. Wounded pride, Constance figured, for hadn't Giuseppe refused his advances in Palmaris? But then Callus surprised her even more.
Pity the kingdom if King Danube finds his love.
Constance stared at him curiously.
The marriage of church and crown, the end of the bloody world.
If you feel that way, then it is good that you do not oppose me.
A pity that you have no connections in Vanguard. Else you could eliminate the last barrier to your glory.
Duke Callus bowed again and wisely walked away. His remark had been said in jest, Constance knew, but still, she couldn't help but retrace the actions that had brought her to this point. She was not without guilt, but that was only a minor twinge against the reality of her current situation. The kingdom was better off for her deliberate course, and now Constance had insinuated her bloodline, her children, into the royal line. Even if neither of her sons actually got to the throne, their children would remain in the line of ascent, and so on throughout the coming generations. One day in the future, near or far, Constance Pemblebury would be remembered as the Queen Mother of Hans the Bear. Roger looked at his lover and blamed himself. There was no avoiding it. Daisy had wanted to come back to Palmaris for a visit. The plague had arrived in all force in Caertanella anyway, but Roger had argued against the course. But he hadn't argued strenuously enough, and the two had traveled south. Now, less than a month later, Daisy stood beside him on wobbly legs, her eyes sunken and listless, her brow beaded with the sweat of a fever, her body marked by rosy splotches ringed in white. Though Roger had taken great pains to cover the woman enough to hide those telltale marks before venturing here to St. Precious. Still, it would not be enough, he knew, to get them through the gatehouse. They had been admitted over the Tussie-Mussy bed immediately, for Abbot Brauman's invitation to them remained in force. However, inside the gatehouse came a second test, where several monks, trained with soul stones, sent out their spirits to inspect any who would cross into the abbey. With that uncomfortable scrutiny ended, Roger now could only wait and hope. The minutes stretched on, and Roger understood that if the monks had failed to detect the illness, they would have already let them in. No, they knew the truth of it, he realized, and had gone to speak with Abbot Brauman. Roger knew what was coming, even as the small panel slid away at the end of the narrow gatehouse corridor, and the grim face of a brother appeared beyond.
You may enter, but the woman cannot.
She is my heart, and my soul, Brother Castinigus.
She is thick with plague. She cannot enter St. Precious. I am sorry, my friend.
I want to speak with Abbot Brauman.
Then come in.
Roger looked at Daisy.
What of her?
She cannot enter, nor can she remain within the gatehouse. Send her back out beyond the flower bed.
Roger considered the course. Things beyond that flower bed were not pretty, with plague victims milling about, and since the town guard would come nowhere near them, lawlessness abundant. He had to take Daisy back to their rented room at the Giant's Bones.
Tell Abbot Brauman that I will soon return. Alone.
If you go back beyond the flower bed, then you will be subjected to another spiritual inspection before you are allowed to enter the abbey.
I will be gone but a few minutes!
A few seconds would be too long a time.
The panel at the end of the corridor slammed shut. Roger's heart sank. He had hoped that as a personal friend of Brauman's, he would find some assistance here, some of the compassion that St. Precious was not lending to those other unfortunate victims. He had hoped that his connections with the powerful churchman would save Daisy. But now, even though he hadn't yet uttered one word to Brauman, Roger was being forced to face the truth, the fact that not Brauman, not Vicente, not any of them would do anything at all to help Daisy, that her affliction would bring to her the same end as everyone else so diseased. It took Roger a long while to find enough strength to lead his dear Dainty back out of St. Precious. Never in his life, not even when he had been caught by Coscosio Bagona of the Powries, had he felt so helpless and so wretched.
There's not many going into the city, alike.
The ferry pilot spoke to the leader of the curious group of men as they neared the Palmaris wharf. They wore robes like those of Abelican monks, except that theirs were black with red hoods instead of the normal brown on brown.
Yeah, dinner sickness it is.
Do you think you can hide from it? The rosy plague is a punishment from God, and God sees all. If you are a sinner, my friend, then the plague will find you, no matter how deep a hole you find to climb in.
Not a sinner, I ain't. But I'm not wanting to hear you no more.
But hear me, you must.
Marcalo Dianero grabbed the man by the front of his dirty tunic and lifted him up to his tiptoes.
There is no place for you to hide, friend. Salvation lies only in repentance. Repent!
Dianero drove the man to his knees. Dianero lifted his other hand, which was now the paw of a tiger, so that the pilot could see it clearly.
Swear fealty to the church, the true church of Saint Abel, the church of the brothers repentant.
Please, I repent! I repent!
Behind Dianero, the brothers repentant began punching each other. Several stripped off their black robes and walked through the rest of the gathering, accepting slap after slap, so that their bare skin reddened.
We are your salvation.
Yes, master.
Yet you took our money for passage.
Kill him, Brother Truth! Take it back!
The pilot pulled his purse from his belt, thrust it into Dianero's hand.
I swear, Brother Truth, if I'd have known, I'd have not taken a copper bear. On me mom's soul, I swear!
Dianero took the purse and eyed the pilot dangerously a bit longer. Then he shoved the man down to the deck.
Get us into dock.
The city was coming into clear view now, the buildings showing through the morning fog. Dianero's anger was feigned. In truth, the former Bishop of Palmaris was in a fine mood this particularly sweet day. He and his ferocious brood had swept across the Southland, all across Yorkie, scouring town after town of infidels, and taking care to avoid any Abelican abbeys, with the sole exception of Abbot Olin St. Bondabruce. As Dianero had guessed, Olin had been quite sympathetic to his cause, and while the man hadn't openly endorsed the brothers repentant, hadn't even let them into his abbey, neither had he opposed them, and he had secretly met with Dianero. That meeting had gone wonderfully as far as Dianero was concerned, for he hadn't missed the intrigue on Olin's face when he had hinted that he might know the way to Pimeniniquet, the far-off isle holding the treasure equivalent of the hoards of 100 kings on its gem-covered beaches. But those were thoughts for another day, the fierce master knew. For now, before him lay the most coveted jewel, the city of his greatest triumph and greatest defeat. Here lay Palmaris, mighty Palmaris, thick with the plague, and ripe for the words of the brothers repentant. Marcalo Dianero had not forgotten the treatment the folk here had given to him, nor the stern words of Abbot Brauman when the fool had expelled him from the city. No, Dianero had not forgotten anything about Palmaris, the city in which all of this trouble with the plague had really begun. The city where Markwart and the old ways had been abandoned for this new foolishness. The city that embraced Brauman, and thus Jojona, and thus Avalon, and their insane ideas that the church should be the healer of the common folk. Dianero considered the irony of that goal. Where were the healers of the common folk now? This kinder and more compassionate church, hidden away by all reports, behind thick walls and stinking flower beds.
Their cowardice will be their undoing. Their cowardice will deliver the desperate, abandoned people of Palmaris to me, will make them heed my words of salvation.
And then Abbot Brauman and his foolish friends would come to understand what their errant beliefs had bought them. This was a particularly sweet day. Roger suffered through the indignity of another spiritual rape in the gatehouse of St. Precious, then stormed out when at last he was cleared to enter.
Where is Abbot Brauman?
He will see you.
Roger shoved Brother Costinigus away.
He will hear me! And woe to those who turned Dainsy away.
Roger turned and stomped off, heading for the main building and the office of his friend.
Abbot Brahmin already knows. He knew, even as we were inspecting you and the woman, even as we were following his orders that no one enter St. Precious without such inspection. He knew that your woman friend was turned away before it ever happened. Do not look so surprised, Roger. Have you forgotten that similar treatment was afforded Colleen Kilroney when Giuseppe brought her to our door?
But I am your friend.
Indeed, a valued friend. And it pains me, as I'm sure it pains Abbot Brauman, that we cannot help your woman companion. Do you not understand? This is the Rosy Plague. We have no weapons against it.
What am I to do? Am I to sit by and simply watch Dainsy die?
You would be wiser by far to stay here with us.
Roger turned to see his old friend Brauman Hurd. The man had noticeably aged in the last year, the first signs of silver streaking his curly black hair, and deep lines running out from the sides of his eyes.
There are plague houses which will make your Dainsy comfortable. I can arrange it. You need not return to her.
Roger stared at him incredulously.
There is nothing you can do for her, and contact with her greatly endangers you.
There must be some answer.
There is nothing. Only to hide, and you must hide with us.
Dainsy needs me.
You will do nothing more than watch her die.
Then that is what I must do. I must watch her die. I must hold her hand and bid her farewell on her journey.
Those are a fool's words.
You don't know what you're talking...
Then, Roger's legs gave out beneath him. He fell to his knees. Both monks rushed to him immediately.
I will arrange for her care.
You will stay with us, among friends.
Roger considered their words, their good intentions, for a brief moment. But any comfort or hope they tried to impart was fast washed away by an image of Dainsy, Roger's dear Dainsy, the woman he had come to love so dearly, lying feverish on a bed and calling out for him. That was a cry that Roger Lockless, whatever the potential danger, could not ignore.
No! No! If you cannot help her, then I will find someone else who can.
There is no one, and nothing.
Then I will stay with her, to the end.
Both monks had seen this behavior before, of course, in Giuseppe, and so it was not unexpected that one who was not of the church could not see the greater good against the immediate pain. Roger started to walk away, but stopped suddenly and wheeled about.
I wish to marry her, formally, before the eyes of God.
She cannot come here.
Will you do that much for me at least? Perform the ceremony from across the tussy-mussy bed.
Roger stared hard at his friend. Costinigus, too, looked at Brauman.
I would prefer that you not return to her. You ask me to sanction a union that cannot last out the rest of the summer.
I ask you to confirm our love before God's eyes as something sacred, for that it is. Can you not even do that much for me?
If I believed that there was some chance that I might convince you to abandon this lost cause, then surely I would. But if you are determined to remain beside the poor woman, then better that it be a union sanctioned by God. Go and bring her to the tussy-mussy bed, and be quick, before I become convinced that I too am playing the part of the fool.
Do not.
Francis stepped in front of the irate man with wild, bloodshot eyes and telltale rings on his bare arms. He blocked his path to the tussy-mussy bed and St. Mirabel, for Francis understood all too clearly that the brothers atop the wall with crossbows and gemstones were very serious about killing him if he approached.
You cannot hope.
The man, who had just watched his only son carted off to the common grave, wasn't listening. He came forward like a charging bull and swung his heavy arms furiously. Francis ducked the blow and hooked the man's arm as it swept above him, pushing it down, and with a simple step and twist, put himself behind his attacker. Before the commoner understood what hit him, Francis had the man's right arm bent up behind his back, while Francis's left arm was across the man's neck. The man tried to pull straight ahead, but Francis slipped one foot in front of him, and down they went.
I'll kill you all! I'll kill you to death! I will!
I understand, your son. I know your pain.
How could ye? What are ye or any of your stinking monk friends knowing of anything?
Francis felt a boot come down heavily on the small of his back, and then they fell over him. Only a pair of men, but many others gathered around, wild looks in their eyes. They tore Francis free of the sobbing man and brought him up roughly, though he managed to get in one quick punch against one man and a pair of sharp kicks to the other's shin. He knew that they had him caught, and understood that others would come help them if he wriggled free. Then the mob swirled about Francis, and then parted. For shoving her way through it came Mary Calzenfed.
We'll kill him! We'll kill all the bastards!
Mary promptly smacked the man across the face.
What, are y'all gone mad? This one's been helping us every day, and came out to us healthy. Can any of the rest of you say that you'd be so generous if you didn't think you yourself had the plague already? Oh, but what a lot of fools I got myself caught up with, to be hitting so on poor brother Francis.
The two men holding Francis roughly pushed him free.
Bah! Mary's right! This one ain't done nothing earning him a beating!
The man turned ominously toward St. Mirabel.
But them others!
Again, Francis rushed to the forefront.
They will kill you all before you ever get near the wall! And look at that wall! How do you plan to get over it? Or through it? A team of Togairu ponies could not run around through that door, I promise you!
But these were not reasonable people. No, they had lost everything. And in the pain and hopelessness of that moment, Francis's words rang hollow. And so they started off. And so did Brother Francis. But not physically. The monk reached into his pouch and clenched his hand about his soul stone, falling into its magic, freeing his spirit from his body. Francis went right for the apparent leader of the mob, the man who had torn him from the grieving father. He did not want to possess the man, but Francis did send his spirit into him. And once inside the man's thoughts, the monk began to impart images and sounds of slaughter, of men running, screaming, while magical fires bit at them and peeled away their flesh. Francis showed the man a scene of bodies piled 20 deep atop the tussy-mussy bed. And then the connection was broken. Suddenly, Francis's spirit sent careening back to his body. He blinked his eyes, working hard to recover from the shock, fearing that the slaughter had already begun. But the mob was still there, hardly moving, just staring at their leader, who stood open-mouthed, staring blankly at the towering wall and at the deadly monks standing atop it. Mary Calzenfed was at his arm all the while, tugging hard.
Please, you must turn about. Please, this is foolishness.
The man, seeming unsure, glanced back at Francis.
They will kill you, every one of you.
The man closed his eyes and clenched his fists at his sides. But whatever the level of rage within him, he could not ignore the simple fact that they had no chance even to get anywhere near their enemies. No chance at all. He lifted his clenched fists into the air, but then the man walked back from the tussy-mussy bed, the battle line it seemed, and roughly jostled through the crowd. Francis soon became aware that many of those around him weren't very happy with this outcome. In Francis's estimation, they had just avoided a complete slaughter. He nodded to Mary, then turned to find a wrinkled old woman, her face as sharp as Yorkie cheese, glaring at him.
Bah, but ain't she spittin' pretty words? Is that why they sent you out, Brother Francis St. Mirabel? To talk pretty and keep us walking dead folk in our place?
Francis couldn't find the words to answer her.
Who's caring about you anyway, Brother Francis the Saint? You're soon to catch the roses if you ain't already, and soon to be put in the ground.
Far from disputing her or yelling at her, Francis stood there and accepted the judgment. and the looks of all those who had turned from St. Mirabel's fortified gate. And he accepted, too, the old crone's prediction, for Francis honestly believed that the last one he had tried to cure had beaten him back, and more. Francis was fairly convinced that the plague was growing within him.
Perhaps our dear brother Francis serves a purpose after all.
Theo Bowrai spoke to Father Abbot Agrangair as the pair watched the spectacle from the wall.
For them, I mean. A pity if they came against us.
You sound as if you would enjoy such a sight.
No, not so. And forgive me, Father Abbot, it is only that I feel so helpless in these circumstances. There are times when I wondered if God has deserted the world.
Indeed. Take care, for you are spouting words akin to that of our dear misguided brother Dionero.
No, I only mean that...
I know what you mean, and what you meant.
A long and uncomfortable silence followed.
How fare the brothers working on the herbal poultices and syrups that Brother Francis bade us to make? The ones that came down from the timberlands, from Giuseppe, we believe?
They had all the ingredients available. I suspect that the compounding is nearly complete.
If it is not, then add brothers to the work, as many as it takes to get those concoctions out to the desperate people.
They will not cure. By Abbot Brauman's own words, relayed to us directly from St. Precious, and to him from the very source of the recipes. The woman, Giuseppe, so he said.
But they will help. And they will help to make the people understand that we are doing all that we can. Brother Francis stopped their charge this time. Next time, I fear, we will be forced to use more drastic measures. And that I do not desire. And your observation concerning Brother Francis was quite correct. He does play an important role, more so than you apparently recognize. Look upon him and be glad for him. His choice in this has been a blessing to the Abelican Church as much as to the peasants he so magnificently serves.
Surely you do not agree with him.
Father Abbot Agrangair turned away from the man without answering, looking back over the desolate field and the wretched refugees.
Father Abbot!
Fear not, for I am not intending to open St. Mirabel to the plague victims, nor have I any designs of walking out of our gates to join dear Francis on the field. But neither can I find fault with the man for his choices. No, I admire him, and fear that the only reason I am not out there beside him is because I am afraid, brother. I am old, and have not many years left, and am not afraid of death. No, not that. But I am afraid of the rosy plague.
Theo Bowrai thought to argue strongly against Francis, to label the man a fool and his course one of disaster for the Church if his example was held up in a positive light, but he wisely bit back the words. He held no fears that Abbot Agrangair would prod others to follow Brother Francis, nor that the man would go out on the field himself, and though he didn't want Francis praised in any way for his foolish actions, he recognized that to be a small price to pay. For Brother Francis would be dead soon enough, Theo Bowrai believed. Yet another example of the folly of trying to do battle with the rosy plague.
It is pragmatism that keeps you here, Father Abbot.
Is it?
Abbot Agrangair turned and walked away. A frustrated Theo Bowrai turned back to face the field and leaned heavily on the wall. He spotted Francis then, again at work with his soul stone on some unfortunate victim. Bowrai shook his head in disgust. And he did not agree with Father Abbot Agrangair at all on this point. No, he saw Francis as setting a bad example for the Church, reinforcing the belief of the ignorant peasants that the Church should be more active in this time of desperation. Theo Bowrai slapped his hand against the thick stone wall. They would get the poultices and syrup out soon, but he almost hoped that it would not be soon enough, that the peasants would come at St. Mirabel wildly. No, he didn't really want to kill any of them, though he figured that to do so would actually prove a blessing to the poor unfortunate wretches. But if it did happen, Theo Bowrai decided that his first shot, with lightning or with crossbow, would not be aimed at any ignorant peasant. No, he would target a certain troublemaking Abelican brother.
Do it! You would jeopardize the goodwill toward the throne for the sake... Do it! And now! With all speed!
Callus glanced to the side, to Constance Pemblebury.
With all speed, and with all heart.
Callus saluted his king with a thump to his chest, a formal acceptance of command that did not often occur between the two friends, then turned sharply on his heel and stormed out of the room.
It pains Duke Callus greatly to do anything of benefit for the Abelican Church.
King Danube nodded and closed his eyes, remembering all too well the source of Callus's pain and resentment, remembering Vivian, his queen. But then, before he could fall too deeply into the trance of long-ago memories, he blinked his eyes and shook his head resolutely. His duty now was clear to him, to protect St. Hans as strongly as he would protect Castle Ursel. And though the brothers within the abbey might be able to contain the peasant horde, now threatening riot at their gates, it was incumbent upon the crown to make a strong showing of support for the church. There was no room for argument, and no time for debate. He and Constance sat quietly for a few minutes, each digesting the sudden but not unexpected turn of events.
The mob are going against the abbey.
The pair in the throne room understood well enough that the Allheart Knights had charged out with their typical brutal efficiency, understood that the threat to St. Hans had just come to an abrupt end. King Danube glanced over at Constance and saw the pained, weary look upon her face. This was taking such a toll on all of them. The seclusion, the helplessness, the necessary and exhausting shows of strength.
You should go and spend some time with Merwick and Torrance.
Duke Callus will soon return, and his mood will be all the more foul.
Danube nodded, knowing the truth of that observation.
Go and play. Duke Callus is a member of the court and the appointed leader of the Allheart Knights. He will do as I instruct and do so properly, or he will be relieved of his command.
Constance raised her eyebrows, her expression skeptical. And that too Danube understood all too well. In this time of great discontent and frustration, replacing Duke Callus would not sit well with the Allheart Knights, who truly loved the man. But Danube knew as well that it would never come to that. Callus was stubborn, and his hatred of the Abelican Church could not be underestimated. But in the end, and above all else, he was Danube's man, a true friend. He and his knights had performed beautifully outside St. Hans, no doubt, and he and Danube could quickly put that distasteful errand behind them. Constance, after a moment, seemed to come to the same conclusion, for she rose from her seat and walked past King Danube on her way out of the room. Duke Callus appeared within minutes.
Near to 50 dead, trampled on the streets.
And your knights?
Callus frowned at the notion that any of his magnificent Allhearts could even be wounded by the likes of a mere peasant.
Then we did as we had to. We defended St. Hans, as our agreement with the Abelican Church demands, and we reminded the peasants that even in a time of plague, the laws must be obeyed.
If only it were that simple, Danube silently added. For though he remained stern and solid, and though he believed in his proclamation, the reality that his prized Allheart Knights had just slaughtered 50 of his own people offended him profoundly. And offended Callus too, Danube noted, as the man walked past him and took the seat Constance had vacated, dropping his chin to his palm and staring blankly ahead.
Kill them! Kill all of them!
The rallying shouts ended abruptly as Marcalo Dionero, the self-titled Brother Truth, shoved through the ranks of the Brothers Repentant and the gathered peasants of Palmaris, and charged down the lane the short distance to where the Baronese had gathered. The dark-skinned Southerners had come out in response to the shouts of anger, a group of men and women asking for nothing but to be left alone at their dockside homes in peace. But Brother Truth had spoken, had proclaimed the mere presence of the Baronese as a source of God's anger, as a source of the rosy plague. The nearest Baronese man lifted a weapon, a gaff at the charging monk, but Dionero skidded to an abrupt stop and snap-kicked the underside of the shaft, launching it far and wide. In the same motion, the expert fighting monk brought his leg down and to the side, caving in the knee of the next closest Southerner. Then, still without ever bringing his foot back to the ground, Dionero brought his leg back, kicking his first opponent in the gut, doubling the man over. Dinero dropped his foot and pivoted, lifting his other foot as he turned, angling it to slam the Baronese in the chin. Dinero leapt ahead, spinning and kicking. Dinero landed right before one man, who apparently thinking he had the monk vulnerable, brought a huge axe straight up over his head. But Dinero hit him with a flurry of blows to the face. The man started to drift down, but vicious Dinero hit him again. The man dropped to his knees. There the Baronese remained, kneeling and beyond dazed, and Dinero leapt in the air and came down with a double stomp on the top of the man's chest. Dinero looked around and saw the 100 brothers repentant and twice that many common Palmyra citizens driving hard against the Baronese, overwhelming them with sheer numbers, dragging them down and beating them to death. But even more satisfying to Brother Truth, sitting astride their horses down at the end of a lane, a force large enough to successfully intervene. They did not. They sat and they watched. And the brothers repentant swept the Baronese enclave away, killing those they could catch, and burning down every structure that had housed any of the dark-skinned folk.
It's Roger!
Pony smiled happily at Belster when she recognized the man driving the wagon that was rolling into the southern end of Dundalis. Her smile disappeared almost as soon as it began to spread, though, as she took note of the form beside her friend, slumped and huddled under a heavy cloak, though the day was quite warm. It was Dainsy, Pony knew, and she could guess easily enough why the woman was so postured.
She's got the plague! Why'd the fool bring her here, then?
Dundalis had remained relatively free of the dreaded disease thus far, but one victim could change all that, could send the rosy plague rushing through the town like a fire. But without even talking to Roger, Pony understood why he had come. She could see the look on his face as the wagon approached, an expression sad and panicked, a desperate and hopeless plea.
Pony!
Pony rushed up to the wagon and grabbed the bridle of the draft horse.
Stay back! Oh, Pony, it's Dainsy. Sick with the rosy plague.
Pony nodded grimly and continued past the horse and onto the wagon's bench. She gently lifted the edge of Dainsy's hood, reaching in to feel her forehead.
You've tried your best, but you are tending her in the wrong manner.
Pony pushed back the hood, untying the cloak and pulling it off Dainsy's frail-looking shoulders.
I tried. I went to Palmaris, to Brauman, but he
turned you away.
Roger just nodded his head.
Well, you will not be turned away here.
Pony gently lifted Dainsy into her arms, and how light she was.
Follow me to Fellowship Way.
You can cure her?
Pony wanted to say that she could. Oh, how she wanted to tell Roger that. But she knew that false hope could be a more devastating thing than no hope at all, and she could not lie to Roger.
I will try.
Roger grabbed her by the arm, and she turned to see his desperately pleading face.
This is the rosy plague, Roger. I have had no luck at all in battling it thus far. None. Everyone I have attempted to heal is dead, but I will try.
Roger stood, wavering, for a long moment. Then he collected himself and nodded. True to her promise, Pony brought Dainsy into her private room above Fellowship Way, gathered her hematite, and went at the disease with all her strength and determination. As soon as her disembodied spirit entered Dainsy's battered body, though, she knew that she had no chance. The plague was thick in the woman, thicker than Pony had ever seen it before. A great green morass of disease. Pony tried and she tried, but inevitably wound up fighting the wretched stuff away from herself and gaining no ground at all in actually helping Dainsy. Pony came out of the gemstone trance and slipped off the side of the bed. Her legs wouldn't hold her, so exhausted had the battle made her, and she slumped heavily against the wall, then slid down to the floor.
Pony! What happened? Did you defeat it?
Pony's expression spoke volumes. Roger slumped to the floor. Pony gathered her own strength She had to for Roger, and went to him, dropping her hand on his heaving shoulder.
We do not surrender. We will use the herbal poultices and syrups on her, as many as we can make. And I will go back to her with the gemstones. I promise I will.
You will not save her.
Pony could not rightfully disagree. They huddled on the field before St. Belfour, as they huddled before all the other abbeys in Hans-the-Bear, the pitiful plague victims praying for help that would not come. For the rosy plague, in all its fury, in all its indifference to the screams of the suffering, had come to Vanguard. Inside St. Belfour, the scene was no less one of distress. The plague hadn't crept into the halls of the abbey yet, but for the brothers of St. Belfour, gentle Brother Delman, and all those trained under the compassionate guidance of Abbot Agrangair, witnessing such horrendous suffering in their fellow vanguardsmen was profoundly upsetting. After the initial reports of the plague in Vanguard had filtered into St. Belfour, Abbot Haney and Brother Delman had huddled in Haney's office, arguing their course of action. The two had never truly disagreed, yet neither had they been in a state of agreement, both of them wavering back and forth, to help or not to help. They knew church doctrine concerning the rosy plague. It was written prominently in the guiding books of every Abelican abbey, but these were not men who willingly turned their backs on people in need. And so they argued and they shouted, they banged their hands in frustration on Haney's great desk, and thumped their heads against the walls. But in the end, they did as the church instructed. They locked their gates. They tried to be generous to the gathered victims, tried to persuade them to return to their homes, and when that failed, they offered them as many supplies as they could spare. And the crowd, understanding the generosity, and much closer to the brethren of the region than were the folk of many southern cities to their abbeys, had complied with Abbot Haney's requests. The gathered victims had formed two groups, with a distinctive space in between them, so that the monks could go out on their daily tasks, mostly collecting food, much of which would be turned over to the plague victims. Still, for all the cooperation and all the understanding on both sides of St. Belfour's imposing wall, Haney and Delman remained miserable prisoners, sealed in by the sounds of suffering, by their own helplessness. Every day and every night, they heard them.
I cannot suffer this.
Brother Delman had just come from the wall, from viewing the bodies of those who had died the previous night, including 2 children. Abbot Haney held up his hands. He had no answers, obviously. There was no darker and more secluded place to hide.
I will go out to them.
To what end?
Now it was Delman's turn to shrug.
I pray that you will afford me a single soul stone, that I might try at least to alleviate some of the suffering.
You're knowing the old songs, I trust. And you know where the church stands concerning this.
Of course. The chances are greater that I will become afflicted than that I will actually cure anybody. We are supposed to lock the gates and block our ears, sit within our abbeys as long as we do not contract the plague, and speak of the higher aspects of life and faith. We are to discuss how many angels might kneel upon our thumbnails in ceremonies of mutual prayer or other such vital issues.
Brother Delman!
Delman relented and nodded, understanding that his friend was as pained by all this as he was. They stood facing each other quietly for a long while.
I am leaving the abbey. I cannot suffer this. Will you give me a soul stone?
Abbot Haney smiled and turned his stare to the room's only window. He couldn't even see out of it from his angle, for the opening was so narrow and the surrounding stone wall thick, and even if he could have seen through it, the view was of nothing but the trees of the hills behind St. Belfour. But Haney didn't actually have to see outside to view the scene in his mind.
Do not leave the abbey.
I must.
You cannot suffer this, nor can I. Don't you leave the abbey, for we'll soon throw wide our gates and let the sufferers in.
Delman's eyes widened with shock, still shaking his head, even more forcefully now at this unexpected and frightening proclamation.
This is something I must do. I did not mean...
Are you thinking that I'm not hearing the cries?
But the other brothers...
We'll be getting a choice. I'll tell them my plans, and tell them there is no dishonour in taking a boat I'm chartering for the south, for the safety of St. Mirabel. Let them go who will. they'll be welcomed well enough by Abbot Agrangair in the Big Abbey. And for St. Belfar, we'll make her a house of healing, or of trying, at least.
Haney rose from his seat and came around the desk, nodding his head for every shake that Delman gave of his. When he got close to the man, Delman broke down, falling over Haney and wrapping him in a hug of appreciation and relief. For Roland Delman was truly terrified, and Haney's bold decision had just lent him strength when he most needed it.
You should not be here, my friend.
Prince Mortalis spoke to Andy Canaver when the ranger arrived unexpectedly at Pirith Vanguard.
Our fears have come true. The plague is thick about the land. Run north to your home, my friend, to the clean air of Alpinidor.
Not so clean.
I have no answers for you. We have recipes for salves and the like that will ease the suffering, so it is said. But they'll not cure the plague.
Perhaps the winter, then. Perhaps the cold of winter will drive the plague from our lands.
Prince Mortalis nodded hopefully and supportively, but he knew the grim truth of the rosy plague, and he suspected that the fierce Alpinidoran weather would only make the plague even more terrible for those suffering from it. Pony went at the plague again, and was again overwhelmed. She tried different gemstone combinations, and many of the previous ones, and was again and again overwhelmed. They used the salves and the syrups and their prayers, all to little or no avail. Pony quickly came to realize that she would not save Daisy, and also strongly suspected that this infection, so brutal and complete, would be the one to get her, that her attempts with Daisy would spell her doom. And yet she understood that she could not stop trying. Every time she looked at Roger's heartbroken expression, she knew that she had to try. One evening after her latest miserable attempt, the exhausted Pony rode Greystone out of Dundalis to the north, to the grove and the little hollow she used for Oracle. She was going to Elbrine this night, as much to inform him that she believed she might soon be joining him, as to garner any particular insights. She just needed his spirit at that moment, needed to know in her heart that he was close to her. Such a dark night was coming on by the time she got to the hollow that Pony had to set a candle just outside the opening, using its meager light to give her enough of a view of the mirror to recognize the shadowy images within that other realm. She sat back and half closed her eyes, her focus solely on the mirror, her heart leaping out in a plaintive call to her Elbrine. And then she was comforted, for he was there, in the cave with her. And then she was confused, for Elbrine's shadowy silhouette faded, replaced by another indistinct image, one that Pony could not make out for a long, long while. And then it came clearer to her, combining with memories of a long-ago time in a faraway place. Avalyn's hand.
She's clear to the stream, and that's where you should be setting your camp.
And you will look beyond it tonight, while I am at work with Daisy.
Brad Wooden gave Pony a scowl.
You get yourself some sleep tonight. You've been running yourself straight for 5 days since we left Dundalis. You got sinfully tired, and that's not a thing I've seen done before.
Pony started to argue, but wound up just nodding her head, for his words were true. She had gone straight back to Dundalis after her vision at Oracle, had roused Roger and Daisy, then had gone out from the town, sending her thoughts wide and far for Symphony, Magnificent Symphony, the only horse in all the world strong enough to get her and Daisy to the Barbican and Mount Ada in time to save poor Daisy. The horse had come to her almost immediately, as if he had been waiting for this very moment, as if Symphony, with that intelligence that was not human but seemed in so many ways to be beyond human, had known that he and Pony would make this journey. Perhaps that was exactly it, Pony dared to believe. Symphony had been intimately connected to both Elbrine and Avalyn through the turquoise gemstone. Perhaps those same spirits that had imparted the image to Pony at Oracle had done the same to Symphony through the continuing magic of the turquoise. Pony had to believe that, for the sake of Daisy and of herself and of all the world. They had set out that same night, and wasn't Roger heartbroken when Pony explained without room for debate that he would not be joining them, that Greystone, for all his strength and desire, could not begin to match the pace they needed to set with Symphony. 2 days north of Dundalis, Pony had found unexpected assistance when they had come upon Bradwarden, and the centaur, with the strength and stamina of a horse and the intelligence of a human, had agreed to scout the fields and trails ahead of them long into each night, then report back to her on the best and fastest course. And how swiftly Symphony, though carrying both Pony and Dainsy, had run that course. Pony had aided Symphony's effort with the Malachite, magically lightening the load, and with the Hematite, spirit walking and leeching some of the strength from creatures, deer mostly, along the road, then imparting it to the stallion. Now, 5 days out, they had covered hundreds of miles. The ring of mountains that marked the Barbican was already in sight. It was a good thing, too, Pony knew. For though she had spent every night with Dainsy, using the Soul Stone to try to beat back the edges of the encroaching plague, and though she had coated the woman in salve, Dainsy was nearing her bitter end. She couldn't even reply to Pony anymore, spent her days and nights in delirium, her eyes rolled open and closed unseeing. Her words, when she said anything, were jumbled and confused. Dainsy could die at any moment, Pony knew, so she could only pray that the woman would live long enough to get to the flattened top of Mount Ada, and that Pony's interpretation of the vision would prove correct. The thought of going back to Roger with news that Dainsy had died nearly broke Pony's heart. They traveled to the stream and set camp. Bradwarden lingered about the area for a while, then disappeared into the forest to scout the road ahead. To Pony's surprise, he returned a short while later, looking none too pleased.
Goblins! You knew we'd meet up with this scum.
How many?
Small tribe. I might be finding a way around them.
No time.
Now what are you thinking? If you go in there throwing your fireballs, then you're likely to bring hosts of the creatures down upon us. I'll find us another road.
No time!
Pony tossed blanket and saddle on Symphony, tightened the girth, and mounted.
Goblins killed O'Brien's Uncle Mather. As fine a fighter
He did not have these.
Pony jingled her purse of gemstones, and she put her heels to Symphony's flanks. She wore the cat's eye circlet around her forehead, and so had little trouble seeing in the dark. She followed the lone trail available, and soon noted movement among the branches of a tree. A pair, at least, of goblins doing sentry duty for the campsite in a small clearing beyond.
Venom and Dials!
Pony rode right by the downed pair of goblins, into the clearing.
Be gone from this place!
Symphony reared as she pulled Defender from its sheath, though in truth, her other hand clutched the weapons, Serpentine and Ruby, that she intended to use.
Be gone! Be gone! Crispus Colcantus Clypeus!
Goblins ran all over and screamed at Pony, who was now, along with her horse, glowing blue from the Serpentine fire shield. And then one of the miserable creatures rushed out from the side and launched a spear Pony's way. She ducked and parried it with her sword, barely deflecting the missile harmlessly high. But the goblins gained confidence from the bold attack and came on, howling.
Fortis Draconis Incendium!
Those not injured by the fire blast scrambled back to their feet, some running off, others standing still, confused and terrified, and still others stubbornly charging at the woman again. Pony lifted her hand, her magical energies wrought of rage, and altered the magic of the gemstone.
Phosmatis Incendium!
Now shooting a line of fire at the nearest creature, engulfing it in flames. A shift of her arm, and another goblin became a living torch. And then a third. And now, most of the goblins who had been charging skidded to a halt and wheeled about, running into the forest night. When Pony got back to her encampment, she found Bradwarden still standing on the edge, keeping watch over poor Dainsy.
Subtle!
Effective! You can go and scout out the northern road now.
Travel was easy the next day, with not a sign of goblins, living goblins, anywhere to be found. Pony rode Symphony into the foothills before dark, and found a campsite among a tumble of boulders. Bradwarden caught up to her sometime later, though he remained far away.
Are you to go ahead again this night?
The centaur looked doubtfully to the steeply inclining trail.
Too many rocks, too many hills, and too many little ravines. I'd walk right by a host of the creatures and never seen them. And I'm not for the climb, nor should you be bringing Symphony. He'll slow you down more than help you.
Wait here then, with Symphony. I'll take Dainsy alone tomorrow.
Long way for carrying.
Pony nodded. So be it. They were long gone before first light, earlier than Pony had planned, for the night had been difficult on poor Dainsy. She was restless now, clawing at her clothing as if trying to escape somehow from that which she knew was coming. And coming fast, Pony understood. She had seen people die, far too many people, and she realized after the turn of midnight that death had come calling for Dainsy. And so she had set out, first on Symphony, and then when the trails became too difficult for the horse to serve any purpose, Pony turned him loose. She hoisted the woman onto her back and trudged on, forcing step after step as the minutes became an hour. On she stubbornly went, pausing only for short rests. On one such break, she laid Dainsy down gently, thinking the woman asleep. But then Dainsy's eyes opened wide.
Dainsy?
Pony moved close, and she realized that Dainsy was not hearing her, was not seeing her. She waved her hand right before those eyes. Oh, those eyes. Nothing. Dainsy did not see her at all. She began to thrash about, her arms waving.
No! 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 Damn you, Death! You cannot have her, not now! Not after all this way!
But Pony knew the end was upon Dainsy. Pony glanced all about, desperately. They were but 100 feet or so from the break in the mountain pass, and from that spot, she would be able to see Mount Ada and the plateau that held Avalyn's mummified arm. How could death, how could God have been so cruel as to let them get this close, a mile perhaps, from their goal?
No! No!
Hardly thinking of the movement, Pony tore at her belt pouch violently. Gemstones fell all about the ground, but one did not escape Pony's grasp. A gray stone, a soul stone. Pony went into it, flew out of her own body, and charged into Dainsy's battered form. The plague was all about her then, the stench and the images of rot. Pony attacked, and viciously, her rage preventing her from even considering her own welfare. She tore at the soupy morass, slapped it down, scraped it from Dainsy's lungs. She fought and fought, throwing all her strength fully against the tiny demons. And then she was done, sitting to the side. Dainsy was still alive. Pony had bought her some time at least, but how much? And how could she hope to go on, for she could barely lift herself off the ground? Pony did get up, though, and she went to Dainsy and lifted the woman into her arms, half carrying her and half dragging her up, until she reached the summit of this pass, breaking through the ring of the Barbican. There before her loomed Mount Ada, a mile perhaps to the plateau and Avalyn's arm. Only a mile, and with several hundred miles already behind her. But she couldn't hope to make it. Not now. And already Dainsy was showing signs that death had come calling once more, that the reprieve was at its end.
Malachite!
Pony looked all about, then realized that the gem must be on the ground with the others back down the path. Pony set Dainsy down again and turned to get it, but exhausted, she stumbled. She started to rise, so stubbornly, but understood that it was over. That even if she could find the gemstone quickly, she'd never find the strength to use it to any real effect. It was over. They walked through the streets as unobtrusively as possible, making the daily run for supplies down to the dock section before the sunrise. This day, though, they had learned of the riot in that area, of many Baronese beaten, even murdered, and all at the hands of this strange cult, the Brothers Repentant. The 5 monks had lingered longer than they had planned, and now understood, to their alarm, that they would not get back into St. Precious before daylight. They moved with all speed in their flower-sewn robes, looking like walking tussy-mussy beds. They moved to each street corner carefully, making sure that they would not rush onto the next lane into a host of plague victims. Those folk of Palmaris weren't pleased with the Abelican church at that time. Brother Anders Kostinigus, leading the group this morning, breathed a little easier when the wall containing the secret back entrance of St. Precious at last came into view. He could have brought his brethren around in a wide loop to avoid being seen by the host encamped before the abbey, but Kostinigus figured that such a delay might prove even more dangerous. He led them then across the boulevards to the side of the square. They hustled off, trotting along the wall toward the door, glancing back confidently. They should have looked ahead. Coming around the corner at the back of the abbey, running fast and with obvious purpose, came a host of black-robed, red-hooded monks. Kostinigus skidded to a stop. He saw the crack of the concealed door, a portal that would not be noticed by anyone who didn't know it was there, and measured the distance immediately against the speed of the approaching band. He ran toward it, the other brothers following close behind.
Open the door! Open the door!
And the door was opened a crack, and Kostinigus could have gotten there ahead of the approaching brothers repentant, but his companions could not, he recognized, and so he burst right by the door, meeting the charge of the leading red-hooded monk.
Get in!
Anders Kostinigus was a fine fighter, a big and strong man with fists of stone and a jaw that could take a punch. He had trained well at St. Mirabel, was graduated from the lessons of arts martial near the top of his class. He did not know that he was about to battle his instructor. His surprise was complete when the first punch he threw, a straight right, got picked off cleanly, a hand snapping up under his wrist, catching hold and easily turning his arm over. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the red-hooded monk kicked Kostinigus' twisted elbow, shattering the bone. As Kostinigus moved his free hand down to grasp at the pain, a serpent-like hand snapped in against his exposed throat. Kostinigus felt himself falling, but then he was caught, a strong hand clamping tightly over his face, and he knew no more. Marcello Dianero thought to drop his catch when he noted the fighting by the back door of St. Precious. His brethren had run past him, and the monks from inside the abbey, knowing a brother to be trapped outside, had come pouring out to meet the charge. Also, farther back, but closing fast, came the angry mob, throwing stones and shouting curses. And behind them came the clatter of hoofbeats of city guardsmen, Dianero knew. It was all too beautiful. He hoisted the half-conscious monk up under his arm and dragged him down a side alley, and many of his brothers followed. And so began the impromptu trial of Anders Kostinigus, with Dianero, Brother Truth, holding him up as an example of the errors of the world. An Abelican monk who, like all the brown-robed churchmen, had fallen from the path of God, and had thus brought the rosy plague down among them all. The plague victims wanted to believe those words, needed someone to blame, and they came at poor Kostinigus viciously, spitting at him and kicking at him. Over by the abbey, there came the sound of a lightning stroke, and even more general rioting. That would have been the bitter end of Anders Kostinigus, but then a contingent of horsemen, city guard, turned into the alleyway and came charging down, scattering plague-ridden peasants and brothers repentant alike. Dianero thought to make a stand against them, thought to leap astride the nearest horse and kill the soldier, but he understood that this was not a fight he wanted. He wasn't personally afraid, of course, but thus far, the soldiers of Palmaris, and thus implicitly the Duke serving as ruler of the city, had not hindered the brothers repentant from their orations and their occasional attacks on the Veronese. Better not to make them an enemy, the cunning Dianero understood. He leapt out of the way of the nearest approaching soldier.
Retreat, brothers repentant! Retreat!
There was no pursuit, for the soldiers likewise did not wish to do battle with Dianero and his group. No, they were merely acting as the law required them, to protect an Abelican brother. From the end of the alley, the fierce monk watched the soldiers scoop up the battered form of Anders Kostinigus and turn back for St. Precious, forming a tight defensive ring about the monk and warding the angry peasants away. Dianero smiled at the sight. He knew that while many were dying each day of the plague, the numbers of the discontented, of the outraged, would continue to swell. He knew that he would find many allies in his war against the Abelican Church. No, not the Abelican Church, he mused, for it was his intent to re-establish that very body in proper form. No, this incarnation of his beloved church more resembled a church of Avalon or of Jojona. Dinero would remedy that, one abbey at a time.
One burned abbey at a time.
It was Dinero brought me.
Castinigus' lip was swollen to 3 times its normal size.
No one else could move like that, with such speed and precision.
Rumors have named him as the leader of the Brothers Repentant.
The door of the audience chamber banged open then, and a very angry Duke Tetrafel stormed into the room.
How did you—
My soldiers just helped save one of your brothers!
You submitted to the gemstone inspection, of course.
Oh, if your monks tried to come to me with that stone of possession, my soldiers would raise your abbey!
We are allowed our rules and our sanctuary.
And did my soldiers not just allow several of your monks to get back into that sanctuary? Your friend Brother Castinigus among them? He would have been killed in the gutter! Yet this is how you greet me?
My pardon. Of course we are in your debt. But do understand that we have set up St. Precious as a sanctuary against the Rosy Plague, and to ensure that we must spiritually inspect everyone who enters. Even the brothers are subjected to such inspections, myself included, if we venture out beyond the tussy-mussy bed.
And if it was discovered that you had become afflicted with the plague?
Then I would leave St. Precious at once.
Then you are a fool.
The abbot only shrugged.
And if I became afflicted, I too would be denied admittance to St. Precious? And if so, would you and your brethren come out to tend to me?
Yes and no.
You would let me die?
There is nothing we could do to alter that.
The old songs of doom proclaim that a monk might cure 1 in 20. Would not 20 monks then have a fair chance of saving their baron and duke?
They would.
But you would not send them.
No.
Yet I risk my soldiers for the sake of your monks!
We can make no exceptions in this matter, not for the nobleman, not for an abbot, not for the Father Abbot himself. If Father Abbot Agrangair became so afflicted, he would be cast out of St. Mirabel.
Do you hear your own words as you speak them? Could you begin to believe that the lives of 20 minor monks were not worth the gain of saving a duke, or even your own Father Abbot? Oh, pray you then that King Danube does not become so afflicted. For if he did, and if your church then did not come to his aid with every Abelican brother available, then the kingdom and the church would be at war.
Abbot Brahmin seriously doubted that, for it was not without precedent. Furthermore, while it pained gentle Brahmin to watch the suffering of the common folk, Tetrafel's point was lost completely on him. In Brahmin's view of the world, the life of a single brother, even a novitiate to the Abelican Church, was worth that of a duke or a king or a Father Abbot, as were the lives of every commoner now suffering on the square outside St. Precious. Yes, Brahmin heard cursed his helplessness daily, but he was glad at least that he was not possessed of the arrogance that seemed to be a major trait among the secular leaders of the kingdom.
Well, I have your words and your thoughts now. I see your perspective all too clearly, Abbot Brahmin. Understand that I now relinquish all responsibility for the safety of your brethren if they venture outside St. Precious. Exit at your own peril.
That went well.
As if to accentuate the point, a stone bounced off Brahmin's window. All day long, since the near riot at the back door, the peasants had been throwing rocks and curses at the abbey.
We have lost the city.
We could send word to St. Mirabel for help.
Brahmin was shaking his head before Brother Vicente even finished.
Father Abbot Agrangair has his own troubles. No, we have lost the hearts of those in Palmares and cannot regain them short of going out with our gemstones among the people.
We send out salves and syrups, blankets and food every day.
And it is not enough to placate those who know they are dying.
We cannot go out to them.
Then we weather the plague within our abbey, as it has been in the past, as we have done thus far. We will continue to send out the salves and other supplies as we can spare them. But if the peasants, led by the Brothers Repentant no doubt, come against us, then we will defend St. Precious vigorously.
And if we lose the abbey?
Then we flee Palmares to Caer Tenella, Perhaps where we might establish the first chapel of Avalon.
That course was denied.
Perhaps it is time to think about establishing the Church of Avalon, in partnership with the Abelican Church if they so desire. A separate entity altogether if they do not.
The strong words raised the eyebrows of the other two brothers in the room, and Brahman too understood the desperation of such a course. The church would never agree to such a split, of course, and would likely declare Brahman a heretic again, and excommunicate any who side with him. But they wouldn't come after him, Brahman knew, at least not until the time of plague had passed. And in those years, it was quite conceivable that he, with a more generous attitude toward the terrified peasants, might establish himself so securely that the Abelican Church would think it wiser to just let him be. Those fanciful thoughts continued to roll in Brahman's head for a long while, long after both Vicente and Castinagus had taken their leave. But in the end, they didn't hold, for Brahman recognized them as the course of a desperate fool. His current problems were not the making of a new church. Indeed, he and his comrades had pushed the church in a direction favorable to Avalon and Jojonah, favorable to his own beliefs. The current problem was the plague, pure and simple. And even if Brahman successfully managed to go and establish his coveted chapel, even if he split from the Abelican Church altogether and began his own religion, what would be the gain? The rosy plague would still be among them, and Brahman would still be helpless against it. Another rock thudded against the abbot's wall. Brahman glanced that way, toward the window. No, he would not run away. He and his brethren would defend St. Precious from all attacks, and vigorously, as he had instructed. If all the city came against them, then all the city would be destroyed, if that is what it would take. Brahman hated his own thoughts, but he wouldn't deny the truth nor the righteousness of them. Pony knelt over Daisy, holding her hand, trying to give her some dignity and some sense that she was loved and was not alone at this, the end of her life. How bitter it all seemed to Pony, to fail here, just a mile from her destination, though in truth she doubted that even if she could get to Avalon's arm, it would do Daisy any good. The poor woman was too far gone.
I am gone. Let go, Daisy. It is all right to let go.
If Daisy heard her, she made no indication. But Pony kept talking, kept hoping that she was doing some good. Then, a strong hand grabbed Pony's shoulder and pulled her up to her feet. Pony glanced back to see Brad Warden right beside her, holding the pouch of gemstones she had left far back down the path.
What?
You get her up on my back and climb yourself up with her. I'll get you to the top of Mount Ada.
Brad Warden, the plague!
Damn it, to the dactyl's own bed. I'd rather be catching it and dying than to keep away and watch me friends suffering.
Pony helped Brad Warden to get Daisy in place on his strong back, and then she climbed up behind her.
All this time, you have helped, but from a safe distance. Why now?
Because I trust you, girl. And if you're thinking that you can heal the plague at the arm, and if you're hearing that from Avalon and Nightbird themselves, then who might I be to be arguing?
Pony considered the words and merely shrugged.
I'll keep it as smooth as I can.
She is feeling nothing. Speed is more urgent than comfort. Fly on!
And Brad Warden did just that, pounding along trails that he knew all too well. He came down the side of the Barbican Ring, onto the expanse leading to Mount Ada, fields growing thick with new grasses after the devastation of Avalon's fight against Vestas Bolzabar. Then up went Brad Warden, running along familiar trails.
I'll be coming up on the south face. It's a quicker run to the plateau, but I'll not be able to get up the last climb to the place with you.
I may need you there.
And I'll join you as soon as I can get myself to the other side.
On they went. They came to places where Pony had to dismount and run along beside, and one cliff where Pony found the strength to use the malachite, levitating both Brad Warden and Daisy up behind her, and saving many hundreds of yards of winding trail.
Off you go!
They arrived at the last expanse. Pony brought Daisy around, and Bradwarden hoisted her seemingly lifeless form up over the short rise, laying her atop the flat plateau, then helping Pony up beside her.
I will get you up with the malachite.
Bradwarden waved the notion away.
I'll be joining you soon enough. You save your strength for Daisy's last fight.
And then he turned and thundered away, along the trails that would bring him to the other side of the plateau and an easier route to the top. Pony turned and stared at the mummified arm of Avalon Despris, standing strong out of the very rock of the blasted mountain. In the final explosion that had destroyed the mountaintop and the physical form of Bestis Bolzabar, Avalon had thrust that arm skyward, holding Tempest and the bag of gemstones for his friends to find. For some reason that Pony did not understand, that arm had not rotted, nor had the continual wind worn it away. It appeared just as she had found it those years before, without the sword or the stones, and she couldn't deny the comfort she felt in merely viewing it. Pony gathered up Daisy in her arms and walked over to the arm, laying the woman on the ground gently before it. Now what? Pony knelt before the arm and began to pray. To Avalon, to Elbrian, to anyone who would give her the answers. She prayed harder. She took out her soul stone and fell into its magic. Then soared boldly into the rot that was Daisy Aucombe. Might she find better results here in this sacred place? Pony attacked. And was beaten back.
No!
She sat on the ground helplessly before Daisy, who was now writhing in the very last moments of her life.
No! It cannot have been a lie!
This is my covenant with you.
Pony whirled about to see a young monk, Romeo Mullahy, standing behind her. But he was dead, had died in this very place, throwing himself from the rocks rather than accept capture at the hands of Father Abbot Markwort.
Whosoever tastes the blood of my palm shall know no fear from the rosy plague.
Pony reached for the man, and her hand went right through him. It was Romeo Mullahy, his ghost at least, and he was far less than corporeal.
But you're dead!
Bradwarden was climbing onto the plateau. Pony looked at Mullahy's insubstantial hands for the blood.
I spoke for Avalon. This is the covenant of Avalon.
Pony snapped her gaze back to the mummified hand to see, to her surprise and her delight, that there was indeed a reddish liquid upon the palm. Death reached for Daisy. Pony reacted faster, reaching down and lifting her face to Avalon's hand, pressing Daisy's lips against the palm. The effect was immediate and stunning, for Daisy went limp, but not in death. No, far from that, Pony knew. Daisy was so suddenly more comfortable than she had been in many days. Pony gently laid her down before the arm. Then she too leaned in and kissed the bloody palm, and that blood seemed not to diminish in the least. Pony felt the warmth all through her body, and knew then for certain that she had contracted the plague from her work with Daisy, that it was within her, beginning to gather strength. But no longer. Pony felt that implicitly.
Whosoever tastes the blood of my palm shall know no fear from the rosy plague.
Pony looked down at Daisy, who was resting and breathing easily. She glanced back to Romeo Mullahy, but the ghost was already gone, its message delivered. Bradwarden came up to her.
You got blood on your lips.
Avalon's. The taste of his blood grants freedom from the plague. So said...
The ghost of Mullahy. I seen him jump myself. Back then, when Markwort and King Danube came to catch us. Hit them rocks hard.
How can it be?
I'm not for disbelieving anything coming out of that arm.
Bradwarden paused for a moment, staring from Pony to the still bloody hand.
Are you going to take some with you then?
I cannot.
Indeed, in her heart, Pony knew. She understood all of it now.
It is the blood, and it is the place.
What are you thinking? We're a long way from your homeland.
Pony turned a determined look his way.
That Malachi ghost tell you that?
No. The spirit of Avalon did. Just now.
Brad Warden and Pony stared at each other for a long while. Then the centaur came in low and kissed the bloody hand. Symphony ran as never before, bearing Pony straight to the south, thundering down the roads to Dundalis. Brad Warden carried Dainsy now, who was recovering with each passing minute. The centaur couldn't begin to pace Symphony and Pony. Even when Symphony had been carrying both women on the trip to the Barbican, Brad Warden had to run on much longer each night to keep up. But Pony couldn't wait for her two friends. Now that she knew Dainsy to be out of danger and was confident that no goblins would surprise the cunning centaur, her purpose shifted to the wider world, to all the plague victims who had to know the truth of Avalon's arm. 1,000 variables rolled about in Pony's head. Would her newfound immunity against the plague allow her to begin a general healing process throughout the Southland? Would plague sufferers begin to make the pilgrimage to the Wild Barbican? How would Pony protect them from monsters and animals, from the weather as the season turned to winter? And what of food? Would she offer blind hope to thousands, only to have them starve on the road to the north? Too many questions, too many dire possibilities. But none, Pony pointedly and repeatedly reminded herself on that wild run to the south, were nearly as dire as the reality that the folk of the kingdom now knew, the reality of the Rosy Plague, and so many dying with each passing day. With each passing minute, she told herself, and she used the malachite as much as she could to lighten Symphony's load, and she used the soul stone to catch some of the strength from nearby deer and other animals, giving it to Symphony. And she used the cat's eye circlet to see in the dark, then transferred those images to Symphony so that the run could continue long after sunset. On one such night, in the light of Sheila, Pony found a solitary form standing vigil on the ridge north of Dundalis, and she was not surprised, but her heart was warmed.
Greetings, Roger!
The man nearly fell over trying to get to her.
Tell me, where is Dainsy?
With Brad Warden, some miles behind.
Did you get to the Barbican? Did Avalon...
Pony slipped down from Symphony's back, and when she turned, her beaming smile was all the answer Roger Lockless needed. He exploded into motion, wrapping Pony in the tightest hug she had ever felt. They were in Dundalis soon after, and there, Pony, strengthened by the miracle of Avalon's blood, fought the Rosy Plague. Her spirit entered the body of an afflicted man, but now she held no fear of it at all, none. It could not latch on to her spiritual arms as she attacked the disease, scraping it from bone and organ, her healing spiritual touch dissipating the greenish disease. She stayed with the afflicted man for a long time, moving to every edge of his being, fighting wherever she found sickness. Finally, exhausted but satisfied, Pony made her way to her own body. She sat back, her eyes closed, reorienting herself to her corporeal form, and then she drifted off to a quiet, restful sleep.
I am healed!
Pony blinked open her eyes to find Roger and Belster and Thomas Gingerwort and many, many other folk of Dundalis gathered in the room or just outside the window, and all of them were cheering for her healing of this man. But Pony knew the truth of it.
You are not cured.
What?
The man seemed as if he would topple out of his bed.
I have granted you time, a temporary reprieve, but there is only one way for you to be truly cured.
Pony paused and looked around to find them all, every man and every woman, hanging on her every word.
You said that Dainsy was cured.
You must travel to the Barbican, to the flattened top of Mount Ada, and the arm of Avalon Desbris. You will see blood in his palm. Kiss it, taste it, and you need not fear the Rosy Plague anymore.
The Barbican?
Pony understood the group's terror, along with the fact that the Barbican was a place of legendary evil that had been home of the latest incarnation of the demon Dactyl. The difficulty of that northern wild road gave them all pause. Again, that tumult of questions, simple logistical problems, assaulted her thoughts. They had to go to the Barbican, everyone afflicted, and even those who were not yet caught in the grasp of the plague would do well to make the journey. But how? Pony went back to Fellowship Way soon after, needing rest. The townsfolk had asked her to lead them to the Barbican, and she had told them that she would answer them in the morning. But in truth, she had known her answer all along. She could not go back now. No, her road must continue to the south, to Caer Tenella and to Palmaris at least. The word had to be spread far and wide. She knew the only hope for making this miracle known to the whole world, she would have to enlist the aid of the king's soldiers and the Abelican brothers. All of them. Even if she accomplished such a thing, though, how could she secure the northern road so that the pilgrimages could begin at once? For every passing minute brought pain and grief. Every passing day made the pile of corpses grow larger. Pony fell asleep with those disturbing thoughts in mind, trying to work out the speech she would make to Brahman and the others, to King Danube and Duke Callus, trying to figure out some way that Bradwarden and Belster could find aid to begin the first pilgrimages. Pony woke up sometime later, the night still dark, the dawn still far away, but she had her answer. Pony fell into the Soul Stone once more, freeing her spirit from its corporeal bonds, then flying across the miles to the west. Soon after, she came to a place where she knew that she was not welcome.
Lady Dazzlerond!
Pony considered plunging through the misty veil that covered Enderblock Inniness, invading the elven homeland with her spirit. But then suddenly, she felt a pull, and recognized that Lady Dazzlerond was using the magic of her emerald gemstone to bring Pony's corporeal form to the place, that they might speak more clearly. And then the Lady of Carelfar was before her, glaring at her dangerously. Pony noted that many other Tuelofar were about, and that those she caught sight of were carrying their deadly little bows. Instinctively, she reached down and felt her own body, recognizing that she was solid enough for Dazzlerond's archers to truly harm her.
We have already had this discussion. Our borders are closed, Giuseppe, to you and to all others of your race.
The situation has changed.
No, it has not. The plague is a problem for the human kingdoms. We'll not let it or you touch Enderblock Inniness. Now be gone from this place. I will release your body, and I expect your spirit to follow. On pain of death, Giuseppe. Your spirit must follow.
I have found a cure!
That caused the lady's eyes to open wide.
At the Barbican, the arm of Avalyn, the same arm that brought forth the miracle and killed the goblins. The palm bleeds, Lady Dazzlerond, and that blood, the blood of Avalyn, confers immunity to the plague.
Our community has not been touched by the plague. Why then do you come to tell us?
Because you must know. For if the plague does find your valley, you can survive.
Lady Dazzlerond thought for a moment, then nodded.
Perhaps we misjudged your return. You have our gratitude for this information. Should we find that we need it, we will heed your words.
But I need your help. The folk will begin their march to the Barbican, by the dozens, the score, the hundreds. Until King Danube and the Abelican monks get their people in place, that will be a road fraught with danger, I fear. With goblins and starvation.
What do you expect of the Tuelofar?
I expect nothing. But I beg of you that you lend aid in this time of our need. A host of elves would greatly aid that necessary journey. Your people could chase away the goblins, could even leave food along the road, and would never have to make contact with the pilgrims. You could...
Enough. Your point is made.
And is my plea heard?
The lady made no movement, no shake of the head, and no confirming nod.
Be gone from this place, Giuseppe.
But wait! You can't...
Pony blinked her spirit eyes open to find that Dazzlerond had already receded into the misty blanket of fog. She thought to follow, to demand an answer. But Pony understood it all too clearly. If she did go down there, Lady Dazzlerond would use her emerald to bring her body back, and then she would be killed. Bradwarden and Daisy arrived in Dundalis the next morning, to find the folk already preparing to make a pilgrimage to the north. How they cheered Dainsy, many running over to give the miraculously cured woman a big hug, though it was obvious that Roger didn't want to share her with anyone.
I am going to need you to lead them back to the Barbican, Bradwarden.
Bradwarden, Roger and me.
Pony shook her head.
I need you, Dainsy. We must go south to Palmaris, and perhaps farther, to show them the miracle, to begin the pilgrimages.
South, then?
But north for you.
But you can't expect me to...
You have not yet entered the Covenant of Avalon.
I do not want to be away from Dainsy.
You will have your time together, but not now.
Pony grabbed Dainsy by the arm and pulled her away from the man.
You ride Greystone, and I, Symphony.
Now? This very minute? She has just returned, weary already from the road, and we have not even found the chance
and
to...
And every minute we wait means that another person will die. That is the truth, is it not? And measured against that truth, does Roger still believe that we should tarry here in Dundalis?
Roger looked at her plaintively, then turned his loving gaze back to Dainsy.
You and Pony go, with all speed.
Not Pony.
Both Roger and Dainsy looked at her curiously, wondering if she had changed her mind. If she had decided that Dainsy must go south alone while she went back to the Barbican. Pony looked up at them, her expression as determined as any either of them had ever seen.
Giuseppe, not Pony. Pony was a woman who lived quietly in Dundalis. I go south as Giuseppe.
Roger thought about that for a long moment, then nodded.
A fine road, and a fast horse to both Dainsy and Giuseppe, then. Go with all speed.
They did just that, riding out of Dundalis only a few minutes later.
I tell you she'd find her heart.
Off to save the world.
She lit her fires. Now she's ready to go and fight, beside Browman, against the plague, against the Duke, if he's not hearing her, and against the King himself, if she has to. You remember her walk across Palmaris, when she had enough of the fool Marquardt?
Roger stared hard at the centaur. He did indeed remember that journey Giuseppe had made across the city. All who witnessed the bared power of the angry woman remembered it well, and would not soon forget.
Why are you looking so wounded? Weren't you the one complaining when she came back to us after refusing both city and church? Well, boy, you got what you wanted.
Maybe she can make a difference.
To herself, at least. You need your purpose in life, lad. Without it, you got nothing. She's seeing her power now, and clearly, and knowing the responsibility the power's bringing to her. If she doesn't use it, or at least try, then she'll be failing her very purpose. And that's a wound you cannot heal.
You think she'll beat them all?
I'm not knowing if you ever can. Nor is Pony. But you can beat him one at a time. Beat him back, and go on as best you can. Pony'll do good for the kingdom, don't you doubt. And for the little folk who got no hope. 100 will live better, or live at all, because of her workings. And how can Pony ignore that calling?
Giuseppe.
They came toward Tetrafel, smelling of peat, their lifeless eyes staring at him, envious of his warmth. He tried to run, always before he had been able to escape, but this time, the walking dead had come to him in greater numbers, and seemingly in coordinated fashion. Whichever way he turned, they were there, reaching for his throat with stiff arms. He kicked out at one, spun and punched the face of another zombie, though the horrid creature showed no sign that it had felt the blow. Tetrafel dropped and scrambled desperately, pushing through, but they crowded around him, a wall of rotting, dirty flesh. He had nowhere to run.
Help! Somebody help me!
He realized that he had no companions, that he was on his own. And so he tried to fight briefly, but then he was down on his back, the walking dead looming over him, coming down at him. Duke Tetrafel woke up, clawing at his bedsheet so wildly that he wound up on the floor in a tumble of blankets. He continued to thrash for some time, until the haze of dreams flitted away, revealing the dawn, the secure dawn in Chasewind Manor. He sat there on the floor for some time, The dream was not new to him, had followed him all the way across Hans the Bear. Every night since his expedition had been savaged by the little folk and their host of zombies. But this time, for the first time in his dreams, he had found no escape. This time, for the first time, the walking dead had caught him. Duke Tetrafel pondered that disturbing notion for some time, until the door of his room banged open and one of his attendants came rushing in.
My Duke, are you murdered?
Tetrafel held up an arm to keep the concerned fool at bay. To his surprise, though, his signal, while stopping the attendant, only seemed to make the man grow even more concerned. He stood a few strides away, talking openly.
No.
And then, to Tetrafel's further astonishment, he began shaking his head and backing away.
No!
What is it? The man did not, seemed as if he could not, respond. He continued backing, almost to the door.
Speak up, fool! What is it?
The man turned and bolted from the room. Still on the floor, amid the tumble of blankets, Tetrafel stared at the open door for a long time, wondering. And then it hit him. And then the variation of his too-common dream made perfect sense. Slowly, he brought his arm back in and turned it over. Rosy spots. Abbot Brauman rubbed his hands together nervously as he walked along the quiet corridors of St. Precious. The day had not been good, not at all, with devastating rumors rolling along the unruly streets of Palmaris. And now this news of a secret visitor that Vicente had considered important enough to be admitted to the abbey, quietly and after a thorough gemstone inspection. The abbot came to the door and paused, trying to find his heart. He pushed through to find Seamus Kilroney waiting for him.
Brother Vicente claims that you are packed for the road.
Aye, as long a road as I can find, my friend. I've seen too much of all this. I have no heart left for it.
Palmaris will be a lesser place without you.
Palmaris will be a place of catastrophe, whether I remain or not. You have heard the rumors.
I hear many rumors every day. I cannot begin to sort fact from fancy.
It is more than a rumor. Duke Tetrafel has the plague, and even now is in a fit of panic at Chasewind Manor.
As he should be.
He will turn his eyes outward from his insecure sanctuary. He'll look to St. Precious for aid.
He and I have already discussed.
None of that will matter. His desperation will lead him to your gates, do not doubt. And you will have to turn him away. I am leaving, my friend. I cannot suffer this catastrophe any longer.
That last statement, linked with Seamus's insistence that Tetrafel would come for help, explained it all to Brauman. The catastrophe to which Seamus was referring was not the plague itself, but the coming storm when Duke Tetrafel realized that St. Precious would not help him. Seamus was foreseeing, and quite logically it seemed to Brauman, the chaos that would ensue within the city, the all-out riot, even warfare between Tetrafel and the Abbey. To Brauman's thinking, the Brothers of St. Precious had already lost the city, a situation made even more dangerous by the arrival of Dionero and the Brothers Repentant. If Duke Tetrafel, instead of merely remaining neutral, actually put his muscle behind Dionero and the roused populace, then St. Precious would be hard-pressed indeed.
Where will you go?
North, perhaps, to Caer Trinella, and maybe farther, maybe all the way to the Timberlands.
Is there nothing you can do to help us?
Is there nothing you can do to help Duke Tetrafel?
Abbot Brauman looked around, then rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly.
Pray for us, my friend.
Seamus Kilroney nodded, patted Brauman on the shoulder, and turned to go. Abbot Brauman could not bring himself to judge the man, for in truth, he wished that he might run away with Seamus. Francis slapped futilely at the green swamp of plague that bubbled up all around his arms. He knew that this woman too was near death, but he could hardly bear the thought of watching yet another one die, the third in 3 days. And so he fought, if not to buy some time for the poor infected woman, and to buy some time for his own shattered sensibilities. Francis didn't notice that the plague within this woman did not attack his spiritual presence with any vigor, and so he didn't pause to wonder about this change and its implications. Francis came out of his battle soon after, having done little good. He stared down at the poor woman, so close to death, and then, as he turned to leave, he found all the world suddenly spinning. Francis hit the ground, face down. Father Abbot Agrangair hurried to the front gate tower, where Bowrai, Makuso, Glendenhook, and many others had gathered. He passed through the crowd of brothers to get to the wall, and peering over, beyond the tussy-mussy bed, he saw the spectacle that had so attracted them. There lay Brother Francis, his head propped up by the one-eyed woman of whom so many demanded beatification. Old Master Makuso had a tear in his eye.
The plague has found Brother Francis.
Ring around the rosy. The old songs do not lie.
Father Abbot Agrangair stared long and hard out over the misty morning field, thoroughly frustrated. He had been living vicariously through Francis, he understood, had been saluting the man's courage and his few triumphs, and also that greatest triumph of all, that he had been out among the plague victims working tirelessly, yet for all these months had found miraculous immunity to the dreaded disease. But now, in the blink of an eye it seemed, all those notions of miracle had been washed away. There could be no doubt, even looking at him from this distance, mere exhaustion alone had not felled Brother Francis.
This is why we follow the precepts and heed the words of the old songs.
Theo Bowrai turned as he spoke, as if making a speech to the whole gathering.
Our gift from our brothers who came before us lies in the wisdom that they passed down to us. And what greater fools are we if we do not heed their words?
It all sounded very wrong to Father Abbot Agrangair. Not wrong in a practical matter, for he knew he would not run down then and there and throw wide the abbey gates, but wrong in a spiritual sense, in the very tone of Bowrai, excited and justified, and in the palpable sighs of relief from all gathered here, in the relative safety behind thick stone walls and tussy-mussy aromas.
Does it please you to see Brother Francis downed? Every one of you, take heed of Brother Francis and the sacrifice that he made. If in your hearts, even secretly, you foster some relief, some justification of our course in seeing Brother Francis stricken ill, if somewhere deep in your heart and soul you believe the man a fool deserving of such a fate, then I expect you at the sacrament of penitence this very day. We hide because pragmatic church doctrine demands it of us. But we, every one of us, should wish that we are possessed of such courage as Brother Francis's, that we are possessed of such compassion and generosity. We can look out upon him now, knowing that his end is near, and feel justification. Or we can look out upon him now and feel sadness in losing a heroic brother.
Then, with a final look at Theo Bowrai, Agrangair stormed out of the gate tower, needing the security of his own chambers. Inside the gate tower, the mood was more somber and reflective, with many brothers murmuring and shaking their heads.
So, you will go to penitence?
Brother Francis was guided by emotions that I cannot discredit, but he erred in his thinking, Brother Glendenhook. Believe not my words, for they are but opinion. Believe what you see before you. Brother Francis ignored doctrine because his heart was weak, because he was unable to suffer the wails of the dying. Nay, we cannot argue his emotions, but there before us lies the truth of his cause. Perhaps his compassion and generosity, great blessings both, will grant him some measure of mercy in the eyes of God, whom he will soon meet. But he will need that mercy, because he refused to accept the greater responsibility that has been thrust upon us, that legacy of constancy, of protecting the church itself, and not our own fragile selves against the onslaught of the rosy plague. Follow Francis, all of us, to the field and to the grave? Aye, and then in our weakness do we plunge the future world of Corona into complete and utter darkness.
Master Glendenhook, along with everyone else, watched Bowrai storm away. He had just witnessed the prelude to a titanic struggle, Glendenhook believed, for it seemed obvious to him then that his friend Fio Balrai would not back down, would fight Agrengair to the very end if the sight of fallen Francis began to weaken the old Father Abbot's resolve. An image of Agrengair lying on the field in place of Francis came to Glendenhook's mind then, and with new Father Abbot Fio Balrai watching the spectacle from the security of St. Mirabel, at that particular moment, it seemed quite plausible. Brother Francis awakened to a beautiful melody in his head, the song of heaven itself. When he opened his eyes, he saw that scores of pitiful, plague-ridden peasants ringed him, their hands joined together, their heads bowed in singular prayer. He recognized some who had been too weak even to stand earlier the previous night, but with the support of their neighbors, they were standing now and smiling, every one, despite their pain. Francis rolled to his side and with great effort managed to stand up, turning slowly, looking into the eyes of his angels, sharing their love and returning it with all his heart. A fit of panic hit him then suddenly, as he realized that he did not have his precious soul stone. He glanced all around at the ground, hoping that someone from St. Mirabel had not sneaked out and stolen away with it. But then, as if in answer to the plaintive expression upon his face, a frail and scarred, one-eyed little woman shuffled toward him, with her hand extended, the gray stone upon her upraised palm.
Thank you, Mary. My work is not yet done.
They're praying for yourself, Brother Francis. Everyone's sending you his heart. You take your stone and work upon your own troubles.
Francis smiled, but knew that was impossible, even if he had been so inclined, which he was not. He knew that he had the plague, and understood that it was growing ravenously within him, but Brother Francis was not bothered terribly by that harsh reality.
We're all praying for you, Brother Francis.
When he looked more closely at her, Francis realized that Mary had tears rimming her eye. Tears for him. Francis had a hard time catching his breath. He could not believe how profoundly he had touched these poor people, could not believe that they so cared for him. He looked at them, looked at the dying, at people he could not save, at people who knew that he could not save them. And they were crying for him, and they were praying for him.
We're not to let the rosy plague take you, Brother Francis. We'll pray to God. We'll yell at God. He's not to be taking you from us. Don't you fear, we'll get your miracle!
Francis looked at her and offered the most sincere and warm smile that had ever found its way onto his often troubled face. No, they would not save him. He knew beyond doubt. He felt the sickness in him, bubbling and boiling. He could do nothing against it, even with his soul stone, and neither could they. It would take him, he knew, and deliver him to the feet of God for judgment. For the first time in a long, long while, Brother Francis Delacourt did not fear that judgment.
We'll get you your miracle! We will get your miracle!
They didn't understand, Francis realized. They would indeed give him his miracle, but not the one for which they were now praying. They would indeed give him his miracle. They already had. As he approached the abbey, he heard the rattle of armor and the clatter of horses. Marcalo Dianero slowed his pace, and so too did the brothers repentant behind him, figuring that the soldiers of the Duke Tetrafel had come to restore order yet again. Still, he continued toward the abbey, hoping that he might find some opportunity to make life a little more miserable for Brauman Herd and the other heretics who had stolen St. Precious. Turning into the square, Dianero's eyes brightened considerably, for he saw that the soldiers, and it seemed as if the entire city guard had turned out, were not impeding the peasants in any way. In fact, many were cheering on the ragged rabble as they one after another charged the abbey and launched stones at its unyielding walls. It was a situation that seemed to Dianero to be on the verge of severe escalation.
Our call has been heard at last. The hour of our glory is upon us. Let us go to them, our flock, and lead them against the heretics.
The brothers repentant raised fists into the air and charged out onto the courtyard before St. Precious, their red hoods over their heads, their black robes flying out behind them. Dionero was taking a chance, and he knew it. The soldiers, he believed, would not stop him and his followers, not this time.
The brothers repentant. Marcalo Dionero.
Brother Castinigus wore a look of hatred on his still bruised face. Brahmin Herd stood with the other brothers on the wall of the abbey and watched the mounting insanity, the growing riot.
Duke Tetrafel is over there!
Brahmin motioned across the way to where a decorated coach could be seen behind the line of stern-faced soldiers.
He allows this!
He is angry and afraid.
He is a fool, Brother Talamus.
Can we not just reveal him? Dionero, I mean. They hate him. Surely they'll not follow him if they know...
They fear the plague more than they hate Dionero. We can reveal him, and likely that will weaken his hold over some. But it will do little to help us in the end, for this riot was incited not by the brothers repentant, but by Duke Tetrafel.
The blunt inference, though it made perfect sense, unnerved them all.
I told you before that we had lost the city. And now before us, we have the proof.
They'll not get through our walls. Not if all the Duke's soldiers charge our gates.
We will beat them back.
No, I will not have the walls of St. Precious stained with the blood of terrified peasants.
Then how?
Had not Brauman, after all, already determined that St. Precious would defend itself against all attacks?
Restraint, brothers.
With that, Brauman left them, walking briskly down the corridor leading toward his private chambers. After a confused look at the others, Marlborough Vicente quickly followed his old friend. He caught up to the abbot inside the private antechamber, finding Brauman fumbling with the keys to his desk drawer, the one containing most of St. Precious's gemstone stash.
So you will arm the brothers, but you just said...
No, I will not have the blood of innocents staining our walls.
But then...
Vicente stopped short as he saw the abbot take only a single stone from the desk, a gray stone.
I will go out to them, to Duke Tetrafel, bearing the stone of healing.
To what end?
To try. If I go to him and try to help, perhaps they will relent their attacks upon our walls.
They will not. And when you go out and try to heal Tetrafel, only to fail, likely, you will be adding more fire to Dionero's dragon breath. He will claim that if God were really on your side, your attempt to heal the Duke would have been successful.
He claims the wisdom of the true God, yet does not heal.
But he does not claim that he can heal. He says only that the plague will continue as long as the church remains astray.
I will go to Tetrafel.
Herd spoke to Vicente and to Telemus and Castinigus, who had just arrived outside of his open door.
Perhaps I will fail, but I will try at least.
Because you are a coward!
Brahmin stopped short, stunned by the uncharacteristic outburst from the normally timid Vicente. The abbot slowly and deliberately turned, but the expression he found staring at him was unyielding.
You are! You go to Duke Tetrafel, though you know it to be wrong, because you are afraid that he will send his soldiers against us, or at least that he will not stop the peasants from a full riot against us.
They will not get through. Not if all the city converges at our front gates.
But that is the fear, do you not see? You are afraid of the very measures you determined that we must take to defend the abbey. You would not preside over such a slaughter. No, not that. But when you go out and fail, they will come anyway, led by Dionero, if not the dying Tetrafel, and then we will have to fight on without your leadership. You are a coward! You know what we must do, but you'll not have the blood on your hands!
Brahmin glanced back curiously at Castinigus and Talamus, to find them staring at him coldly.
And it will only be worse for us, then. For how shall we justify our refusal to come out and help them, all of them, if you have broken ranks to go to the Duke? What word shall we use against the peasant curses when you have, by your actions, told them that we who remained within the abbey are merely cowards?
That struck Brahmin to his very core, as poignant a reminder of the reasons behind church doctrine as he had ever heard.
So you have shown me the error of my ways, my friend Vicente. I cannot go out to them, to him, but will not aggressively deter our attackers. We shall hold them back as we must, but with limited magic only. A stunning stroke, perhaps, but not a killing one, if that can be avoided.
Castinagus didn't seem pleased with that, but he nodded his agreement. Seamus Kilronny came into Caertanella to find the place infested with plague, but also to find, to his surprise, an aura of hope and determination about the common folk. These were not people preparing to die, Seamus Kilronny realized, but ones preparing to fight. To his continued surprise, Seamus saw that those afflicted with the plague were not being ostracized and told to leave, but rather were being embraced by those seemingly unafflicted. While this generous compassion touched him, he honestly wondered if the folk of Caertanella had all gone crazy. He met with Janine of the Lake, the appointed mayor of the town, soon after.
Got it myself.
Janine rolled up her blouse sleeve to show the telltale rosy spots all over her arm.
Thought me time of living was growing short. Thought. Now I'm knowing better. Knowing a way to fight back and to live.
Seamus matched her stare, his skeptical expression hardly relenting.
Thought. But then Pony, no, she's wanting to be called Giuseppe now, came to us and showed us the truth.
Seamus winced, thinking perhaps that his old friend Giuseppe might have seen too much of the dying and the suffering, that she, like the brothers repentant, might have discovered some false insight into the causes of the rosy plague.
She cured Daisy Ockham, she did. Took the plague right out of her.
Seamus didn't blink. He knew that a person could be cured of the plague with the gemstones, but he knew too that such cures were rare indeed. While he was glad to hear that his friend Giuseppe was still alive, he did not dare to believe that she had become all-powerful with those gemstones. No, Seamus knew of the fate of his cousin Colleen, who had died in Giuseppe's arms. He knew better.
And she has cured you as well?
Oh, she chased the plague back a bit, but not cured, no.
Then you are still sick.
Janine nodded.
But you just spoke of a cure.
So I did. And so Giuseppe found one, but not here. Now, here she can give you a bit of rest from the fighting. But to get yourself truly cured, you must be walking, me friend, all the way to the Barbican in Mount Ada, to the hand of the angel and the healing blood. We're readying for just such a journey. The whole town's going north, and the 3 Timberland towns are already on the road to Ada.
What? Where is Giuseppe?
Went to Lansdowne to help him out over there, and to get him ready for the road.
Seamus was on the road in a few minutes, riding hard for Lansdowne, the sister village of Caertanella, a cluster of houses about an hour away. When he entered the town, he saw a great gathering in the central square, where a tent had been hastily erected. A line of plague victims had formed in front of it, while other people, apparently healthy, rushed about, loading wagons with supplies. Though he certainly had no desire to go anywhere near the plague-ridden victims, Seamus suppressed his revulsion and his fear and walked along the line until he could see the front of it, where a woman, a familiar face indeed, worked on them one by one with a magical gemstone. Seamus moved up beside Giuseppe, who was deep into the magic, working on a young boy, and patiently waited. A few minutes later, Giuseppe opened her eyes, and the boy smiled widely and ran off. The next sickly plague victim shuffled forward. Giuseppe glanced to the side, and her expression brightened considerably when she saw her old friend. She held up her hand to motion the next victim to wait a moment, then stood up, with great effort, Seamus noted, and came forward to offer a friend a hug. Seamus stiffened at the touch, and Giuseppe pulled him back to arm's length.
You have nothing to fear from me. The rosy plague cannot touch me now.
You've become the great healer of the world.
Not I.
Seamus looked to the line of the sick, to the boy Giuseppe had just apparently helped, who was working hard with some others loading a wagon.
I do nothing that any brother trained with the gemstones could not do.
I've seen their work against the rosy plague. They can do little or nothing, and are so terrified that they hide themselves behind their abbey walls.
They have not kissed the hand.
With that, Giuseppe took her seat, motioning for the next sufferer to come forward. She glanced up at Seamus once more, to find him wearing a perfectly incredulous expression.
Why do you doubt? Did not you yourself witness a miracle at the arm of Avalon?
Aye, but not against the plague.
Well, I have so witnessed such a miracle against the plague. I brought Daisy to Avalon, and she was as near to death as anyone I have ever seen. There is blood on his hand, perpetually, I believe. and the taste of that blood brought life back into her body. I saw it myself, and I knew that when I, too, kissed the hand, I needed no longer fear the rosy plague.
And so they are gone. All of them.
All of them, and all the world.
But how do you know? The blood, will it continue? Will it truly heal?
I know.
Giuseppe went back to her work, brushing her hand over the feverish forehead of the woman patiently waiting, then lifting the soul stone to her lips.
We must talk later.
Giuseppe gave a slight nod, then fell into the magic of the stone. A very shaken Seamus Kilroney walked out of the tent, straight to the tavern across the way. The place was empty, but Seamus went to the bar and poured himself a very potent drink. Giuseppe joined him there later, looking quite exhausted, but quite relaxed.
They should all survive the journey. Or at least, the plague will not take any of them on the road to Ada. Except for one. He is too thick with the plague, and even if I were to work with him all the way to Ada, which I cannot do, he could not possibly survive.
You seem to have it all figured out.
I was told. The spirit of Avalon, through the ghost of Romeo Mullahy, showed me the truth.
Seamus hardly seemed convinced, but Giuseppe only shrugged, too tired to argue.
So you can now help to heal the people, because you tasted the blood and are now impervious to the plague.
I can help them. Some of them, at least. But so could any other brother who has kissed Avalon's hand. I need not fear the plague anymore, and that freedom allows me to fight it back in most people.
But not in those terribly afflicted.
For many, it is too late, I fear. And every day I tarry, more will die.
You accept that responsibility?
If not me, then who? I will not go north with them. They leave in the morning. But you should go, indeed you must, both to help protect them and to kiss the hand yourself.
Giuseppe looked deeply into Seamus's eyes, her pleading expression reminding him of who she was, and of all that they had gone through together.
Bradwarden leads the Timberland folk. Seamus should help lead the folk of these two towns, and Seamus should remain in the Northland, to stand guard with whatever force he can muster, to keep the road to the Barbican clear for those who must make the pilgrimage.
You'll need the King's army for that.
I intend to enlist the King's army.
Palmaris. The people are rioting, and Duke Tetravel encourages it, for he too has contracted the plague, and Abbot Brauman can do nothing to help him.
Giuseppe nodded, seeming hardly surprised, and not over-concerned.
The folks are being prodded too by the Brothers Repentant, a group of wayward monks claiming that the plague is a result of the church going astray, away from Markwarten towards Avalon.
Giuseppe did wince a bit at that information.
They're led by Marcalo Dianero, so I've been told.
Seamus poured another strong drink, for he could see without doubt from her stunned expression and from the way the blood drained from her face that Giuseppe surely needed one. Stone after stone slammed against the wall or soared over it, making those few monks on the outside parapet duck for cover. Down in the square below, Dianero and his black and red-robed brethren ran all about, urging the rabble on.
Yes! They are responsible for this sickness! Those so-called men of God! They have brought this suffering upon you! It is time they answer for their sins!
And on they came, throwing stones and hoisting makeshift ladders up against the abbey walls. Another group charged the front gates, a huge battering ram rolling along between their two lines. Brother Castinagus was up front, for the abbot had bidden the monks to use all restraint. With that battering ram rolling at them, though, they had to act fast.
Defend the abbey.
Brahmin turned and walked away.
They are not men of God. They are filthy sinners. And it is their disregard for God himself that will destroy us all.
For hours they assaulted the abbey. For hours the monks drove them away. Wherever a ladder went up, a brother was on the spot, pushing it away, while others launched magic crossbow bolts, even hot oil at the would-be invaders. Dozens died at the base of St. Precious's ancient stone wall, while scores more were wounded. The next day they were back again, even more of them it seemed, and this time another force accompanied the brothers repentant and the angry peasants. Duke Tetrafel and his soldiers had just arrived, all of them outfitted for battle. Abbot Brahmin was on his way to the front wall, even before the messenger came running for him.
It's the Duke! He has brought an army and claims that we must surrender our abbey!
Brahmin didn't answer, just hurried on his way, arriving at the parapet above the front gate tower, beside his 3 closest advisors.
Abbot Brahmin! I am here!
Herd stepped forward into plain view, well aware that many of Tetrafel's archers had likely just trained their arrows on him. The herald unrolled a parchment.
By order of Duke Timmy and Tetrafel, Baron of Palmaris, you and your brethren now secluded within the abbey are declared outlaws in the city of Palmaris, and are ordered to vacate St. Precious post haste. Because Duke Tetrafel is a generous and noble man, you will not be prosecuted as long as you depart this city this very day and promise not to return.
Abbot Brahmin stared hard at Tetrafel all through the reading, purposely keeping all emotion off his face.
We have spoken of going to Caertanella to open the Chapel of Avalon.
Brahmin turned and stared at Vicente, but shook his head determinedly.
Duke Tetrafel! You have no jurisdiction here and no power to make such demands!
All the city has come out against you! How can you claim the rights of the church when you have no followers?
We did not give you the plague, Duke Tetrafel!
But you did!
Dianero ran out before the gathering, waving his arms at the crowd.
They did! Their sacrilege has brought the vengeance of God upon us all! Unseat them and he will be contented, and the plague will lift from our lands and our homes!
Duke Tetrafel! We did not give you the plague, nor have we the power to cure your sickness! But how many times have the brothers of St. Precious—
Out! Out, I say! Get you gone from that building and from my city!
Abbot Brahmin stared down at him. His cold expression gave the frightened and angry Tetrafel all the answer that he needed.
Then you are besieged, I say! If the night has passed and you have not fled the abbey and the city, then know that you leave your walls at your own great peril! Besieged, I say! And know that our patience is not great. Your terms of surrender worsen with each passing hour.
Brahmin turned and walked away.
If they come on again, defend the abbey with all necessary force. And please, for my own peace of mind, if the opportunity presents itself, strike Marcalo Dianero dead.
Costinigus and Talamus nodded grimly at the request, but Vicente, more familiar with Dianero's reputation, blanched at the mere thought of it. He watched Brahmin go back into the abbey, and wondered if he had been foolish to talk his friend out of going to Duke Tetrafel's aid. Wondered if they should not take the offer and vacate Palmaris at once. All of them. Every one. Vicente looked back to the courtyard to see Dianero leading a prayer session, with thousands of folk gathering about the square. The brothers repentant filtered through the crowd, enlisting allies. No. This would be no traditional siege, Vicente knew. The outraged peasants would come at them again and then again, until St. Precious was no more than a burned-out husk of broken stone. And what would happen to the brothers? Would they be dragged through the streets and tortured to death? Burned at the stake, perhaps, like poor Master Jojona? A shudder coursed down Vicente's spine. He did not sleep at all that night.
Here they come!
Brother Talamus stood between the outer wall parapets a few mornings later. He knew, and so did the others, that this would be the worst assault yet. Duke Tetrafel had declared a siege, but in truth, the actual attacks against the abbey had increased daily. For the common folk, roused by Dianero and with many of them plague-ridden and thus short of time, had no patience for any lengthy siege. A hail of stones led the way, followed by the ladder-bearers, and many with makeshift grapnels attached to long lengths of rope. A group stubbornly picked up the battering ram, which had been repelled 3 times already, the last time with a dozen peasants toting it slain, and started toward the main gate. Monks scrambled along the outer wall, some with gemstones, some with crossbows, some with heavy clubs or knives. They threw lightning and shot quarrels, pushed aside ladders and slashed ropes. A hail of arrows soared in just above the wall.
Those archers! Lightning to the back! Lightning to the back!
Abbot Brahmin rose up bravely down the line, graphite in hand. The bolt slammed into the archer line, scattering men. He started to duck back for cover, but saw a figure he could not ignore. Dianero rushing madly among the charging peasants. A second bolt, much weaker in intensity, erupted from Brahmin's hand, but Dianero saw it coming, and with the reflexes of a cat, he skipped aside, just getting clipped on one leg. The wild monk charged the abbey. Brahmin glanced all about, seeking the rope or ladder that Dianero might use, and in his distraction, he did not note that the monk's strides resembled more the gallop of a tiger than the run of a man. Hardly missing a step, Dianero came to the base of the wall and leapt up, clearing the 25-foot height. Catching hold of the crenellated wall and pulling himself up with frightening agility and ease, right before the stunned Brahmin.
That's not possible!
A pair of brothers rushed Dianero, but he dipped, thrust one leg out, and tripped one. Then pushed the tumbling man off the parapet and down to the courtyard. Dianero rolled under the lunge of the second, catching the scrambling man on his shoulder. Dianero's left hand snapped in with a sharp blow to the monk's throat. And then, with hardly an effort, he flung the man right over the wall. A third brother approached Dianero, loaded crossbow out before him. Dianero locked his gaze, studied the man's eyes, and anticipated every movement. And even as the brother squeezed the trigger, the powerful tiger legs twitched, launching Dianero skyward. The bolt crossed harmlessly beneath him. Dianero came down, exploding into a charge that had the crossbowman helpless. The monk was dead before he went over the wall. Still more monks charged the savage warrior, heedless of their doom, thinking only to protect their fallen abbot. Dianero went for Brahmin and rolled him over as he raised his fist for the killing blow, wanting Brahmin to see it coming.
Phantom and Dial!
The bolt struck Dianero solidly in the chest. He flew off the parapet, twisted in midair, and landed lightly on the ground below. He knew he could not go right back up, for many monks had then converged on the area, many of them with crossbows, and all of them aiming his way. Dianero quickly melted back into the crowd. Despite that setback, the rabble came on furiously, scaling the walls, pounding at the doors. The brothers responded with everything they possessed, but their magic was fast weakening, and their numbers, though they took care to stay protected, continued to dwindle under the rain of arrows from Tetraphel's archers. Abbot Brahmin, dazed from the punch and bleeding from the nose, but refusing any help from a brother with a soul stone, looked around at the confusion, at the sheer mass of people coming at the abbey, at Tetraphel's deadly archers raining death from the back of the square, and he knew Saint Precious would fall this day, and he and all of his brethren would be executed. Giuseppe heard the too familiar sound of battle as she approached the northern wall of Palmaris. She urged Symphony into a faster trot, trying to get a bearing on it all. She noted that no soldiers manned the wall, that the gates were closed but apparently unguarded.
Open! Open for Giuseppe!
No response. Giuseppe knew then that it was St. Precious under attack, and the absence of city soldiers made it apparent to her that Seamus's warning about Duke Tetraphel was on the mark.
Come in with care, as you may.
Giuseppe spoke to Dainsy, who rode Greystone beside her. Giuseppe slowed Symphony just enough so that she could fumble within her gemstone pouch, pulling forth several stones, and then she sent her thoughts to him.
Straight on!
Symphony took off in full and flying gallop. And flying it was indeed, for as they approached, the horse not slowing at all, but taking confidence in his rider, Giuseppe activated the Malachite.
Confuto pro labor!
Squeezing her legs and urging Symphony into a great leap, they went up, lifting nearly weightlessly into the air, their great momentum keeping them flying forward, rather than merely levitating. Over the wall they went, but Giuseppe didn't then relinquish the magic. Her thoughts, her energy flowed into the stone powerfully, keeping them aloft. She liked the vantage point and the image she might bring this way to the battlefield. But how to steer? And how to maintain speed if Symphony's strong legs couldn't contact the ground? Another thought came to her. Avalon inspired, she knew, and she reached into her pouch and took out another stone, a lodestone. Giuseppe fell into this one as well, looking out across the city to the raging battle she could now see over at St. Precious Abbey. She focused on the Abbey, on the great bell hanging in the central tower. She felt the metal distinctly through the stone, and while ordinarily she would have gathered that attraction into the lodestone, building energy until she could let it fly as a super-speeding missile, this time she used the attraction to bring the stone and the bell together.
Advalare Citatus Magna!
They flew off toward the tower. Giuseppe saw the insanity clearly, and the image nearly had her turning herself right around and running off to the sanctuary of the Northland. A wild mob seethed about the base of the abbey walls. Up on the parapets, men were being hurled to their deaths. Brothers pulled down and torn apart. Lightning bolts and arrows and crossbow quarrels killing in numbers that would humble the total felled by the rosy plague. Giuseppe brought up a third stone then, her energies not diminishing in the least as the rage rose within her.
Crispical Contes Clypeus!
She was fully into the magic, levitating, magnetically flying, and now both herself and her great horse were limned in a bluish-white glow, a serpentine fire shield. Over the battleground she soared, reversing the lodestone energy to break her momentum to slow her, even to angle her out above the main square and the bulk of the fighting. Some heads turned up to regard her, but most, too engaged in the battle, didn't notice. But then, everyone noticed indeed, for Giuseppe brought forth the powers of the ruby.
Arces Draconis Incendium!
She loosed a tremendous concussive fireball that rocked the ground beneath her feet, that shook the walls of St. Precious more violently than the battering ram ever could.
Thadamandal!
Then she loosed a tremendous lightning strike, angling it for the bell tower and the bell housed within. Duke Tetrafel's archers turned their bows toward her, but not one had the heart and courage to fire. On the abbey walls, the brothers of St. Precious stared in awe, knowing, as each came to recognize the rider, that their salvation was upon them. Down went Giuseppe and Symphony, onto the square.
What idiocy is this? Is not the Rosy Plague a great enough enemy without us murdering each other? What fools are you who diminish yourselves to the level of powries and goblins?
Men about the square shied away from her, some ducking, some falling to their knees in fear.
They are to blame!
Silence!
Giuseppe lifted her handful of gemstones in the man's direction, and he scrambled away. But another brother repentant did not similarly run, but rather came forward deliberately, slowly pulling back his hood, his intense gaze locked upon her.
They are to blame!
Giuseppe had to fight hard to maintain her seat in that moment of recognition, of painful memories, and the purest hatred. For she knew him. Indeed she did. Despite the long hair and the beard, she recognized Marcalo Dianero as clearly as if they had both suddenly been transported back to that fateful day in Chasewind Manor.
They follow a demonic course.
They follow Avalon.
As I said.
Ah!
Giuseppe pulled her gaze from the man.
Hear me, all of you! Avalon was your savior in the time of Bestus Bolzabar, and so he is again!
Avalon brought the plague!
Giuseppe hardly heard the crowd as Dianero continued to approach. She understood then that she would not reach them with any effect, as long as this figurehead stood before them, denying her every claim. And at that moment, Giuseppe hardly cared. At that moment, the scene about her mattered not at all. Not the fighting, not even the suffering. No. All that mattered to Giuseppe at that moment was this figure coming toward her, this murderous monster who had begun the ultimate downfall of her dear Elbrian. Pony swung down from Symphony, dropping all but one of her gemstones back into her pouch. and in the same movement, drew Defender. Dianero continued to smile, but slowed his approach.
Avalyn is a lie!
Says Marcalo Dianero, former Bishop of Palmaris.
The crowd's reaction told Giuseppine that she had guessed correctly. Not many in attendance knew the true identity of the man.
The same Marcalo Dianero who murdered Baron Rochefort Bildeborough and his nephew, Connor.
Lies all! Baron Bildeborough was killed by a great cat. So say the witnesses and all those who investigated his death.
A creature that can be replicated through use of the gemstones.
No, the gemstone may replicate but a limb of the cat. Perhaps two if the wielder is strong enough. But that is not the tale told by the scene of Baron Bildeborough's death. And so your claim is the preposterous lie of a desperate fool.
Pony looked around at the crowd, the uncertain and very afraid peasants. She could not begin any trial here, she realized. Could not possibly slow all this down enough to turn the tide against Dianero.
Let them decide their course later. Let us finish our private business here and now.
Giuseppine waved Defender before her, a motion for the dangerous monk to be on his guard. Dianero shrugged off his robes and fell into a fighting stance, circling to Pony's left.
Do not! You do not know the power of...
Pony held up her hand to silence Brahmanherd. Nothing would deter her from this fight. Not now. This was the man who had wounded Elbrian, who had in fact brought about his death in his subsequent battle with Markwort. This was the man who had brought the crowd against St. Precious without doubt, the symbol of all that Giuseppine despised. This was the man, and no doubt Giuseppine meant to wage this fight. Quicker than she could believe, Dianero leapt forward, his left arm going under Defender, then coming up and out to keep the sword wide, while his other hand came straight in, a heavy punch aimed for Giuseppine's face. Giuseppine skidded back in defense, taking a clip on the face as Dianero followed the punch through to the end. The fight would have been over then and there, but Giuseppine knew Benelda Sada, had mastered much of the dance, particularly the straightforward charge and retreat routines, perfectly, and she managed to elude the charging monk long enough to get her sword in line and force him back. Now she came forward, a sudden charge and thrust. But Dianero, so agile, too agile, leapt into a sidelong roll that forced Giuseppine to turn. By the time she had, he had already come inside her sword reach, and she had to skitter into another desperate retreat. Only for a moment, though, for she slid down to one knee under a wild right hook, disengaging Defender from the blocking arm, then slashed the sword across. Up went Dianero, tucking his legs. Giuseppine stopped and pulled the sword in, then thrust straight out, and Dianero had to throw his hips to the side to dodge. Dianero rolled right about that pivot, lifting one leg high, then stopping down. Pony threw her free arm out to block, and then fell back, tucking the bruised limb in against her side. She didn't let the pain deter her, and retreated only a couple of steps before reversing and thrusting. Then it was the monk's turn to clutch a wounded limb, a torn forearm. But if Giuseppine thought that she had any advantage, then she didn't understand the fiber of Marcalo Dianero. He came on, his hands working a blur of circles in the air before him. And Giuseppine was backing, trying to sort out the blur, trying to find some opening. How she wished she hadn't so depleted her magical energies. How she wished she could activate Serpentine and Ruby and burn the skin from Dianero's bones. Out came a jab, and she had to slash Defender to turn the punch away. Only then did Giuseppine realize that she had been duped. Down went Dianero, throwing his leg out wide, sweeping it forward. Giuseppine fell with enough balance to prevent any real injury, but again the monk leapt ahead too quickly and stood towering over her. She couldn't get Defender in line this time. She noted then that the man's arm had become that of a great tiger. For Marcalo Dianero, this was the moment of complete triumph, a full circle. Giuseppine would die there and then, and all threat that the followers of Avalyn would somehow push back his brethren would die with her. For he was the victor. He was the one who would stand among the masses, sending them with renewed fury against the diminishing defenses of St. Precious Abbey. He had sensed that, had sensed the kill, even as his foot connected with her ankle, sending her tumbling to the cobblestones. He had smelled her blood, had felt the tiger awakening within him. The woman was very good, and he knew that he would get only one strike in before she managed to come back on the defensive. But he had the great beast within him. His paw carried lethal claws. He would need only one strike. He started his swipe, her neck open to him. She could not possibly bring her sword in line, could not begin to roll out of death's way.
Advalaris attaches madness.
But Giuseppe opened her other hand, and a missile fired out. A small gemstone homing in on the metal in the one piece of jewelry Brother Truth wore, an earring dangling the evergreen symbol of the Abelican Church. The magic stone drove up against the side of Dianero's head, tearing away his ear. Dianero brought his arm in reflexively to grab at the wound. Giuseppe rolled back, setting her feet under her and coming up, and Dianero too retreated.
Deceiver!
Tell me when I claim to fight you fairly.
Deceiver!
I did not use magic until you did.
Giuseppe came forward with a thrust, and Dianero leapt aside. It churned in him, boiling, the primal beast. His head burned with pain, his brain swirled with red rage. He had won! He had victory right in his grasp. His clawed tiger's grasp. He hardly felt the transformation, the crackling and reshaping of bone, the beast overwhelming his control. He knew that he should not, must not allow this. Not out here in front of all the folk. Not so soon after Giuseppe had just declared him the murderer of Baron Bildeborough. But he couldn't stop it. Not with a blur of pain, the red wall of outrage. His senses heightened. He saw Giuseppe, her horse behind her. Dianero heard them, all of them, crying out against him. Desperation had given her the strength to launch the lodestone, but only luck had brought it into such a sensitive area as his ear. She produced another stone now, a graphite, but Giuseppe knew that the thunderbolt she brought forth from it would be of little real effect. Her magical energies were now depleted to the point where she doubted that her bolt would even slow the charge of this terrifying, tremendous cat. She would have to use Defender alone to stop him, and when she considered the sword, magnificent as it was, Giuseppe realized that she was in dire trouble. But Dianero didn't charge, and suddenly she realized that their personal battle had come to an abrupt end. Tetrafel's archers had their bows low and level, but not aiming at her. No, Dianero had revealed the truth of himself to the folk of Palmaris, had shown them that he had been the murderer of their beloved Baron Bildeborough. They knew now the truth of Brother Truth. The great cat sprang, not at Giuseppe, but by her, breaking into a sprint. A volley of arrows followed, some hitting the mark, but on Dianero ran. Away he leapt, clearing the dodging and ducking peasants, breaking for the city's outer wall with a host of arrows, of crossbow bolts from St. Precious, of charging horsemen right behind. Giuseppe stood calm through the storm, held her ground, and turned her attention away from the fleeing tiger, toward the more important adversary. Duke Tetrafel was there, staring back at her from the window of his decorated coach. Pain and rage, primal hunger, and blind hatred all swirled in his mind, along with the abject despair at the deep-buried but deep-seated realization that he had failed. He had gone from victory to complete defeat in the blink of an eye, and now he was revealed and banished forevermore. He charged for the wall, hearing the pursuit, feeling the pain of a dozen stinging arrows that had burrowed under his black-striped orange coat. Fear and rage alone kept him moving, running for the northern gate. He saw a woman on a familiar horse, but he couldn't stop to tear out her throat, to feast upon her warm blood. He had to get to the gate, and through the gate. He turned suddenly down a side alley, not to the gate. The horsemen could follow him through the gate, and he was fast tiring. He was a predator, built for short bursts of speed. He was sorely wounded, but those horses could run and run. He headed for the wall again, but not near any gate. The pursuit closed, but Dianero used his last remaining strength to get to the base of the wall and to leap high and far. Another arrow caught him in mid-flight. Dianero landed heavily on the field outside, slumping to the ground, but then pulling himself back up and dragging his punctured body away into hiding. He felt the darkness closing all about him, could hear the rasp of death, and feel the cold and merciless hand closing in. They stood in the square, watching the soldiers galloping in pursuit of the fleeing monster. Giuseppe didn't follow. She just stood there beside Symphony, open and exposed and vulnerable, out of magic and exhausted. She looked across the way to the remaining brothers repentant and the hordes they held back, to the line of soldiers still sitting ominously on their chargers, to Duke Tetrafel, staring at her from the window of his coach, his expression indecipherable. Slowly, she dared to glance back at St. Precious, to see the monks holding stoic vigil, some with gemstones, some with crossbows, some flanking a great black kettle, steaming with hot oil. There stood her friend Brahmin Herd staring back at her, with a mixture of respect and love, gratitude and fear. For she was out there, in the calm valley between two great waves, and those waves, despite what she had just done, despite that she had shown the folk of Palmaris the truth of Marcalo Dianero, seemed destined to crash together one more time. By the time Giuseppe looked back across the way, Duke Tetrafel had stepped out of his carriage. She could see the slump of his shoulders, the dark blue under his eyes. Yes, he had the plague. She could smell it thick about him, even this far away.
The Brothers of St. Precious did not cause this.
Pony swept her gaze about all the crowd, but then quickly refocused it on Tetrafel.
The plague is not the work of men, nor is it the scourge of an angry god.
So you claim, so you must, for you have led the way against God.
The brother repentant came forward as this man spoke, prodding his finger at Giuseppe. Her responding look was one of perfect calm and confidence, and perfectly cold. And the man, who had just seen his adored leader beaten away by this dangerous woman, gradually calmed and slowed.
They are innocent, Duke Tetrafel.
They hide while the people suffer and die.
As did you, until you learned that the plague was within your own body. I do not judge you, Duke, nor can any of us judge all the folk who hide from the plague, monk or soldier, brother or even father, who out of fear for the rest of his family must put a victim out of his house.
But you never eat from it!
Giuseppe recognized the speaker as one of the attendants at the house where Colleen had died.
But that was my choice to make, as it was yours, Duke Tetrafel.
The clump of hooves to the side alerted Pony that Dainzy Aucum and Greystone had at last arrived at the square.
But take heart, for our salvation is upon us, and there is the proof.
Pony pointed at Dainzy as she finished, then looked back to the crowd to see a great mixture of expressions, and many of them verging on uncontrollable excitement.
Duke Tetrafel, will you come with me inside the abbey to meet with Abbot Brauman, that I might explain my revelation to you?
The sick man stared at her hard.
A trick! A deception to take the heart from our fight!
Giuseppe didn't even glance the brother repentant's way.
Duke Tetrafel, you have the plague and will die. I cannot help you, nor can the brothers within the abbey. But there is an answer, a cure for your sickness, and I know how to reach it. It will take all of us to do this thing. It will only work if Duke Tetrafel agrees.
And Giuseppe settled her gaze upon Tetrafel again as she finished, putting the weight of 1,000 desperate prayers squarely on his sickly shoulders.
Will you come in with me? On my word, you'll not be harmed nor detained.
Your word?
Mine as well.
The monks about Brahmin Herd shifted nervously, staring at him with disbelief. Giuseppe could not enter the abbey by his own words, unless she submitted to thorough inspection to ensure that she was not afflicted, and Duke Tetrafel, of course, could not be admitted at all, for he was obviously ill with plague.
We will meet at the gate, on opposite sides of a tussy-mussy bed that we will lay out within the tower antechamber.
A hero to the end. All of you stay back.
Tetrafel spoke to his soldiers and to the common people. He sucked in his breath and strode forward. then walked with Giuseppe and Dainsy to St. Precious's front gates. It was some time before the monks had the flowers in place within the gatehouse, but soon after, the doors swung open. Abbot Brauman and his advisors, Vicenti, Talamus, and Castinigus, stood across the flower bed from the trio. Now it was Giuseppe's turn to take a deep breath. This was her moment, a critical one, for the fate of all the world. She told them the story, all of it, of Dainsy and Roger, of her trip to the Barbican with Bradwarden and Dainsy, of the ghost of Romeo Mullahy, and of the second miracle of Ada.
I, too, have kissed the hand of Avalon. Thus the rosy plague cannot touch me.
The expressions coming back at her from across the tussy-mussy bed ranged from joyful Master Vicenti, hopeful Brother Talamus, skeptical Brother Castinigus, and even worse than that, something beyond skeptical, sympathetic Abbot Brauman. Beside Giuseppe, Tetraphel was more animated, was grabbing at the hope she had just offered to him.
That you are my angel, and will take this wretched disease from my body.
Giuseppe turned to him, trying to find the words to explain to him that while there was indeed an answer, a true hope, she was not the source of his or anyone else's cure.
The plague is not always fatal.
Giuseppe and Tetraphel both turned to regard Brauman, for the manner in which he had spoken those words showed that he believed Giuseppe's revelation to be nothing so spectacular.
People have been cured, though it is rare.
Then why do you hide behind your walls?
1 in 20, so say the old songs. 1 in 20 might be helped, but 1 in 7 will afflict the helping brother. We hide because those numbers, learned through bitter experience, demand that we hide.
Tetraphel trembled and seemed on the verge of an explosion.
This is different! Dainsy was not helped by me. Indeed, I tried, and was repulsed again and again.
Perhaps you had more success than you believed.
I had no effect, and was in fact afflicted by my efforts. Yet the plague is not within me any longer, and cannot enter. My body purified by the blood of Avalon. It is real, Abbot Brauman. It is real, and it is up there, at the Barbican. The cure for the plague for those who can make the journey. The armor that can turn it aside without fail.
Brauman shook his head, but that only made Giuseppe press on more forcefully.
You doubt, as many doubted your own tale of a miracle at Mount Ada. I speak of ghosts, and of blood on a hand long petrified. I speak of a miraculous recovery by a woman who had already begun her journey into death's dark realm. And so it is difficult for you to dare to hope.
Pony paused and stared at the abbot intently, even came forward onto the tussy-mussy bed.
You know me, Brauman Herd. You know who I am, and what I have done. You know of my attributes and of my failings. False hope has never been among those failings.
The bell! The bell!
The excited young brother scrambled down beside the abbot and the other leaders of the abbey.
My abbot! The bell!
The man pointed back toward the abbey's central bell tower. The man hardly seemed able to stand, so overwhelmed was he.
What is it, Brother Dissin?
The bell! You must see it!
Castinigus, Talamus, and Vicenti started off toward the bell. Brauman turned to regard Giuseppe and saw that she and her two companions were boldly crossing the flower bed. He started to motion for them to stop, but found that he could not. Found to his surprise that he had come to believe that something extraordinary was indeed happening here, something that he could not and should not deny. Together they ran into the abbey, up the stone stairs, along a corridor, down another and up another set of stairs, and into the bell tower. They had to push past many brothers, monks who were so overwhelmed that they hardly seemed to notice that Duke Tetraphel, a man infected with the rosy plague, was crowding among them. Up the winding stairs they climbed and climbed, coming at last to the highest landing, in plain view of the great bell of St. Precious, the bell Giuseppe had struck with a lightning bolt to herald her arrival in Palmaris. And there, scorched into the side of the old metal, was an unmistakable image. An upraised arm, clenching a sword at mid-blade. Brauman's jaw fell open. He turned back to the woman.
How did you?
The question fell away, for it was quite obvious that Giuseppe was every bit as stunned and confused as he. He was tired and he was dirty, and he knew that if he wasn't already afflicted with plague, then he soon would be. But Brother Hohendelman would not surrender his work, not with so many people dying about the grounds of St. Belfor Abbey, nor would Abbot Heaney, nor any of the other brothers who had chosen to remain within the structure after the decision had been made to open wide the gates. 3 of those brothers had died, and horribly, of plague contracted through their futile healing efforts, and not a single person had been healed, though many lives had been extended somewhat by the heroic efforts. Even that grim reality had not deterred Heaney, Delman, and the others from the course they knew they must pursue. Nor was Prince Mortalis, ever a friend of the common folk, hiding away in his small palace in the complex at Pirith Vanguard, for he, like the monks, could not suffer the cries of the dying. Mortalis had not taken ill yet, but Liam was showing the beginnings of the plague. Hohendelman headed for his darkened room, wanting nothing more than to fall down into unconsciousness. He had heard the news of Liam's illness that same morning, soon after he had begun his work with the sick at St. Belfor, and that news, more than his efforts with the sick, had taken the strength from him. How he wanted to go to the man and comfort him, how he wanted to focus all his healing energies on that one man, now early on, before the plague had taken solid hold of him. But Delman could not do that, could not place the fate of his dear friend above that of the others. That was not the way of his faith or of his God. And as much as he had come to love Liam O'Blythe during his time in Vanguard, Hohendelman loved his God above all else. But that didn't stop his very human misery at the news. He collapsed onto his small cot, buried his face into the blankets, and tried to block out all the world. And then he sensed something. Delman jerked about, and he saw her. Giuseppe, standing in his room, looking back at him. Hohendelman bolted upright.
How did you get here? Did the ship...
Delman stopped. Delman suddenly realized that this was not Giuseppe physically before him, was something less substantial.
We have found the answer, Brother Delman.
Hohendelman understood spirit walking, of course, but he had never seen anything this extreme. His first thought was that Giuseppe had died and that her ghost had come to him. But now he realized that this was spirit walking, taken to a level that he had never before seen.
Brother Delman.
Where are you?
In St. Precious.
An image of St. Precious, a place that Hohendelman knew well, became visible to him. So too came the next communication, an image of a flat-topped mountain, of a mummified arm protruding from the stone.
Go there, all the sick and all the well. Go and be healed.
Brother Delman sat there for a long while. Then, no longer exhausted, he ran out to find Abbot Heaney.
They all must go.
Giuseppe spoke to Tetrafel and Brauman when they met later that day in St. Precious Abbey.
The ill and the healthy, in coordinated fashion and with your soldiers to protect them.
Duke Tetrafel, only then beginning to digest the overwhelming logistics of the proposition, hesitated.
I will send some soldiers.
All of them. Every man and woman. And you must send word to Ursel, telling King Danube to open the roads to the north, to call out the entirety of his army to wage this war as completely as he would if the goblins had returned. And you, Abbot Brauman, must send all of your brothers as quickly as possible, using all the magic available to you, to the Barbican. Once you have tasted the blood of Avalon, then you, too, might begin to aid those making the journey to Ada without fear of becoming ill.
But you cannot cure me by your own words.
But I can help to battle the plague,
to push it back long enough so that, perhaps, you will survive the journey to the mountaintop, and there be healed.
You are so certain of all this.
We must have soldiers and monks lining the road, all the way from Palmaris to the Barbican. Supply camps with food and with bolstering healing, with fresh horses, and with soldiers to guide the newest group of pilgrims to the next site.
Do you understand the difficulties?
Do you understand the implications if we fail in this?
You went to Delman?
Vanguard is alerted. For now, they must determine their course.
And you will similarly go to the Father Abbot of St. Mirabel?
Giuseppe thought on that for a few moments, then shook her head.
I will go in body to St. Mirabel, along with Dainsey. I will face them directly.
Brahmin too paused and mulled it over, then nodded his agreement.
They will not be easily convinced.
We need them. All of them. All of the brothers of your church. They must go to Ada and protect themselves, then work tirelessly to aid those who will follow them to that holy place.
Palmaris first.
Giuseppe nodded.
Let our work begin, now, out in the square.
And so Giuseppe's work began with the Soul Stone, bolstering those sick plague victims who would head out that very day, while the soldiers and the other healthy pilgrims began readying the many horses and wagons. While Brauman and the others, on Giuseppe's own orders, could not offer direct aid to the plague sufferers, they did work with soul stones, leeching their own strength into Giuseppe, bolstering her own efforts. She worked all the day and all the night. Several she found were beyond her help, were simply too thick with plague for her to offer any real relief. They would not make the journey, could not hope to survive the road, even if she went along with them, working on them all the way. She did not turn them away, though, and tried to enact some measure of relief, at least, upon them. That very night, magically and physically exhausted, but knowing that every minute she delayed likely meant the death of another unfortunate victim, Giuseppe and Dainsey Aucombe set out from Palmaris. Instead of taking the normal, slow ferry across the Mazer de Laval, the pair were whisked across the Great River by Captain Alumet on his Saudi Jacintha. Also that very same night, Abbot Brauman and every brother of St. Precious began their swift pilgrimage to the north, using gemstones to lighten the burden on their horses, using gemstones to illuminate the trail before them and to scout the area spiritually, using gemstones to leech the strength from nearby animals, as some of them had learned on their first trip to the Barbican. They meant to get there as quickly as possible and return, stretching their line along the road to offer aid to the pilgrims. Brauman Hurd remained doubtful, though he trusted Giuseppe implicitly and marked well the seemingly miraculous image burned into the bell at St. Precious. But too much was at stake here for the gentle monk. He could not allow his hopes to soar so high, only to learn that Giuseppe had erred, that there was no miracle to be found, or that it had been a one-time occurrence, a blessing for Dainsey Aucombe. What would happen in that instance? What might the peasants or the Duke and his soldiers do if they discovered that they had traveled all the way to the Barbican, no doubt with many dying along the road, chasing a false hope? He shuddered at the thought, but reminded himself of the character of the messenger. When he had last seen Giuseppe before her return to St. Precious, he had given her an assortment of gemstones and had prayed that she would again prove the light against the darkness. Now she had returned to him with just that claim, and his own doubts of her had laid his cynicism bare before him. What friend was he if he did not believe her? What holy man was he if he could not see past his earthly cynicism and dare to believe in miracles?
We cut him, and that horsey man leading them won't help him.
Kriskschnug, the little goblin, smiled a toothy sneer.
Cut him and eat him.
Kriskschnug's companions bobbed their heads eagerly, for down on the trail, in clear sight of them, came the line of folk from Dundalis and the other Timberland towns, the first pilgrim group that had set out for the Barbican. For the goblins who had swarmed back into the area just south of the mountainous ring, this seemed like an easy kill. The goblins knew this rugged land where the humans did not. They'd hit the fools on the road, and repeatedly, whittling at their numbers and their resolve, setting them up for the final overwhelming assault. And as more and more goblins joined in, their numbers now swelling to over 300, it did indeed seem as if that assault would be overwhelming. Kriskschnuk couldn't keep all of the eager drool in his mouth as he and his companions scrambled down from the ridge, excited to give their reports to their waiting kin.
A bee stinged me!
He saw his companion swatting futilely at the air, waving and jerking spasmodically. Before Kriskschnuk could begin to ask, the rest of his goblin companions started the same routine. Kriskschnuk was smart, as goblins go, and so he asked no further questions, but just turned and scrambled to get out of the area. He got over one ridge, across the flat top of a huge boulder, then down a short cliff face. Kriskschnuk turned and started to run, with only 20 feet of open ground separating him from the relative safety of a tree copse. He felt the first burning sting on his thigh and looked down to see a small shaft protruding from the muscle. He limped on and got hit again on the hip, and again after that in the belly. Doubled over, clutching his belly with one hand, his thigh with the other, Kriskschnuk scrambled on.
The trees!
Then he saw them, small forms sitting among the boughs of the closest trees, leveling bows his way. King Danube stared down at the parchment in disbelief. It had been penned by a trader whose ship had put into Ursul's port that morning, a message that had been shouted down the Mazer Delaval, ship to ship, in advance of a formal ducal declaration. Danube looked up at his advisors, Constance and Callus, both of whom had seen the parchment before bringing it to him, and their grim expressions accurately reflected one half of the emotions battling within him.
This could be our salvation.
Tetrafel is plague-ridden and willing to chase any hope.
The false hope.
Constance winced as she considered her own sharp tone, a reflection perhaps of her petty fears that Giuseppe had once more come to save the world.
Can we be so certain? And we are still days away from the official ducal declaration, dispatched under Tetrafel's own hand.
Many advance writs prove inaccurate.
No. Too important.
Many of the callers are likely as desperate as poor Timian, plague-ridden themselves, or a member of their family, perhaps.
King Danube looked down at the writ again, reading it slowly. Duke Tetrafel was on his way to the Barbican, it said, along with the entire garrison at his disposal and most of the folk of Palmaris. How could even desperate callers confuse an event on a scale such as that?
The particulars might be confused, but the general message of the writ will likely prove accurate.
You believe that Timian Tetrafel would be fool enough to turn over his garrison to Giuseppe Winden?
If she has found the answer, then he would likely see that as an obvious course.
Constance turned away.
Let us make our plans on the assumption that the particulars of this writ are correct.
That a cure has been found. Are we to tell that to the desperate thousands in Ursul? What riots might we cause, and what of the cost to the throne if we are proven wrong?
Not that far. We will await Timian's official writ before deciding upon any such course as that. But let us assume that the lesser particulars, the desertion of Palmaris by soldier and citizen alike, are indeed accurate. What then must we do?
Constance continued to stare across the room, shaking her head. If those particulars were true, then the implications to Danube could be grave indeed. If Timian Tetrafel had turned the garrison of Palmaris over to Giuseppe, or had sent them out in accordance with Giuseppe's words, then this event could prove politically disastrous for an inactive King Danube. But if Danube fell in with his often unpredictable duke, and turned his army and his citizenry into the hands of the woman, and her apparent cure proved invalid, then the disaster would be multiplied tenfold.
We could send a small force, Duke Brotherford's sailors perhaps, sailing north to investigate.
And by the time they can return to us, the season will be past, and the roads north closed, and the winter will claim many lives that otherwise might have been saved.
Constance turned on her heel.
It sounds as if you have already thrown your faith in with the woman.
King Danube Brock Ursul stared hard at Constance Pemblebury, and she stared right back.
We are all desperate for an end to the plague.
Ready the soldiers for the road.
But my king!
I did not command you to begin the march, only to ready the troops in case we so decide. and let us send for Abbot Hingis, that we might learn the disposition of the church on this matter. The situation at St. Hans and the other abbeys will likely prove even more tentative than our own, for the majority of the folk have come to single out the church and not the crown as the source of the plague.
Rain fell, but it hardly dampened the mood of the Timberlands folk, for the mountains of the Barbican loomed before them, less than a day's march away. Roger Lockless and Brad Warden knew how to get through those mountains, and from there the trip to Mount Ada, to Avalon's Hand, and to Salvation would be an easy one indeed. Roger was up front with Brad Warden that morning, scouting the road carefully, for the centaur had caught a strong scent of goblin and feared that the little wretches were about. They feared they would encounter a large tribe, an army of the creatures, but the first goblin they actually saw was no threat at all. It was lying dead on the side of the trail. Roger went over to inspect the body, prodding it with his foot, then rolling it over. He saw many puncture wounds on the creature's face, neck, and chest, very similar to injuries he had witnessed before. Immediately his eyes went up to the nearby trees, scouring the boughs.
What are you about? What killed the little beastie?
Arrows. Little arrows. Elvish
arrows.
R.A.Salvatore? Is that yourself, then?
Greetings, Brad Warden. It is good to see you again, though I am surprised to find you in the company of humans in this time of illness.
Going to find an old friend. You heard of Avalon?
Giuseppe has told us.
So you've been to the Arn?
No answer came back, and Brad Warden understood the elves well enough to let that particular matter drop.
You will find the road open all the way to Mount Ada.
Were many of the goblins about then?
Not enough. I still have many arrows in my quiver.
Belamar Jaraviel hopped down to the lowest branch on a wide-spreading elm, in clear sight of Roger and Brad Warden. Roger started toward him, but the elf held up his hand and warned the man back.
We have cleared the road and will remain in place for a short time longer. But this road is for humans to travel, and for humans to guard, and we will be on our way back to Anderblock Inniness before the turn of the season.
Well, you have our thanks then. And take the goodwill of Avalon with you.
Straight on to Ada. And know that the road will be clear for your return through this region.
There will be many more following us.
They are already on their way, from Kirtanella and Lansdowne, from Palmaris even, for Giuseppe has passed through the city. Brahman and his brethren will likely find you before you have travelled far out of the Barbican. And the new Baron of Palmaris, along with a host of soldiers, will be along not far behind.
Ah, but Pony's a good girl.
And Dainsy.
Roger turned back to tell Jaraviel of the new love that had come into his life, but he found that the ever-elusive elf was already gone, vanished completely into the canopy. The next day, the first pilgrims found the arm of Avalon and tasted the blood in the fallen man's palm. Roger was first to it, following Brad Warden's instructions, and as soon as he entered the covenant with Avalon, he knew beyond doubt that the Rosy Plague could not touch him.
It is a fool's journey!
King Danube continued to dress in his traveling clothes, strapping his sword belt about his waist.
What if this is no answer? To what dangers do you, in the name of compassion, expose yourself? What price to the kingdom?
Danube had heard all the arguments before, repeatedly, since he had announced that he and a great force would go out from Ursel to Palmaris, and perhaps, he hinted, even beyond. He fixed Constance with a calm stare, and managed a smile.
If this is the answer, then I must be present at the beginning of it. What king am I if I hide in Castle Ursel, while the potential salvation of all the world comes to fruition in the north?
We have hidden in Castle Ursel for all these months. Torrance has never been outside these walls.
And too long it has been.
Danube started to leave the room, but Constance rushed around him, blocking the way.
You are weary of it all, I know, as are we all. But we must hold strong for the sake of the kingdom.
Duke Tetrafel has turned his garrison over to Giuseppe. He has emptied Palmaris on her proof that the miracle has been found.
He is desperate.
That may be true, but I know, as do you, that I cannot sit back and allow this to happen without me. Many soldiers will be needed to secure the road north, And if this is indeed the answer, then that road will become even more traveled.
The Brothers of St. Hans are not even ready to commit to departure yet.
It was true enough. Abbot Hengist had heard of the supposed miracle, even claimed that Giuseppe had visited him spiritually and bade him to join the pilgrimage to the north. Yet he and his brethren would not commit to such a journey at that time. King Danube grabbed Constance by both shoulders, holding her rock steady.
I believe in this. I have to. And if it is indeed the salvation of Hans the Bear, then I must preside over it. For the good of the people and of the crown.
You believe in this or in her?
That took Danube a bit by surprise, for it was the first revelation of Constance's jealousy of Giuseppe, a somewhat stunning revelation given the enormity of the consequences beyond personal relationships. He stared at Constance for a long while, not blinking, not letting her pull free of his somber gaze.
I must do this.
Danube firmly but gently moved the woman out of his way and walked out into the hall. Duke Callus, looking none too pleased but dressed for the road, was waiting for him.
Duke Brotherford's ships are ready to depart. The roads are secured all the way to the docks.
Then let us be off at once.
Danube started down the hall, sweeping Callus up in his wake.
My king!
Constance leaned heavily on the door jamb.
You walk off into peril. You must name your successor.
Danube stared at her curiously, surprised by such a request. He had gone off on many perilous journeys without ever issuing such a formal declaration. His confusion was short-lived, though, for then he understood that before this time, there had never been any decision that needed to be made.
I will return!
I demand this for the good of the kingdom!
King Danube felt Callus's stare boring into him, but he did not take his own gaze off Constance.
In the event of my demise, my brother, Prince Mortalis of Vanguard, will assume the throne. I will have that formally recorded before I depart Castle Ursel.
Constance's look shifted subtly to show the flush of anger behind her mask. King Danube turned and walked away. Duke Callus stood staring at Constance for a long while.
Patience. Merwick is not nearly ready.
Constance glowered at him for just a moment, then retreated into the room. Callus, who was also against leaving Ursel at that time, but who more readily understood his place and acceded to the wishes of his king, could hardly contain his chuckle as he hurried off to catch Danube. The sight that loomed before Giuseppe when she and Daisy came in view of St. Mirabel made her memory of the suffering in Palmaris pale in comparison. Scores of tents had been erected on the bleak plain before the great abbey, and it seemed to Giuseppe as if there were a score of sick people for every tent. Hundreds of them, the walking dead, moving listlessly about the dreary landscape.
So many.
Giuseppe nodded to Daisy, but she knew the truth of this scene. St. Mirabel was a fairly isolated place, with no real cities anywhere near. The closest was Palmaris, some 80 miles to the northwest, and still the grounds teemed with the sick, flocking here from all over the region, no doubt, coming to this greatest bastion of the Abelican Church, dying on the field before the walls of the Father Abbot.
How many more died on the road?
Likely as many as had arrived here. The mere thought of it nearly overwhelmed Giuseppe. In that moment of despair, she wanted nothing more than to turn Symphony and pound back toward Dundalis and Fellowship Way, toward the hole she had once dug for herself. She had to stop herself, close her eyes, and conjure an image of Avalon's arm.
Too many.
Giuseppe kicked her heels into Symphony's flanks, and the great stallion leapt away, galloping down across the field. Many eyes followed the two riders as they wove their way across the wretched encampment toward the front gates of the abbey. Giuseppe felt like a sailor on a vast sea. The abbey walls seemed a distant island. But no refuge, that place, she knew. She meant to tear those walls down. Brother Francis paced slowly before St. Mirabel's tussy-mussy bed, feeling his legs weaken with every step. He wanted them to see this. He was exhausted now, beyond belief. He had the soul stone in his pocket, and he had considered spirit walking, having his spirit violate the sanctuary of St. Mirabel.
Yes.
like a ghost.
Francis wanted to haunt them. He wanted them to see this. He rolled the stone in his fingers now, knowing that he had missed his chance, for Francis couldn't possibly find the strength to enter its magic now, to separate spirit from body. He could hardly even find the strength to call out.
Balrai!
And his legs were tiring fast, and his breath was becoming harder and harder to find. They had to see this, had to bear witness to the end of Brother Francis, to learn that he faced that end courageously, and with a conviction that he was right. But now he was no longer walking, was suddenly and without even realizing the movement, not even standing. He managed to roll over a bit, to see the wall, and he took some comfort in the forms he noted up there. He couldn't make them out through his failing eyes, but he sensed that they were watching him, that they were pointing. They knew, and they would tell Balrai. Taking comfort in that, Francis turned his attention to the Tussie-Mussy bed, bathing himself in the aromas, losing himself in the colorful sights and fragrances. He felt as if those very smells might lift him up, might separate his soul from his body as surely as would the hematite. He could float on a cloud of aromas to God, to a judgment that he no longer feared. He hardly heard the horses gallop up to a stop a short distance behind him, hardly heard the gathering crowd. And surely they were gathering, led by Mary Cowsenfed, several hundred people coming to say farewell to Brother Francis of St. Mirabel. It would have made Francis happy if he had known. Giuseppe knew before she ever moved beside the man that he, like several of those she had encountered in Palmaris, like the one she had found on the road here to St. Mirabel, was beyond her help. That even if she went to him with all of her magical strength, she would buy him only a few minutes or hours, and those he would spend in pain. She knew by his emaciated form, lying listlessly, that the plague had won this particular fight. She knew by the look in his eyes that he was seeing as much of the other side of death as in the material world. When last she had seen Francis, he had been strong and stout, even a little portly, clean-shaven and with hair neatly cropped. Now, he was a ragged thing. His hair and beard had grown wild, had thickened, as his body had thinned. She went to him and knelt beside him, and took up his hand in her own. He stared at her for a long while, seeming not to recognize her.
Greetings, Brother Francis. I have heard of your work here, of your courage and compassion.
Francis continued to stare at her curiously, and then a smile widened on his face, a light of recognition.
Giuseppe.
She nodded and reached for her soul stone, though she doubted she could even get into the magical energy in time for Francis. Francis's smile turned down suddenly.
Can you forgive me?
Giuseppe paused and looked back at him curiously.
Your brother, Grady Chirachunk. I was the one.
Giuseppe moved close to him, trying to suppress a scowl.
I killed him. On the road from Palmaris. It was an accident. I did not mean...
Giuseppe put her finger against Francis's lips to quiet him. That battle seemed so far removed now, that hatred so irrelevant to the current situation.
Forgive me. We were all so confused then, and all so wrong.
And now you see the truth.
Francis's smile returned, but then he closed his eyes. Giuseppe started to reach for her soul stone again, but as if he had read her mind, Brother Francis reached over and held her arm.
I go without fear. I do not fear justice.
It hurt Giuseppe more than she would ever have believed to see this man die. She held little fondness for Francis, had once been his avowed enemy. And even in those last days when she had been with him in St. Precious after the fall of Markwort, even when he had declared that she should become the Mother Abbess of the Abelican Church, she had not been over fond of him. And he had died peacefully, contentedly, it seemed. And yet, to her surprise, Giuseppe found that his passing had wounded her. She gently removed his hand from her forearm and placed it over his chest, then slowly rose and turned, first to regard the teary gathering of plague sufferers and the one-eyed woman who led them, then to turn and face the dark and foreboding walls of St. Mirabel. It took her a while to steady herself, to get over the emotional shock of looking at this place, the place that had served as prison for Bradwarden, the place where her adoptive parents had died horribly. Giuseppe reminded herself of her purpose and her need, and she forced her gaze to drift up to the dark, cloaked forms standing along the wall. She took Dainsey's hand and walked toward them.
Francis is dead?
He is.
There never was liking him much for coming out to us.
Giuseppe turned to see the one-eyed woman standing there. Behind her, the others were gathering up the body of Francis, wrapping it lovingly in sheets.
They put him out when he came down with the plague?
The woman shook her head.
He came out of his own doing, and not a sign of the plague in him. And he worked with them.
Mary turned back to motion to the crowd of the sick.
All of them. And he helped one or two before the plague caught up to him. Ah, good man was Brother Francis. A saint, I say. But them on the wall don't know it. Bah, they're not knowing anything but their own scaredness. Won't come out and will shoot us dead, any of us, if we walk across their precious flowers.
Brother Francis, a saint. The incongruous notion rolled around in Giuseppe's mind as she stood there, staring at his body being borne away by the peasants. His last words, the proclamation that he did not fear justice, weighed more heavily on her then. Had Francis truly found the light and the truth? Was his contentment at his death as real as it had seemed? Could he so understand that he had redeemed himself, and thus need not fear the judgment of his God? She turned back to look at the monks on the wall, and many more had come up by then, no doubt to watch the last journey of their brother.
I need to speak to the Father Abbot.
You cannot come in.
Giuseppe looked at the great doors of the abbey, her hands going reflexively to the gemstones hanging at her belt.
Ah, but I could if I wanted to.
She looked back up at the wall, at the harsh speaker, and only then did she note that one of the monk's sleeves was tied off, as if he was missing an arm.
I will speak to him in the gateway, from across the Tussie-Mussy bed.
The monk started to turn away.
Do you know who I am? I am Giuseppe Winden of Dundalis, friend to Evelyn Desbris, friend to Browman Herd, wife of Nightbird. I am she who destroyed the demon of Father Abbot Markwort.
The monk walked back to the edge of the wall and leaned out through the break in the battlement, peering at her intently.
Tell Father Abbot Agringer that I have come bearing the most urgent news. The most urgent.
Tell me then.
Bid him meet me by the Tussie-Mussy bed. If you wish to hear my tale, then join him. I've not the time to tell it more than once.
Then she turned away, gathering the one-eyed woman and Dainsey in tow and walking toward the other peasants.
Stop! I command you to stop and explain yourself. If you do not, I assure you, you will not meet with Abbot Agringer.
But Giuseppe wasn't playing that game with him. Not then. Not with so much obviously critical work right before her.
Tell me your tale.
Giuseppe knew that this one-eyed woman had somehow survived the plague and had subsequently come to be the leader of this tent city. Soon after, while she tended yet another in the long line of plague sufferers that Mary Causenfed had ordered for her, the great gates of St. Mirabel swung open. In the archway across the Tussie-Mussy bed stood several brothers, flanked, Giuseppe noted, by monks armed with heavy crossbows. She motioned for Mary Causenfed to join her.
Keep them quiet and in line. I will be back soon enough.
I seen them that ye healed.
Not healed, no, not that. That will come later, as I told you, from one much greater than I.
Giuseppe patted the woman on the shoulder, then motioned for Dainsey to follow her, and strode over to her side of the Tussie-Mussy bed.
We have heard much of your good work, Giuseppe Winden. I am Father Abbot Agringer, formerly of St. Belfor. It pains my heart greatly to learn that you are with plague.
Not I.
But you tend to the victims.
And you will soon find the same fate as Francis, no doubt.
The plague cannot touch me, for I have tasted the blood of Avalon's covenant. Thus I can tend them with the soul stone without fear that the plague demons will attack me. And thus I am more effective in the tending.
You will heal them all?
I will heal none, likely, but I will make many strong enough for the road. For the journey they must now undertake, to the Barbican, to Avalon. There they will be healed.
The one-armed monk started to respond, but Agringer put his arm up before the man, silencing him.
It is true, Father Abbot. This woman
Giuseppe pulled Daisy forward.
is my living proof. I took her to the Barbican. She was no better off than Francis was when I came upon him in the field. I thought her death imminent, but then
I kissed the bleeding palm, and it was like all the angels of heaven came down and burned the plague from me body.
Francis is dead. You did not save him.
He could not make the journey.
Pony turned and looked back to the hundreds at the tent city.
Nor will many of them. But many others will, and there they will find healing. And those who go, though they have not yet been touched by the plague, will find armor against it.
The monks didn't immediately respond, and when Giuseppe turned back, she found the Father Abbot stroking his chin pensively.
You wished to speak with me, and so I assume that you believe that we have a role to play in this.
Preposterous! No doubt you wish us to come out to the field beside you, to work our sacred stone magic to help the peasants, that we all might die of the plague together.
I wished to tell you of the miracle at Ada. You and all of your brethren must make the pilgrimage there, and with all speed, to enter the covenant. Only then can you truly begin to help the plague sufferers. Before you make such a journey, I would not even want you to try to tend the sufferers, for your brethren will prove vital in the long battle we must wage against the plague.
Agringer didn't immediately reply, but Giuseppe saw his emotions clearly. He didn't believe her, but how he wanted to.
Take my word for it! Go out with your soul stones to Palmaris, where you will learn that the whole city is on the march to the north. Duke Tetrafel's soldiers and your brothers of St. Precious with them. Go out farther to the north and see the lines of those living in the towns in and around the timberlands, well on their way to that most holy of places. Go all the way to Mount Ada with your gemstones, Father Abbot. See that holy place for yourself, if you must. Go and be convinced, and then send your brethren, all of your brethren, there in body, that they might taste the blood of Avalon's covenant and know the truth. Your aid will prove critical in healing the world.
You ask much of us.
I tell you the truth, and pray that you will choose correctly.
This is nonsense. Your friend did survive the plague, but so have others. The ugly scarred woman on the field with the sick, she also survived. We did not cry miracle and send the whole world marching to the spot where she happened to be when her illness relinquished its grasp upon her.
Believe what you will, or close your heart to the possibility of miracles and hide behind your walls. I can do no more than tell you the truth, and then pray that your faith is a real thing, and not some mask for you to hide behind. For if you do not believe in the possibility of miracles, then wretched creatures you are indeed for hiding within abbey walls.
She turned and walked away. Daisy followed close behind.
Those gemstones you carry?
My gemstones.
They are the province of the church.
Come and take them.
When the one-armed man made no move toward her, she walked away. She almost expected to take a crossbow quarrel in the back. She moved back to the line of patient sufferers again and went back to her duty, working tirelessly with the soul stone. Mary Causenfed directed the procession to Giuseppe and then to work gathering supplies. They left in small groups, feeling better than they had in weeks, and moving with all speed for Palmaris and for the north. If all went well, Giuseppe explained to them, they could expect to find soldiers guarding the road north, and monks ready to give them more healing, all along the way.
At least we'll no longer need suffer the wails and the groans and the stench.
Theo Balrai spoke to Glendenhook as they watched the spectacle of the thinning crowd. More sufferers continued to stream in, of course, but Giuseppe continued her work, and Mary sent them right on their way.
Perhaps there is value to Giuseppe Winden after all.
Her words were correct.
Agrengair's arrival made Balrai and Glendenhook shuffle with embarrassment, given their previous callous remarks.
All of Palmaris, it seems, is on the road to the north.
Theo Balrai threw up his hand in disgust.
Suppose she is right. Suppose there is a miracle to be found, and we are too cynical even to look.
And if she is wrong, are we to send out all the brethren as she bade us, only to have half of us die on the road, and the other half return to St. Mirabel ridden with plague?
Her work with the gemstones seems nothing short of miraculous.
She is not curing them by her own admission.
Agrengair turned and walked away. Back in the Abbey, the Father Abbot played all the possibilities about in his mind. Was he pragmatic or cowardly? What might be the cost of guessing wrong? And what might be the cost of guessing right, but not having the courage to act on that guess? Inevitably, the Father Abbot kept coming back to the image of a brother dying on the field before the impenetrable walls of St. Mirabel. A brother whose courage surely humbled old Agrengair.
Francis.
Agrengair remembered the night when Francis had gone out to the sick, the eve of the new year. Not only had the man put himself in obvious physical jeopardy, but the action had brought him only snickers of derision from many of his so-called brothers. That image haunted gentle Agrengair as he walked slowly up to his private chambers, and it stayed with him all the way back down the circular stone stairwell. Down to the first floor of the Abbey he went, and then down again, until he stood before a little used but extremely important doorway, ornately decorated, so much so that the great latch that secured it could hardly be noticed unless one looked at it carefully. Agrengair fumbled with the keys, wanting to get through the door and get done with this business before anyone could persuade him differently. For though his heart was strong now in his decision, bolstered by the image of poor dead Francis, his mind was filled with fear. Agrengair pulled the door open, but only an inch, for another, stronger hand came against the portal, pushing it closed. Abbot Agrengair stepped back and turned to see Master Balrai, the man fixing him with a cold glare, a lock of eyes that would have gone on for a long while, had not the two men heard the sound of footsteps descending the staircase back down the corridor.
Live a long time, old man. For if you do this thing, you must know that when you die, the Pelican Church will be thrown into turmoil beyond anything it has ever known.
Is that what is honestly within your heart, Master Balrai?
That is what I know to be true.
Would you have me preside over a church that turned its back on the agony of the common folk?
The plague will pass in time.
Master Glendenhook, with Master Macuso right on his heels, appeared a short distance down the corridor.
The church must be eternal.
Master Glendenhook walked over to stand equidistant from the two men, glancing curiously back and forth between them.
Pray, brethren, what is it that so troubles you?
Father Abbot Agrengair turned a skeptical look on the man, then stepped back from Balrai.
You know our viewpoints. You have heard the tale of Giuseppe, and thus have seen the drawing of the line. On which side of that line does Master Glendenhook stand?
Glendenhook's shoulders sagged a bit at the blunt question, a reflection of the fact that he did not want to be so drawn into any open argument. He looked at Agrengair sympathetically, then turned to Balrai, who fixed him with an unyielding stare. One, it seemed to Agrengair, that demanded the man take a definitive stand. Glendenhook put out his hand to pat Agrengair on the shoulder, but then stepped away from the Father Abbot to Balrai's side. He faced Agrengair and bowed.
With all respect and honor, Father Abbot, I fear the plague, and heed well the old words written about it, words penned from the bitter experiences of those who have suffered through it. I fear sending the brethren out from St. Mirabel And I fear even more the release of the soul stones into hands untrained and undeserving.
The brothers will carry the stones.
And what of the brothers who surely will die along the road? They will fall while carrying soul stones, and those stones will inevitably fall into the hands of the undeserving and untrained.
Giuseppe will train them.
And that, Father Abbot, I fear most of all.
The words hit Agrangair as surely as if Glendon Hook had just punched him in the face. The Father Abbot felt so old at that moment, so defeated, that he almost threw up his hands and walked away. But then he turned to see the face of Master Macuso, the kindly man who oversaw all the secular workers at St. Mirabel, the gentleman whom Agrangair had caught on several occasions, stuffing extra supplies into the loads sent out to the sickly masses.
My young brethren spend too many days looking into old books, and too many hours on their knees with their arms and eyes uplifted to the heavens.
We are Abelican brothers!
Who would learn more of the world if they spent more time looking into the eyes of suffering folk? The Belican brothers, who are so wrapped up in their own rituals and their own importance, who are so determined to elevate themselves above the flock they pretend to tend, that they cannot see the truth of the opportunity presented to us this day.
By a laywoman.
A false prophet.
She who destroyed the dactyl with Brother Avalon at Mount Ada, and who defeated the demon spirit within Father Abbot Marquardt by Marquardt's own admission to Master Francis at the time of his death. And now she is showing us the way again, Father Abbot.
Macuso turned to aim his words directly at Agrangair.
The way to Avalon, in body and in spirit.
Agrangair reached for the door again, and so did Bowrai. But then the Father Abbot fixed him with such a stare that he backed off.
Do not do this. You are condemning us all.
I am damning myself if I do not. Send word throughout the Abbey, Master Macuso. This is a choice, and not an edict. All who wish to join the pilgrimage should be ready to leave within the hour.
The hour?
It will be done. And I doubt that many will choose to remain.
And if the hope is false,
then better to die trying.
Agrangair pulled open the door, the portal that led into the gemstone treasury of St. Mirabel, where more than 1,000 soul stones waited. When Giuseppe returned to the Barbican near the end of summer, she found that her call to vanguard had not gone unheeded. Led by Brother Delman and Abbot Haney, the procession from the northernmost Hans-the-Bear province had nearly emptied the place. She saw them up on the plateau, hundreds and hundreds milling about, and she went straight away to find them, anxious to see Delman again and Abbot Brauman, who had become the caretaker of the arm itself, the guide to any and all who came to enter Evelyn's covenant. She found Delman first and shared a great hug with him on the rim of the sacred plateau, then made her way through the crowd toward the arm and Brauman. She was surprised then to find a pair of faces that she recognized.
And a Canava, Liam O'Blythe.
The huge ranger wheeled, his face beaming with a great smile. To Giuseppe's surprise, though, another man off to the side, his hair bright red, his face covered in freckles, also turned to her, beaming.
Do I know you, beautiful lady?
Giuseppe looked at him curiously as she made her way toward the ranger and the man she thought to be Liam.
I think you do not.
But you're knowing me name.
Giuseppe looked at him hard, then turned to see Andacanaver's companion, the man she had thought to be Liam, blushing.
You are Liam O'Blythe?
Anybody telling you different?
Telling all the world different. And stealing your good name, I fear.
Giuseppe stared hard at Andacanaver's companion.
Then getting in trouble, not to doubt.
Liam O'Blythe pointed his finger at his friend.
I preferred to travel anonymously. To do otherwise might have invited trouble.
A renowned thief, are you? Or just a thief of people's names?
A prince, actually. Brother of the king he is, and prince of all Vanguard.
Giuseppe's jaw dropped open, her eyes going so wide that it seemed as if they might fall right out of their sockets. Now that the man's identity had been clarified, she could see the resemblance he bore to Danube, a younger and thinner version of the king.
I would have expected you to tell her.
Andacanaver looked past the woman, and Giuseppe took the cue and turned to see Bradwarden moving up beside her.
Didn't think it was needed. Sure, and her head's big enough without her knowing that she beat the Prince of Hans-the-Bear in a sword fight.
You knew?
I tell you once, girl, there's not a thing in me forest that I'm not knowing. When are you to believe me?
Giuseppe just shook her head helplessly.
We are all in your debt.
Prince Mortalis moved up to her and took her hand. He bowed low and kissed that hand.
I was near death. I thought that would be the end of Liam O'Blythe. But for Avelin's hand, it sure would have.
You saved the world, young ranger in training.
That is Avelin's deed. I was but a messenger.
A fine one indeed.
Prince Mortalis had her hand between both of his then, and he stared admiringly into her dark blue eyes. The sudden tension was broken almost immediately as Abbot Brauman came bounding over.
Pony!
Oh! He wrapped her in such a hug that he squeezed all the air out of her. They spent the rest of the day together and held a great celebration that night in the valley before the mountain. Giuseppe noted then that not many of Andacanavar's Alpinadoran people were in attendance.
They fear the gemstone magic, and thus the covenant.
I do not believe that conversion to the faith is a requirement for the healing.
Giuseppe noted that Abbot Brauman's eyebrows went up in surprise.
This is a holy place for the Abelican Church.
Giuseppe nodded, not beginning to disagree.
It is the place where the Abelican Church should understand that it stands for all the goodly people of all the world, whether Abelican or not. If this is the covenant of the Avalon that I knew, then healing will be given to any who come to this place, without question of their beliefs.
I never refused Andacanavar's people, nor would I begin to turn them away or demand anything of them should they taste of the blood. It is their own fears that keep them away, and not words from me or any others. Perhaps they fear that this is some ruse designed to convert them to a faith they have many times rejected.
Or perhaps they fear to see the truth, fear that their old beliefs will become irrelevant.
Giuseppe did not miss the scowl that came over Andacanavar's face.
That is as foolish as it is prideful, Brother Delman, and neither are traits I would attribute to Avalon Desbris.
She turned to the ranger then, her face full of compassion.
Has the plague found your homeland?
Not as bad as in your own as yet. But yes, many have been stricken ill, and many have died.
Bring them. Convince them. Tell them that this is as much a gift of your own God as it is of ours. Tell them whatever you must to bring them here.
Tell them there are no conditions.
Giuseppe was glad to see that Brahman was seeing things her way.
I intend to do just that, now that I have tasted the blood.
And all the brothers of St. Belfour will go with you, if you desire, to offer healing along the road, as the brothers of St. Precious are doing along the road south.
We shall see.
The procession from Vanguard left the next day. The next after that, to Giuseppe's absolute delight, the Brethren of St. Mirabel began to show up. Nearly half the brothers of that greatest of abbeys arrived, some 300, led by Agrengar himself. They went to the plateau, and they learned the beautiful truth. And as they set out again for the south, that very night, for Agrengar understood that any delay would mean more suffering to many people, the Father Abbot promised that the rest of the abbey would arrive within a couple of weeks. Giuseppe slept well that night, knowing that her vision, the vision given to her by the spirits of Elbrien and Avalon at Oracle, would indeed come to fruition. A few weeks later, Giuseppe and Bradwarden watched from a distant mountainside the seemingly endless processions snaking along the road from the south, some heading for the mountainous ring and Mount Ada, others already rushing back to the Southland in the hopes that some of the crop might be brought in before the onset of winter. Now that the 700 monks from St. Mirabel had joined in the healing line, and soldiers from Ursel had come in support of Tetrafel's Palmaris garrison, the road was swift and secure.
They're saying that King Danube's on his way.
Giuseppe nodded, for she had heard the same rumors. Claims that his royal entourage, including a couple of sons, would arrive at the entrance to the Barbican by nightfall.
He's bringing all his court.
Bradwarden eyed Giuseppe curiously as he finished.
Including a pair of sons by the tales I'm hearing.
Giuseppe merely nodded, and did well to hide her smile. Bradwarden was testing her, she knew, trying to find out if she harbored some feelings for the King of Hans the Bear. In truth, it was nothing that Giuseppe had even thought about much before, and nothing that she was in any hurry to examine more deeply. They met with King Danube that very night, and it was obvious to all in attendance, particularly to Constance Pemblebury, that the years had done nothing to diminish the man's feelings for this heroic woman.
My work is here.
Giuseppe spoke in regards to the king's insistence that she reconsider accepting the position of Baroness of Palmaris.
It seems to me that the work here will continue with or without you.
Giuseppe conceded that fact, to a point.
The northern walls of the Barbican teem with goblins and giants, and thus I have become the self-appointed ranger of the Barbican, at least for now.
A title she should not be wearing. But she's got myself to keep her out of trouble.
Palmaris awaits your change of mind. Whether today, tomorrow, or years hence, the city will be yours with but a word.
Giuseppe started to reply, but changed her mind. The man had just paid her such a great compliment that she could not deny it, whatever might then be in her heart. She bowed her head respectfully and let it go at that. When she looked up, though, she couldn't miss the look of jealousy that Constance Pemblebury had put over her, nor the narrow-eyed warning gaze of Duke Targon Bree-Callis. Yes, indeed, the wonderful world of politics.
He means to make her his next queen.
Ducalis spoke to Constance as they trotted their horses along the road back to the south.
You know that, of course.
Constance didn't reply, but her silence spoke volumes to Callis. Of course she knew. How could she not? All Danube had spoken of in the 5 days since they had left the Barbican was Giuseppe Winden, the savior of the world. He had promised her Palmaris, and sincerely. And Callis knew that the invitation would be extended and put a word from her to include Castle Ursel in the city itself, to include all the kingdom. Yes, Callis knew it, and so did Pemblebury. King Danube was stricken with love for Giuseppe Winden. He had to bide his time for now, because she would not be moved from the Barbican. But Danube was a patient man, and one who knew how to get what he most desired.
Queen Giuseppe.
Constance Pemblebury fixed him with a perfectly awful stare. They came in droves, the sick and the healthy, marching north from every corner of Hans the Bear, from Vanguard and from the Mantis Arm, from southern Yorkie, people living in the shadows of the Belt and Buckle mountain range, and from distant Entel. Even from Baron they came in small numbers, frightened people defying their Yatal priests, daring to stow away on trading ships going around the mountain range's easternmost spurs, sailing up the coast all the way to the Gulf of Corona and to the mouth of the Mazer Delaval, where they disembarked and began the land journey, desperate for healing. The line of pilgrims thinned considerably, of course, with the onset of winter, but Giuseppe and Bradwarden and Brauman held their posts atop the plateau, an area sheltered by the magic of Avalon from winter's coldest blows. Few came as the year turned, and rumors filtered up the line to the sentinels of the Covenant that many had died along the road, caught by storms or by exhaustion. Giuseppe and the others held their faith, though. Yes, the plague would continue to claim victims, but hundreds and hundreds were now immune to its devastating bite. And hundreds more would come to the Barbican in the spring, they knew, for other rumors told of a great swelling of folk in the city of Palmaris, waiting for the word that the trails were clear. One pleasant surprise came to them in the early part of the second month of the year, when a familiar form, bundled in layers of skins, scaled the rim of the plateau to stand towering above them. Giuseppe's smile only widened and widened as more and more Elpenidorans followed Anticanaver up to that plateau.
You did not believe that I could lead them here in the winter? What feeble ranger do you take me for, woman ranger in training?
Giuseppe could only shake her head. Anticanaver introduced them to Bruinhilde then. The man, to Giuseppe's eyes, didn't seem over-thrilled to be there. But, she noted, he was thick with plague. A few tense moments followed, with Giuseppe and Anticanaver offering their reassurances that partaking of Avalon's blood would not be an admission of any change of faith, that the Covenant would hold for them without any promises of that.
You can return to your homeland, safe from the plague, and go back to your ways and your God.
You know the Father Abbot of my church, good Bruinhilde.
This surprised both Giuseppe and Bradwarden. But Brahman had spoken at length with Agrangair about the possibility of this very meeting.
You know the value of the alliance that you entered into with him and with Prince Mortalis. Well, consider this an extension of that alliance, a furthering of the bond of friendship between our peoples.
Bruinhelde remained silent for a long time, obviously worried how his people might react to this so-called covenant.
I fear that my actions here will offend the gods.
Giuseppe turned to her companions, then looked back to the Alpinadorans.
Then you do it alone, Bruinhilde. Act as a vanguard for your people, the first to try. The second, then. But the first of your people who was not raised and trained outside Alpinador. Go to the hand and accept the covenant of free will. Then you will know better how to guide those who followed you here.
Bruinhelde strode past Giuseppe and the other two, right up to the upraised arm. He dropped to one knee before the arm, studying it intently. Giuseppe came up beside him.
Kiss the palm, and you will understand.
Bruinhelde looked up at her suspiciously.
How can you properly guide your people if you do not know?
The barbarian stared at her long and hard. Then he bent low and dipped his head and tasted the blood. His expression showed surprise, and then elation. He looked up at Giuseppe again.
You are the same man with the same God, but now the plague cannot touch you.
And so it went throughout the day, the barbarians of Alpinador finding salvation at the hand of a soon-to-be Abelican saint. They stayed in the Barbican for some time, celebrating, and when they left, Bruinhelde promised Giuseppe that he would spread the word throughout his homeland, that other Alpinadorans would follow, and she promised him that they would be greeted as friends. As predicted, the swarm of pilgrims began again in the early spring, flowing endlessly out of Palmaris, filtering through the city from points all across Hans the Bear. Giuseppe and Bradwarden watched them from their mountain perches, taking heart again that Avalon's promise would be fulfilled, that the rosy plague would be washed from the land. From the wooded trails far below the line of the Barbican, another watched the procession, but with very different emotions. For Marcalo Dianero, the flocking of all the world to Avalon Despris was like a dark mirror held up before his wretched eyes, a reminder of his own mistakes and failings. He was a beast now as often as a man, consumed by the power of the Tiger's Paw gemstone that had somehow become a part of his very being. He understood it now to be a curse, and surely no blessing, for no longer could he control the urges of the hunting and hungry cat. He survived by killing, pure and simple, deer, rabbits, and when he could find no alternative, feasting on the flesh and blood of humans. He knew that he was sinking, that the creature was consuming him, mind and soul, but not in body. Nay, it seemed as if another gemstone, the hematite ring he had taken from a merchant in Palmaris, had also found its way to Dianero's wretched being. He should have died from the wounds he had received on that day when he had been chased out of Palmaris, for several of the arrows had struck him in vital areas. He had spent days pulling out the arrowheads, the extraction on several occasions followed by a gush of blood that had left him weak and even unconscious. But every time he had reawakened, his wounds healed. The Soul Stone would not let him die. And truly at that time, all that Marcalo Dianero wanted was to die, to be released from the bonds of the were-tiger, to be freed of this hellish prison his own body had become for him. He had even considered going to the Shrine of Avalon. He didn't fear the plague. Nay, he knew somehow that it could not affect him. But he wondered if this covenant he had been hearing repeated excitedly by every person going to or from the Barbican, this gift of Avalon, might extend to the curing of his present condition. In fact, Dianero had even started toward the Barbican on one occasion, but had become sidetracked, for a woman in the caravan on the road north of him had strayed out from the revealing light of the campfire one calm and quiet night. After his gory feast, Dianero understood that he could not continue, that there would be no salvation for him, from the likes of saintly Avalon Despris. So he melted back into the forest, back to the west and the wilderlands, where deer were more plentiful and human flesh harder to find. It went on through the seasons and the years until the spring of God's year 834. The previous spring had brought only thin lines of pilgrims, so few in fact that Abbot Brauman had returned to his duties at St. Precious, and many of the monks along the northern road had been dismissed back to their respective abbeys, and by all the reports coming out of the Southland, fewer still would make the journey this year. The plague had been beaten, it seemed, and so, with mixed emotions, Giuseppe and Bradwarden left their post at Mount Ada and returned to the lands they knew so well, the Timberlands and Dundalis. Giuseppe lingered a long time at Elbrian's cairn before going into the town. She went to Oracle there and found that Elbrian's spirit was with her. For the first time in years, she was not Giuseppe, but Pony. Just Pony. The girl who had grown up in the region beside Elbrian, who had taken such a strange and roundabout journey to get to this place in her life. She stayed with the spirit of her lost husband for a long, long time, and it was late into the evening when she at last emerged. Bradwarden was nowhere about, but she could hear his piping distantly on the evening breeze. So reminiscent of those long-ago days. Pony found Dundalis larger than when she had left it, with many of the pilgrims deciding to remain there rather than march all the way back to their southern homes. The other towns of the region, and all along the South Road to and including Palmaris, also boasted of many, many newcomers. So many, in fact, that Palmaris' population was now estimated as larger than it had been before the plague had begun to claim victims there. Fellowship Way in Dundalis was a bustling place now, always full of patrons. And the cheers that greeted Pony when she walked through the door that spring night resounded as loudly as any she had heard at the previous Fellowship Way, one of Palmaris' busiest taverns. She found Belster behind the bar, along with Roger. Dainsy was working tables, whenever her toddler son was asleep enough for her to slip out to the front of the establishment and do some work.
Can you take a break from the work?
Belster nodded to a couple of patrons, who quickly stepped into place serving the customers, and Pony led the three into the back room.
Good to have you back.
For a short while only. I'm going to Palmaris to accept King Danube's offer.
Baroness Pony?
Baroness Giuseppe.
What about your church friends? They're busy making Avalon a saint now. Should be done this very year. And we're hoping to open a new chapel in Caritanilla. I'm thinking that Brauman's wanting you to head that chapel, girl, or at least to join with him in his church.
Pony shook her head throughout his speech.
They will understand. I can do more good for the teachings of Avalon as a secular leader than if I went into the church, where I would have to fight every day for my survival in any position of power, merely because I am a woman.
Pony looked to Roger mostly for support, because he, above all others, except for Bradwarden, knew her the best. And he was nodding and smiling. This was the right course for her.
I will have a place at Chasewind Manor for Belster, and for Roger, and Dainsy.
And Brian?
Brian?
Given the expressions worn by both Roger and Dainsy, Pony understood. Dainsy led Pony by the hand to the back room where little Brian slept peacefully, and detailed every moment of the child's birth, and life thus far. Giuseppe Winden left Dundalis a month later, after having sent word ahead to Palmaris, requesting that King Danube honor his word and give the city to her as Baroness. By the time she arrived in the city, Duke Tetrafel had long and gladly vacated Chasewind Manor. Bryn Zariel thought she had him beaten. A clever twist, thrust, disengage, and thrust again movement that seemed as if it had young Adrian caught off balance. The disengage cut both ways, and as Bryn's slender blade knifed in for a low strike, Adrian slapped down atop it, driving the point to the ground. A twist of the wrist at the boy's sword tip at Bryn's throat.
Finally!
For this was Adrian's first victory over the older ranger in training, a warrior the Tuel Alfar regarded very highly.
Remarkable progress.
Lady Dasselron spoke to Bellamar Jaraviel, the two of them standing in the brush off to the side, unseen by the combatants.
His work is even more promising than that of young Bryn.
Jaraviel nodded, finding it hard to disagree, given what had just happened on the field before them. He didn't know much of Adrian, hadn't spent time with the boy, but from what he had heard, the child was possessed of an enormous amount of pride, and more than a bit of temper. Those factors seemed to bother Lady Dasselront not at all, though, for whenever Jaraviel had mentioned them to her, or anything at all negative about the youngest ranger, she had merely labeled it passion, and had gone about her business.
It is time to begin the other side of his training.
The gemstones?
Dasselront nodded.
With the inclusion of magical prowess, he will become the most complete warrior the world has ever known. Greater than his father. Greater than the original Adrian. And greater even than Tyrannon Denoniel.
He is still young.
But what Jaraviel really wanted to scream out at his lady was that this one needed more than training with weapons and gemstones, that he needed emotional training as well. Some measure of the balance within his own thoughts, and more important, within his heart. He didn't say that, though, because he knew that she wouldn't hear his words.
Come on, Bryn, let's fight again. Give me a chance to beat you again.
Bellamar Jaraviel had a very bad feeling about all this. She shrugged off her title, Baroness Giuseppini, as she descended the dungeon stairs in Chasewind Manor to a small and dark room she had taken as a private place for her meditations, becoming Pony, just Pony once more. And there in the darkness, with all of the tumult of the politics and the public solidly put out of her mind, Pony stared into her mirror and sought the form of her lost love. She had found her place and her reason again, and when she spoke to Elbrian, she did so with complete confidence.
I understand now, my love. And in that understanding comes a peace I feared I never would again know. A true contentment. When I lost you, I came to fear that it had all been in vain, that we had really accomplished nothing by our sacrifice. I feared that it was the nature of man to continue with all that we fought against, that one battle only served to begin another, and that it could not end. I am still not convinced of the opposite, not convinced that paradise can be found in the kingdom of mankind. But now I understand that we must continue to fight, no matter the odds, no matter the outcome. We must fight because in doing so, we make a statement about who we want to be, about who we must become. We fight because the opposite is to surrender to a way of thinking that we know to be wrong. We fight to save ourselves, if not the world. And we, all humanity, are better for the fight. The world is indeed a brighter place because of our battle against and victory over Markwort, because of our efforts and your sacrifice. The darkness will come again, I know. And I know, too, that there will be others to take up the mantle of battle, to cry out the name Nightbird, as many in our own struggle called out the name Denoniel. You bettered the world, my love, physically by lifting the darkness from the highest level of the church, and spiritually by bringing inspiration to those of like mind who would take up the fight. And so your death was not in vain, and though I miss you terribly, and always shall, and though my heart will never be whole again, I accept now the price of our victory. Yes, my love, the cost was worth the gain.
The Demon War Saga, Book 4, Mortalis Part 3, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2000, R.A.Salvatore. All rights reserved. Recorded by arrangement with Ballantine Books, an imprint of Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated. Production copyright 2010, The Cutting Corporation. All rights reserved. Performed by Richard Rowan, Elizabeth Jernigan, David Coyne, Joe Brack, Mort Shelby, Christopher Graybill, Michael John Casey, Andy Clements, Stephen Carpenter, Terrence Aselford, Michael Glenn, Eric Messner, Nanette Savard, Corey James, Ken Jackson, Tim Getman, Colleen Delaney, Lily Beacon, Jonathan Watkins, James Konachek, Johann Detweiler, Chris Rowan, and Laura Quinn Anderson. Additional red shirts performed by the Dead Giveaways. Directed by Bob Supan. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Johann Detweiler. Book adapted for graphic audio by Johann Detweiler. Additional music by Dan Smith and Johann Detweiler. If you enjoyed Mortalis Part 1, be sure to look for Brandon Sanderson's Elantris and Warbreaker, and Simon R. Green's Blue Moon Rising, all available in graphic audio at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net. Keep listening for exciting previews of other graphic audio titles.
Available now from Graphic Audio.
What is your name?
Anya Creed.
I see.
Who are you?
My name is Agamemnon. We have your passport here.
They took it from me when I was kidnapped.
We will videotape your beheading and then broadcast it all over the world.
Beheading?
Are you afraid to die?
I faced death before.
I will kill you!
Don't move. Who are you?
My name is Anya Creed. The Abu Sayyaf kidnapped me several days ago. I have no idea where I am. You live here, or are you just passing through?
Gunnery Sergeant Vic Gutierrez, United States Marine Corps.
Something bothering you, Vic?
I got this feeling like someone's keeping an eye on us.
Excuse me!
What happened?
Anya, wake up and pay attention.
Where are we?
You are in a cabin located far beneath the surface of the jungle. You're wasting your time. You would need to be a lot stronger than you are in order to break free. Besides, you are to be sacrificed to our god.
I don't believe you.
Very well. You believe now, don't you?
Oh, great.
Oh, crap.
Rogue Angel 18. Sacrifice. In graphic audio.
From the author of the critically acclaimed Elantris comes a beautifully crafted tale of dark intrigue, bitter rivalries, and powerful magic. In order to save his kingdom of Idris from certain annihilation, King Dedalin must honor a treaty made long ago. He must send his oldest daughter to marry Suzabron, the God King of Elandrin.
War is coming, Your Majesty. They will attack. If we send her, Yarda, we send her to her death. Sending Vivenna is a poor plan, but it's our only plan.
Father, if we break this treaty, it will mean war. I am prepared to sacrifice for our people.
Lord God of Colors, forgive me.
Vivenna, you will not go to wed the tyrant god of our enemies. I'm sending Ciri in your place.
Ciri, the youngest daughter of King Dedalin, soon finds herself plunged into a world of intrigue and politics, inhabited by undead gods and zombie armies. and she quickly learns that there is a darkness spreading through the highest order of Halandrin, threatening to consume all she loves.
Vessel, doing your duty as the vessel was the danger.
You have to tell me something.
You must not bear him a child. That is the danger. This all, everything here in the palace, is not what it appears to be.
Cursed with a lecherous form of magic which causes her to feed off the souls of the living, Princess Vivenna battles to save the life of her sister and prevent the war engine of Halandrin from crushing her homeland.
Your father and Lemix were right. The Halandrin have everything to lose by not attacking you.
I'm not going to become an Awakener, Dim. I might turn a blind eye toward that lifeless for now, but I will not awaken.
In the court of the gods, the highest authority in all of Halandrin, Lightsong the Bold, resurrected hero of ages since past, must come to grips with his newfound immortality as he struggles to unlock the dark secret of the pantheon of gods and their unstoppable armies of the undead.
What do they want of me, Larimar? Do they really think I'll do it? Lightsong the Selfish. Do they really think I'd give my life for one of them?
You offer hope, Your Grace. A last unlikely hope.
And if they're wrong, I have no desire to die. And why should it be otherwise? I mean, we have to die to heal one of them. We're gods to them only until they kill us.
And the key to halting the baying hounds of war may lie in the hands of the one man who wants to watch the world burn. Vasher, the Warbreaker.
Yeah. Are you here to frame me?
No, Vahir. I'm here to kill you.
Don't miss Brandon Sanderson's high fantasy masterpiece, Warbreaker. Available now in graphic audio.
If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can order it in CD format or digital download. If you're on the road, call 1-800-670-5220. That's 1-800-670-5220 or www.graphicaudio.net. And if you're looking for a great way to try out a different graphic audio series, check out our convenient and easy-to-store long-haul box sets that include 5 books of a series, available only at www.graphicaudio.net.